This is Audible.
Infinite Jest, written by David Foster Wallace. He'd got quickly familiarized with Little Lisbon's networks of alleys and transoms and back trash lots, and its dwindling population of feral cats and dogs. The area was fertile in overhead clocks of banks and churches dictating movements. He carried his Browning X 444 serrated in its shoulder holster, strapped inside his one sock just above the spats of the formal footwear he'd taken off the same Formal A Fair, Ltd., sidewalk display as the tux's coat. His lighter was in a fluorescent zip-uppable pocket. Quality trash bags were plentiful in dumpsters, and land barges stopped at lights. The James Principles of the Gifford Lectures, its razored-out receptacle heart now quite a bit closer to empty than Lentz would be comfortable thinking about directly, he had in his hand tucked up under one formal arm. And the Chinese women scuttled, centipedishly abreast, their mammoth shopping bags held in a right hand and left, respective, so the bags were side by side between them. Lentz was closing the gap behind them, but gradually, and with no little nonchalant stealth, considering it was hard to walk stealthily when one couldn't feel one's feet, and when one's eyeglasses darkened automatically whenever one went under a street light, and then took their time lightening up again after, so that no less than 2 of Lentz's vital sensory street senses were disoriented. But he still managed both, stealth and nonchalance both. He had no clue how he really looked. Like many of the itinerant mad of Metro Boston, he tended to confuse a wide berth with invisibility. The shopping bags looked heavy and impressive, their weight making the Chinese women lean in slightly toward each other. Call it 22:14 hours and 10 minutes. The Chinese women and then Lentz all passed a gray-faced woman squatting back between 2 dumpsters, her multiple skirts hiked up. Vehicles were packed bumper flush all along the curb, with myriad double parking also. The Chinese woman passed a man lined up at the curb with a toy bow and arrows. And when the glasses undarkened, Lentz could see him as well as he passed also. The guy wore a rat-colored suit and was shooting a suction cup arrow at the side of a for-lease building, and then going up and drawing a miniature chalk circle on the brick around the arrow, and then another circle around that arrow, and etc., as in a... what's the word? The women paid him no orientoid mind. The suit's string tie was also brown in tone, unlike a rat's tail. His wall's chalk was more pinkish. One of the women said something high-pitched, like an exclamation to the other. Your monkey language's exclamatories have an explosive ricocheting sound to them, as in a component of boing to every word. A window up across the street was producing the star-spanned banner all this time. The man had a string tie and fingerless little gloves, and he stepped back from the wall to examine his pink circles and almost collided with Lentz, and they both looked at each other and shook their heads, like, "Look at this poor son of an urban bitch I'm on the same street with." It was universally well known that your basic orientoid types carried their earthly sum total of personal wealth with them at all times, as in, on their person, while they scuttled around. The orientoid religion prohibited banks, and Lentz had seen mammoth, double-width, twine-handled shopping bags and too many tiny Chinese women's hands not to have deducted that the Chinese female species of Oriental used shopping bags to carry their personal wealth. He felt the energy required for the snatch and sprint increasing now with each stride, drawing nonchalantly closer, able now to distinguish different patterns in the clear, like plastic flags they wrapped their little hair in, the Chinese women. His heart rate speeded to a steady warming gallop. He began to feel his feet. Adrenaline about what would shortly occur dried his nose and helped his mouth stop moving around on his face. The frightful hog was not and never numb, and now it stirred in the snow pants slightly with excitement of wits and the thrill of the hunt. Far from cutting-edge surveillance, the shoe was on the other foot. The unwitting Oriental women had no idea who they were dealing with. Behind them. No idea he was back there surveilling them and closing the nonchalant gap, stumbling only slightly after each streetlight's light. He was in total control of this situation, and they did not even know there was a situation. Bullseye! Lent straightened the mustache with one finger and gave a tiny little yellow brick road stutter skip of pure controlling glee, his adrenaline invisible for all to see. There were two ways of going, and les assassins des fauteuils roulants were prepared to pursue both these. Less better was the indirect route, surveillance and infiltrating the surviving associates of the entertainment's auteur, its actress and rumored performer, relatives, if necessary, taking them and subjecting them to technical interview, leading with hope to the original auteur's cartridge of the entertainment. This had risks and exposures and was held abeyant until the director route, to locate and secure a master copy of the entertainment on their own, had been exhausted. It was this way that thus they were now still here, in the Antitois shop of Cambridge, to, comme on dit, be turning all the stones. The 14th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. The secret to sprinting in high heels, poor Tony Krause knew, was to run on one's toes, inclined way forward, with so much forward momentum that one stayed well up on her toes, and the heels never came into play. Evidently, the wretched creature behind him knew this trade secret too. They careered up Prospect, the creature's clutching hand just millimeters away from the trailing boa. Poor Tony held the two purses together, tucked away against his side like a football in U.S. football. Pedestrians moved artfully aside, long practiced. Poor Tony saw the pedestrians' faces very clearly as his odor preceded him like a shock wave. A man in a car coat made a smell face and did a kind of artful Veronica to let the two of them career past. Poor Tony's breath came in great, ragged, stitchy gasps. He had not banked on victim pursuit. He felt the creature's hand grope for purchase on the remains of his boa. The Donegal cap flew off and was not mourned. The thing's own breathing was also ragged, but the obscenity she hurled still came from the diaphragm, with conviction and vigor. The other thing had impacted a pole with a meaty sound Tony had shuddered to hear. His own father had struck himself about the head and shoulders as he grieved for his symbolically dead son. The moment after the impact, and the strap gave way, Tony was up on his toes and in full flight, not banking on pursuit from the other one, this black creature screaming and just off his tail. For the first couple blocks the creature had shouted for help and to stop the bitch, and poor Tony, then, with a decent lead, had countered by also yelling help and, for God's sake, stop her, flummoxing any would-be citizens. An ancient trade device among Harvard Square crews. But now the black creature had closed to within millimeters, and now it had real hold of the boa as they careered breathing at full speed on their toes, and Krause unlooped the thing from his neck with a flourish and sacrificed the boa to the thing. But the loathsome creature's hand came right back, clutching at the air just over his leather collar, its ragged breath in his ear, cursing him. Poor Tony grieved in mid-stride at the thought that the thing had doubtless just tossed the boa carelessly aside into the street or gutter. Their shoes' toes formed complex and variable rhythms on the pavement. Sometimes their footfalls were in sync. Then they were not. The thing stayed agonizingly just behind. Bold print signs for fresh-killed chicken and complete destruction flashed past. Antitois Entertainment was just over 2 long north-south blocks distant. Krause and pursuer both J-ran through a gridlocked intersection. Poor Tony shouted, "Help!" and "Please!" The hand and hissed breath just behind him was like one of those simply horrid dreams where something unimaginable is chasing you for kilometer after kilometer, and just before its talons close on the back of your collar, you wake up sitting bolt upright. Except this horrid creature's clutching hand just behind him scenario went on and on. Storefront and curb and leaping pedestrians all melting together at the periphery due right. Audiobook Entertainment's discreet back door was accessible by a parking alley that cut west off Prospect just before Broadway and went west to intersect a smaller and dumpster-lined north-south alley, one of whose dumpsters, in which poor Tony had occasionally slept when out late and short of train fare, was within underhand toss distance of the Canadian Brothers' rear exit. Poor Tony, purses under arm and the other hand clamped tight to the wig, calculated that if he could get a reasonable lead on the creature, by the time they hit the smaller alley, the dumpsters would keep it from seeing just which, hopefully unlocked rear door, P.T. sought basic human kindly refuge behind. He feinted around a bodega's sidewalk fruit display and shot a quick look back, hoping the creature would crash itself, ass over tea kettle, into the stacked fruit. It did not. It was still right there, breathing. Its stutter step around 2 cardboard tiers of Cape cranberries was discouragingly deft. This thing had all too clearly chased persons before. Its breath had a ragged implacability about it. It was all too clearly in this for the long haul. There was no longer shouting stop or gutterish obscenities. Poor Tony's breaths felt flamish. It sounded as if he were weeping almost. He tried to shout help and could not. He hadn't the breath to spare. Black specks floated upward through his vision. Only certain of the street lamps worked. His heartbeat was zakung, zakung, zakung. Poor Tony hurdled a queerly placed cardboard display for something wheelchaired, and heard the creature vaulted also, and land lightly on its toes. Its uppers were not straps, and could not dig like the fine Ogniers. Tony felt blood on his feet. The entrance to the parking alley west was between a tax preparer's and something else. It was right around here. Krause squinted. The black specks were tiny rings with opaque centers, and floated upward through his sight like balloons, lazily. Poor Tony was post-seizure, infirm, not to mention withdrawn. His breath came in stitches and half-sobs. He could barely stay on his toes. He had not consumed food since before the library's men's room stall, which was how many days? He scanned the blurred storefronts ripping past. An elderly person went down with a noise as the creature stiff-armed him. Somewhere a rape whistle blew. The tax repairers had the odd storefront announcement, "On parle le portugais ici." Its hand's finger knocked the rim of Tony's leather collar with each footfall until it moved up, and poor Tony could feel its fingers in the hair of the chignon he held clamped to his head with a hand. Poor Tony's father used to come home to 412 Mount Auburn Street, Watertown, at the completion of a long day of cesareans, and sit in a chair in the darkening kitchen, scratching at his head where his mask's green strings had dug into the head. Its doubtlessly luridly long-nailed fingers were twining for purchase in his wig's hair when they hit the preparers, and Tony cut a sharp right, breaking a heel on the pivot, but gaining several steps toward a lead as the creature's momentum carried it past the alley's recessed mouth. Krause whimpered raggedly and flew west, up on his bloody toes, hearing his breath off both alley walls, negotiating broken glass and the homeless supine. Hearing it back behind him several steps, crying a tight echoed, "Stop! Motherfucking stop!" With a supine person, Krause vaulted, lifting a decayed head from the alley floor to counter with, "Go!" Having traced, through the strenuous technical interview of the sartorially eccentric cranio-facial pain specialist, whom they had traced through the regrettably fatal technical interview of the young burglar,
300,
whose electrical surge tolerance proved considerably lower than that of his room's computer's machinery. Having traced their best chances at a copy to the hapless Audiobook establishment, it had taken the AFR then several days to find it there, the real entertainment. AFR's USA sales leader, Fortier, the son of a Glen Almond glassblower, had allowed none of the mirrors to be broken or dismantled. In all other respects, the search had been methodical and thorough. It was a neat search, and also orderly, with time taken. Because the viewer of the shop was visually dysfunctional, a consumer TP had been purchased, and set up for volunteer viewing in the room of storage off the shop's back room. Each cartridge of the shop's exhaustive shelves was sampled by a volunteer, then discarded in one of the huge metal coffres de main in the alley outside the shop's rear door. A detail had been assigned to roll the extinguished Antitois brothers in construction plastic and place them in a room of storage off the back room. This was for hygienic purposes. A detail also had procured an oilskin window shade for the front door's glass, also some printed signs which read closed, repas, and relâche. No person had knocked at the door after the first hours thus. Quickly, on the first day, in a liquor box which was damp and smelled, they had found an example of the rival FLQ's tactical street display cartridges, with its crudely stamped smiling face, and the Il nous faut plus qu'un, poursuive le bonheur, embossed upon it. And young Tassigny, with characteristic valor, volunteered to be rolled into the room of storage and strapped in order to verify this, and Fortier allowed this. Father drunk the gesture of a toast to Tassigny, and promised to look after his aged father and fur traps. And Monsieur Fortier had embraced the young volunteer and kissed both his face's cheeks as he was rolled in, and fitted by Monsieur Bourrime with EEG wires, and strapped in before the viewer placed in the room of storage. Then the cartridge of the street display turned out to be blank, void. And then another from this box, also wet, also blank. 2 blanks. Donc, d'accord. Fortier, philosophical, counseled against disappointment or damage from a frustration. He and Marat had counseled all along that the FLQ displays of the entertainment and the wheelchaired man were probably the hoax, instilling of terror only. The fact of the displays which featured wheelchairs, a smack to the testicles of AFR, this was ignored. AFR wanted only to repossess this copy of the entertainment. As well, chiefly, now to determine, could this copy of Duplessis itself be copied? This was the real objective, a master cartridge.
301.
Unlike the FLQ, Les Assassins des Fauteuils Roulants had no interest in blackmail or cartographic extortings for the Convexity's return. Not in reconfiguration of ONAN, or even its charter's dissolution. The AFR were interested only in dealing the sort of testicular frappe to the underbelly of USA self-interests that would render Canada itself unwilling to face the USA retaliation for this. If AFR could secure, copy, and disseminate the entertainment, Quebec would not be so much allowed as required by Ottawa to secede, to face on its own the wrath of a neighbor struck down by its own inability to say non to fatal pleasures.
302.
Fortier bid the AFR methodically to continue the search. Younger volunteers were rolled into the room of storage on a rotating basis to sample each set of cartridges. Aside from some bickering over the Portuguese pornography, the rotation proceeded with valor and care. The plastic-wrapped cadavers began to swell, but the plastic maintained hygienic conditions adequately for viewing samples of the many cartridges in the room of storage. The search and inventory proceeded in a painstaking and slow fashion. Monsieur Fortier was required to absent himself for a period in the search's middle to help facilitate Southwest ops, the infiltration of that relative of the auteur felt most strongly, according to Marat, to have knowledge or possession of a duplicable copy. There was reason to think Monsieur Duplessis had received his original copies from this relative, an athlete. Marat felt USBSS felt this person may have borne responsibility for the razzles and dazzles of Berkeley and Boston, USA. The American's field operative, jutting with prostheses, had been clinging to this person like a bad odor. The nation USA treated wheelchaired persons with the solicitude that the weak substitute for respect, as if he were a sickly child, Fortier. Buses knelt, smooth ramps flanked steps. Attendants pushed him aboard flights in full, solicitous view of those standing upon legs. Fortier owned detachable legs of flesh-tone polymer resins, whose interior circuitry was responsive to large bundled neural stimuli from his stumps, which, with metal crutches, whose bracelets locked to his wrists, allowed a sort of swirling parody of perambulation. But Fortier, he rarely wore the prostheses, not in USA, and never for public transit. He preferred the condescension, the pretense of institutional sensitivity to his right of the equal access. It honed the edge of his senses of purpose. Like all of them, Fortier was willing to sacrifice. The 14th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. After so long not caring, and then now the caring crashes back in and turns so easily into obsessive worry in sobriety. A few days before the debacle in which Don Gately got hurt, Joelle had begun to worry obsessively about her teeth. Smoking base cocaine eats teeth, corrodes teeth, attacks the enamel directly. Chandler Foss had explained all this to her at supper, showing her his corroded stumps. In her Latin cloth purse now she carried a traveler's brush and expensive toothpaste, which alleged enamel revitalizers and anti-corrosives. Several of the in-house residents who'd hit bottom with the glass pipe had no teeth, or blackened and disintegrating teeth. The sight of Wade McDade's or Chandler Foss's teeth gave Joelle the fantods like nothing at meetings could. The toothpaste was only recently available over the counter and was a whole level of power and expense above standard smoker's polish. Now she lies on her side beside Kate Gompert's empty bunk, her veil's selvage tucked secure between pillow and jaw, and Charlotte Treat also asleep across the lit room. Joelle dreams that Don Gately, unhurt and Mid-South accented, is ministering to her teeth. He is bibbed in dental white, humming softly to himself, his big hands deft as he plucks instruments from the gleaming chairside tray. Her chair is dental and canted back, yielding her face up to him, her legs shut tight and stretching up and out before her. Dr. Don's eyes are abstractly kind, concerned for her teeth, and his thick fingers, as he inserts things to hold her open, are gloveless and taste warm and clean. Even the light seems sterilely clean. There is no assistant. The dentist is solo, leaning in above her, humming absent chords as he probes. His head is massive and vaguely square. In the dream she is concerned for her teeth and feels Gately shares her concern. She feels good that he makes no chit-chat, and probably doesn't know her name. There's very little eye contact. He is completely intent on her teeth. He is there to help, if possible, is his whole demeanor's message. His bib hangs by a necklace of tiny steel balls, and could not be whiter, his head haloed with a strap and a polished metal disc attached to the strap just above his eyes, a tiny mirror of stainless steel, clean as the instrument's tray, and the dream's yielding and trustful quality of calm is undercut only by the view of her face in the halo's mirror, the disc, like a third eye in Gately's broad, clean forehead, because she can see her face, convexly distorted and ravaged by years of cocaine and not caring, her face, all bug eyes and sunken cheeks, lamp-black smudges beneath the pop eyes. And as the dentist's warm, thick fingers gently draw her lips back, she looks up into his head's mirror at long rows of all canine teeth, tapered and sharp, with then more rows of canines behind them in reserve. The countless rows of the teeth are all sharp and strong and unblackened, but tinged at the tips with an odd kind of red, as of old blood, the teeth of a creature that carelessly tears at meat. These are teeth that have been up to things she hasn't known about, she tries to say around the fingers. The dentist hums, probing. In the dream, Joelle looks up into Don Gately's forehead's dental mirror's disc and is seized with the fear of her teeth, a terror. And as her spread mouth spreads farther to cry out in fear, all she can see in the little round mirror are endless red-stained rows of teeth leading back and away down a pitch-black pipe. And the image Of all these rows of teeth, and the disc blots out the big dentist's good face as he probes with a hook and says he assures her that these can be saved. Then, by the time Fortier was able to return to the dismantled shop, they had located a third cartridge emblazoned with the embossed smile and letters disclaiming need of happy pursuit, and after some regretful losses, they had secured and verified it. The Samizdat cartridge of entertainment, burglared from the death of Duplessis. Fortier was told the story. The cell's young Desjardins had been taking his turn in the viewing rotation, seated with young Tessigny in the room of storage during the hours of early morning, sampling the dregs of unshelved entertainments found in kitchen can waste bags. In the same closet, the Antitois cadavers were swelling within. Desjardins had just moments before complained of the wasted time of cartridges scheduled for the coffre de main. Tessigny, who had been in the room of storage with Desjardins, then was saved by the need to leave this room to change the bag of his partial colostomy. But, Marat reported, they had lost Desjardins, and the older and valued Joubert also, who rolled against orders into the room of storage to see why Desjardins had not been sending out the tapes for more tapes to sample. Both were lost. They had not lost more only because someone had thought to wake up Brouillim, whom Fortier had briefed with care on procedures for if the actual entertainment was found by this viewing. But two were lost. Joubert, the red-bearded workhorse, who loved to pop wheelies, and young Desjardins, so filled with the idealism and so young as to be still feeling the phantom pains in his stumps. Rémy Marat reported that the two had been made comfortable since their loss, allowed to remain in the locked room of storage and view the entertainment again and again, silent behind the door except when the watch detail reported the hearing of cries of impatience at the player's rewinder to rewind. Marat reported they had declined to come out for water or food, or Joubert, who was diabetic, for his insulin. Monsieur Brouillim estimated that it would be a matter of hours now for Joubert. Perhaps maybe 1 day or 2 days for Desjardins. Fortier had sadly said, "Bouf," and acceptingly shrugged. All knew the sacrifices that might have been required. All viewing details had taken their chances at random in the rotation of viewing. On Fortier's return, Marat delivered also the expected bad news of the finding of it. There was no need yet for high RPM hardware of duplication. The found copy was read-only.
303.
Philosophical, Fortier reminded the AFR that they did now encouragingly know the entertainment of such power did truly exist for themselves, and could thus gird their courage and fortitude for the more indirect task of forfeiting hopes of securing a master copy, and instead striving to secure the original master, the auteur's own cartridge, from which all read-only copies had, presumably, been copied. Thus, he said, now the more arduous and risky task of taking for technical interview known persons associated with the entertainment, and locating the original maker's duplicable master copy. None of this would have been worthy of the risk had they not now determined, through the heroic sacrifices of Joubert and Desjardins, that the device for extending ONAN's self-destructing logic to its final conclusion lay within their arduous grasp. Fortier gave numerous orders. The platoon of AFR remained in the closed Antitois entertainment shop, behind their lingual window shade. Surveillance on the hated FLQ's Bureau Central, in the poorly disciplined house on Alston's Rue de Brenner, this was suspended. The AFR personnel pulled in and relocated to this commandeered Inman Square shop, where Fortier and Marat and Monsieur Brouillim coordinated phases of activity in this next more arduous and indirect phase, and reviewed tactics also. The deceased auteur's colleagues and relations were under constant surveillance. Their concentration of place worked in the favor of this. An employee at the Academy of Tennis of Enfield had been recruited and joined the Canadian instructor and student already inside for closer work of surveillance. in the desert, the redoubtable Mademoiselle Luria P. was winning necessary confidences with her usual alacrity. An expensive source in the subject's former department of the MIT University had reported the entertainment's probable performer's last known employment, the small Cambridge radio station which Marat and Beausoleil had pronounced "oui," where she had donned the defacing veil of Owen-Aonite deformity. Attentions were to be focused on the cartridge's performer and on the Academy of Tennis of the Auteurs estate. The fact that the players of the Academy were to play a provincially selected team from Quebec would have been easier to exploit had the AFR possessed a tennis player of talent and lower extremities. Inquiries into the composition and travel of the Quebecois team were underway from sources at home in Papineau. On the day of Fortier's return also, the performer's radio program's technical engineer of radio had been acquired in a public but low-risk operation, whose success had raised hopeful spirits for the acquisitions of more directly related persons to the entertainment in this next phase. This person of USA Radio had divulged all he professed to know under the mere descriptive threat of technical interview procedures. Marat, the best lay judge of Americans' veracity which the cell possessed, believed the veracity of the engineer, but nevertheless a formal technical interview had proceeded, justified in order to verify. The young and eruption-studded person's report remained consistent 2 levels past average USA endurance, the only variance involving several curious claims that the Massachusetts Institute of Technology was defensive in bed. Today, Fortier himself and Marat, young Balbalus, R. Osavecki, all those with the better English, were thus now therefore making the rounds of all substance difficulty rehabilitation facilities in hospitals, psychiatric institutions, and demi-maison within a 25-kilometer radius. Procedures for expanding the radius of inquiry by factors of 2 and 3 had been pre-formulated, teams assembled, lines rehearsed. Joubert and then Desjardins had succumbed and been transported north by van, as well with the remains of the Antitois remains. The USA student radio engineering person, the veracity of whose limited statements of the subject's whereabouts Brouillim had verified to within plus or minus .35 of assurance well before debriefing levels incompatible with physical existence, had been allowed several hours to recover, then had become of service as the AFR's first subject in field tests of the Samizdat cartridge's motivational range. The room of storage again was utilized for this. They sat immobilized with some straps. The test subject had viewed the entertainment twice at gratis, without the application of any motivational inquiry. For inquiry into the degree of motivation the cartridge will induce, Monsieur Brouillim had rolled himself blindfolded into the room of storage, holding an orthopedic saw, and informed the subject of the test that, as of beginning now, each subsequent reviewing of the entertainment now would have the price of 1 digit from the subject's extremities, and handed the subject the orthopedic saw in question also. Brouillim's explanation to Fortier was that thus a matrix could be created to compute the statistical relation between n, the number of times the subject replayed the entertainment, and t, the amount of time he took to decide and remove a digit for each subsequent n+1 viewing. The goal was to confirm with statistical assurance the subject's desire for viewing and reviewing as incapable of satiation. There could be no index of diminishing satisfaction, as in the econometrics of normal USA commodities. For the Samizdat entertainment's allure to be macro-politically lethal, the 9th digit of extremities had to come off as quickly and willingly as the 2nd. Brouillim, personally, he had some skepticism about this, but this was Brouillim's function in his role in the cell, expertise in combination with skepticism de coeur. And then, naturally, also a wider range of field test subjects would then be required to verify that this subject's responses were not merely subjective and typical only of a certain sensibility of entertainment consumer. The bus window yielded a faint and ghostly reflection of Fortier, and, through that faint view, the lights of urban life outside the bus. Somerville, Massachusetts, USA's Phoenix House administrative person, had listened to Fortier's delivery with shows of great compassion, then explained with patience that they were unable to admit addicted persons for whom English was the secondary language. D'accord, though he was pretending disappointment. Fortier had been able to see the admitted addicts of Phoenix House holding a gathering in the room of living outside the office door. No person among them wore a veil of facial concealment. And so, c'est ça. 4 small teams were at this moment rolling through the streets and alleys of the unpleasant district of the Antitois establishment for the purpose of acquiring additional subjects for Monsieur Brouillim for the time when the subjects' digits were expended. The subjects for suitability had to be passively undefended enough to be acquired publicly with quiet, yet not damaged in the brains or under the influence of the many of the district's intoxicant compounds. The AFR were highly trained in patience and to be disciplined. The southbound bus, empty, and, which he detested, fluorescently lit, climbs a thin hill off Winter Park, North Cambridge, heading for the squares Inman and Central. Fortier looks out at the lights passing. He can smell snow coming. It soon will snow. He sees in his imagination 2/3 of NNE's largest urban city inert, sybaritically entranced, staring, without bodily movement, homebounded, fouling their divans and the chairs which may recline. He sees the district of businesses, towers of buildings, and luxury apartments, striated as 2 of every 3 floors is darkened to lightless black, with here and there the vaguely blue flicker of expensive digital entertainment equipment flickering through darkened windows. He imagines Monsieur Tyne holding the pen of President J. Gentle as the ON-Aonite president signs declaring war. He imagines teacups clinking thinly beneath trembling hands in the interior sanctums of Ottawa's Sanctum of Power. He adjusts his sport coat's lapel over his sweater and smooths the wiry hair that tends to bulge unsmoothly around the bare spot. He watches the back of the bus driver's neck as the driver stares straight ahead. Sure enough, the Chinquette women had been strengthless and lightweight, flew aside like dolls, and their bags were indeed treasure-heavy, hard to heft. But as Lentz cut left down the north-south alley, he could hold the bags by their twine handles out slightly before him, so their weight's momentum kind of pulled him along. The cruciform alleys through the blocks between Central and Inman, in Little Lisbon, were a kind of second city. Lentz ran. His breath came easy, and he could feel himself from scalp to soul. Green, and green with red dumpsters lined both walls and made the going narrow. He vaulted 2 sitting figures in khaki sharing a can of Sterno on the alley floor. He glided through the foul air above them, untouched by it. The sounds behind him were his footfalls echo off dumpsters and fire escapes iron. His left hand ached nicely from holding both a bag's handle and his large print volume. A dumpster up ahead had been hitched to an EWD truck and just left to sit, probably quitting time. The Empire guys had an incredible union. In the recess of the hitch's bar, a small blue light flickered and died. This was a dozen dumpsters up ahead. Lentz slowed to a brisk walk. His topcoat had slipped slightly off one of his shoulders, but he had no free hand to fix it and wasn't going to take time to put a bag down. His left hand felt cramped. It was somewhere vague between 22:24 and 22:26 hours. The alley was dark as a pocket. A tiny crash off somewhere south down the network of alleys was actually poor Tony Kraus rolling the steel waste barrel that tripped up Ruth Van Cleve. The tiny blue flame came on, hung still, flickered, moved, hung there, went back out. Its glow was dark blue against the back of the huge EWD truck. Empire trucks were unstrippable. Hitches were valuable, but locked down with a kryptonite device thing, you needed welding stuff to cut through. From the recess of the hitch, there were small sounds. When the lighter lit again, Lentz was almost on them. 2 boys on the hitch, and 2 squatting down by the hitch facing them, 4 of them, a fire escape's pull ladder distended like a tongue and hanging just above them. None of the boys was over like 12. They used an M fizzy bottle instead of a pipe, and the smell of burnt plastic hung mixed with the sick, sweet smell of over-carbonated rock. The boys were all small and slight, and either black or spick, greedily hunching over the flame. They looked ratty. Lance kept them in peripheral view as he strode briskly by, carrying his bags, spine straight and extruding dignified purpose. The lighter went out. The boys on the hitch eyed Lens's bags. The squatting boys turned their heads to look. Lance kept them in peripheral view. None of them wore watches. One of them wore a knit cap and watched steadily. He locked eyes with Lens's left eye, made a gun of his thin hand, pretended to draw a slow bead, like performing for the others. Lance walked by with urban dignity, like he both saw them and didn't. The smell was intense, but real local, of the rock and bottle. He had to veer out to miss the Empire truck's side mirror on its steel strut. He heard them say things as the truck's grill fell behind, an unkind laughter, and then something called out in a minority agnate he didn't know. He heard the lighter's flint. He thought to himself, assholes. He was looking for someplace empty and a bit more lit to go through the bags, and cleaner than this one north-south alley here, which smelled of ripe waste and rotting skin. He would separate the bag's valuables from the non-valuables and transfer the valuables to a single bag. He would fence the non-negotiable valuables in Little Lisbon and refill the receptacle in his medical dictionary, and buy some attractiver shoes. The alley was devoid of cats and rodents both. He did not stop to reflect why. A rock or bit of brick, courtesy of the junior crack jockeys back there, landed behind him and skittered past and rang out against something, and someone cried out aloud, a sexless figure lying back against a maybe duffel bag or pack against a dumpster, its hand moving furiously in its groin, and its feet pointed out into the alley and turned out like a dead body's. Its shoes, 2 different shoes, its hair a clotted mass around its face, looking up over at Lance going past in the faint start of light from a broader alley's intersection ahead, chanting softly what Lance could hear as he stepped gingerly over the rot-smelling legs as, "Pretty, pretty, pretty." Lance whispered to himself, Jesus, what a lot of fucked-up ass-eating fucking losers. Our cult burned money for fuel, as in like currency. We used ones. The semi-divine one advocated thrift. We'd bring them to him at the stove. There was one stove. We had to bring them to him on our knees with no part of our feet could touch the floor. He sat by the stove in our blankets and fed it ones. We got an extra slap if the currency was new, as in like crisp new. It was a cleansing. Somebody always played a drum. Our cult's divinely chosen leader drove a Rolls, in neutral. We pushed him wherever he was called to, be at. He never turned it on. The Rolls. I got all muscled up. And some of them they made us slither on our bellies. We had to embrace our snake nature. It was a cleansing. As in like slithering. Serious slithering. They took wire and bound our arms and legs. At least your wire wasn't barbed. I finally felt too cleansed to stay. Meaning overpure. I can ID, totally. It was too much love somehow to take. I'm like feeling the identification all over. Plus I was up to 3 bags a day at the end. And then our divinely chosen's love squads made us chop wood with our teeth when it got cold. As in like sub-zero wintertime. Yours let you keep your teeth? Only the ones for gnawing, see? Sheesh. Just the ones for gnawing. Remy Marat sat veiled and blanket-lapped in the much-crowded living room evening of this Ennet House drug and alcohol recovery house, the last demi-maison on his portion of the list for this day. The hills of Upper Enfield, they were del enfer of difficulty, but the demi-maison itself had a ramp. A person with authority was conducting interviews to fill some vacancies of recent time in the place's office. of which its locked door was visible from this sitting. Marat and others were invited to sit in the living room with a cup of unpleasant coffee. Urged to smoke if he liked. Everyone else was smoking. The living room smelled like an ashtray, and its ceiling was yellow like the fingers of long smokers. Also, the living room evening resembled an anthill which had been stirred with a stick. It was too full of persons, all of them restless and loud. There were demi-maison patients viewing a cartridge of martial arts conflict, former patients and persons of the Upper Enfield area cohabiting on the furniture, conversing. A damaged woman, also in a fauteuil de roulant like Marat, slumped, inutile, next to the cartridge's viewer, while a male person of advanced pallor mimed the kicks and thrusts of martial arts at her motionless head, trying to force the woman to twitch or cry out. Also a man without hands and feet trying to negotiate the stairway. Other persons, presumably addicted, waiting in the room to seek admittance to the recovery house. The room was loud and hot. Marat could hear a person who will seek admittance vomiting in the shrubberies just outside the window. Marat's chair was locked down next to a divan's arm and directly before a window. The window, one could wish it was open more than a crack, he felt. Upon the dull-colored carpet, a tormented-appearing man scuttling like the crab while two hooligans in leather played a cruel game of jumping over him. Persons reading cartoon books and painting the nails of their extremities. A tall-haired woman brought her foot to her mouth to blow upon her toes. Another young girl seemed to remove her eye from her head and place it in her mouth. No other in the room wore the veil of the Entertainment Performers Organization, UHID. The smell of the USA cigarettes permeated his veil and made Marat's eyes water, and he thought of vomiting also. 2 additional windows were open, but the room lacked all air. During the time of his sitting, several persons approached Marat, but they would say to him only the whispers, "Pet the dogs," or "Make sure and pet the dogs." This idiomatic expression was not in Marat's knowledge of USA idiom. Also, one person approached of a face whose skin seemed that it was rotting away from him in some way, and asked him if he, Marat, was court-ordered. Marat was one of few persons not smoking. He noted that none of the room's persons appeared to regard the cheesecloth veil he wore over his face as unusual or curious or to be questioned. The old sport coat he wore over a turtleneck sweater of Desjardins made Marat more formally dressed than other of the applicants for treatment. 2 of the Ennet House demi-maison current patients wore neckties, however. Marat kept pretending to sniff. He did not know why. He sat up next to a divan of false velour, at whose end beside him 2 women, who had sought previous treatment of addiction in religious cults, were meeting and speaking together of their unenjoyable existences when in cults. To whomever approached, Marat carefully recited the introductory lines he and Monsieur Fortier quickly had developed. "Good night. I am addicted and deformed, seeking residential treatment for addiction desperately." Persons' responses to his introductory lines were difficult to interpret. One of the older 2 men in neckties, who had approached, he had clapped a hand to his soft face's cheek and responded, "How extraordinarily nice for you," in which Marat could detect sarcasm. The 2 women of cult experience were inclined closely toward each other upon the divan. They touched each other's arms several times in a kind of excitement as they conversed. When they laughed in delight, they seemed to chew at the air. One's laughter involved also a snorting noise, a clatter, and 2 shrieks. These came from one end of the dining room, and the demi-maison's floor plans a large kitchen. The sounds were then followed by a roiling cloud of steam, with repeated obscenities from unseen persons. A bald, large black man in a white cotton undershirt's laughing became coughing that would not cease. The 2 patients in neckties and the girl whose eye could be removed spoke together intensively, and also audibly at the end of one other divan. "But consider this quality of portability with respect to, say, a car. Is a car portable? With respect to a car, it's more as though I'm portable. They're portable when they're on one of them semis, where they got new cars stacked on, with prices in the windows, like a good couple dozen on them semis that swing all to fuck all over I-93, and make you think the cars are going to start falling out all over the road when you're wanting to try and pass. The plump one who had been ironic toward Marat. He was nodding. Or, say, too, with respect to a tow truck or wrecker, if you suffer a breakdown. One might be in a position to say that a deactivated car can be, quote, portable, but that with respect to a functional car, it is I who am portable. The girl's nod caused the particular eye to wheel queasily in the socket of it. I'll buy that day. If we're jot-and-tittling with all possible precision regarding portable, that is. The other man continually rubbed at his shine of the shoes with a facial tissue, causing his necktie to touch the floor. These conversers formed this triad on an unevenly sloped divan of leather-colored plastic across the room, which was now more airless, yet from the roiling steam from the kitchen infiltrating. Directly facing Marat in a yellow chair across the wall by these conversers' divan, most directly across the living room from Marat, was an addicted man waiting for seeking treatment by admission. This one, he appeared to have several cigarettes burning at one time. He held a metal ashtray in his lap and jiggled the boot of his crossed leg with vigor. For Marat, it was not difficult to ignore the fact that the addicted man was glaring at him. He noted it, and did not understand because of what the man glared, but he was unconcerned. Marat was prepared to die violently at any time, which rendered him free to choose among emotions. USA's, BSS's, Monsieur Steepley had verified that USA's did not comprehend this or appreciate it. It was foreign to them. The veil allowed Marat the liberty of staring calmly back at the addicted man without the man's knowledge, which Marat found he enjoyed. Marat felt sick to his body from the smoky room's smoke. Marat had once, as a child with legs, bent himself over and overturned a decaying log in the forests of the Lac de Montagne region of his four-limbed childhood, before l'école du prochain train.
304.
The pallor of the things which had writhed and scuttled beneath the wet log was the pallor of this addicted man, who wore a square of the facial hair between lower lip and chin, and had also a needle run through the flesh of the top of an ear, which the needle it glistened and did not glisten rapidly in succession as it vibrated with the jiggle of the jiggling boot. Marat gazed at him calmly through the veil while rehearsing his prepared lines within his head. The more idiomatic would be that the needle jiggled sympathetically with the jiggle of the boot, which was dull black and square-heeled, the motorcycle boot of persons who did not own motorcycles but wore the boots of those who did. The addicted man rose slowly and carried the burning ashtray with him nearer to Marat, trying to kneel. His blue jeans of Levi number 501 were strangely torn in spots with tattered white strings which showed the pallor of the knees. The torn holes had the size and perimeter damage of holes that Marat recognized had been made by shotgun blasts of the high gauge. Marat was mentally memorizing every detail of all things for both his reports. The addicted man kneeling before him, he leaned in closer, trying to remove something he believed was on his lip. Close in, the expression that through the veil had appeared as glaring corrected itself. The expression was more truly that the man's eyes had the vacant intensity of those who have violently died. The man whispered, "You real?" Marat looked through the veil at his facial square. "Are you real?" Again the man whispered, all the time leaning more and more in, slowly. "You're real. I can tell, ain't you?" the man whispered. Quickly he looked behind him at the uproaring room before leaning once more in. "Listen, then." Marat kept his hands calmly in his lap, his machine pistol holstered securely to his right stump beneath the blanket. The whispering man's searching fingers were leaving small bits of filth on the lip. "Is these poor fuckers?" The man gestured slightly with indicating the room. "Most of them ain't real. So what's your six?" Most of these fuckers are metal people. I am Swiss, Marat experimentally said. It was the second of his lines of introduction. Walking around, make you think they're alive. The addicted man had the way, with subtleness of looking all around himself, which Marat associated with intelligence professionals. One of his eyes had an exploded vein within it. But that's just a layer, he said. He leaned in so far Marat could see pores through the veil. There's a micro-thin layer of skin, but underneath, it's metal. Head's full of parts, under an organic layer that's micro-thin. The eyes of men violently dead were also the eye of a fish in a vendor's crushed ice, studying nothing. The man's smell suggested livestock on a hot day, a goatish, even through the smoke of the room. Trans-3-methyl-2-hexanoic acid was a material, Monsieur Bruyim had lectured to past times in long surveillances, a chemical material in the sweat of grave mental illness. Marat, he had no trouble timing his breath, so his exhalation matched the addicted man's, who leaned more in. There's one way to tell, he said. Get right up close. Like right up flush next to. You can hear a whir. Microfaint. This whirring. It's the processor's gears. It's their flaw. Machines always whir. They're good. They can quiet down the whir. I have no seeks. But they cannot eliminate it. I am Swiss, seeking residential treatment with desperation. Not under no micro-thin tissue layer they can't. If the gaze were not vacant, the gaze would be grim, frightened. Marat distantly remembered the emotion fear. Did you hear what she said? The ironic man on the divan laughed. Potable means drinkable. It's not even the same root. Did you hear what she said? The man's breath, it smelled of trans-3-methyl acid as well. I'm clawing you in, he whispered. They're there to fool you. The real ones of us are getting fooled. 99+% of the time. The flesh of the knees, through the holes in the blue jeans, was the white of long death. But you, I could tell you were real. He indicated the veil. No micro-thin layer. The metal ones, have faces. The smoke of his cigarette in the ashtray rose in a motion of corkscrewing. Which, this is why, feeling the lip, why the ones on the tee or in the street, they won't let you right up close. Try it. They'll never let you right up close. It's programming. They know to look scared and, offended and back away and move to another seat. The real advanced ones, they'll give you change even, to let them back off. Try it. Get right up, like this close. Marat sat calmly behind the veil, feeling the veil move with the man's breath, waiting patiently to inhale. The women with experiences in cults had smelled the odor of the man's trans-3 odor, and relocated farther away upon the divan. The man's face smiled with one knowing side only of his mouth, acknowledging their movement away. He was so close that the nose of him touched the veil when Marat finally inhaled. Marat was prepared for death in all forms. The smells were trans-3-methyl-2, and of digested cheese, and the under of an arm, from the facial skin. Marat ignored impulses to impale the eye sockets with one two-finger motion. The man had his hand to his ear, in a mime of to listen closely. His smile disclosed what might have once been teeth. Nothing, he smiled. I knew. Not a sound. The Swiss, we are a quiet people, and reserved. In addition, I am deformed. The man waved his cigarette with impatience. Listen up. This is why... You know how come I was here? I only thought it was a habit. They can fool you. He scrubbed at the lip of his mouth. I'm here to tell you, listen. You ain't here. I have emigrated from my native Swiss. Still whispering, you ain't here. These fuckers are metal. Us that are real, there's not many. They're fooling us. We're all in one room, the real ones. One room, all the time. Everything's projected. They can do it with machines. They project to fool us. The pictures on the walls change, so we think we're going places. Here and there, this and that. That's just they change the projections. It's all the same place all the time. They fool your mind with machines to think you're moving, eating, cooking up, doing this and that. I have come desperately here. The real world's one room. These so-called people, so-called, with again the flourish, everybody you know. You've met them before, hundreds of times, with different faces. There's only 26 total. They play different characters that you think you know. They wear different faces with different pictures they project on the wall. You get me? This recovery house was recommended highly. You follow? Count. Coincidence? There's 26 here, counting the one without feet on the stairs. Coincidence? Chance? This here's every machine that's played everybody you ever met. Are you hearing me? They fool us. They take the machines in the back room and they The visible door of the locked office opened, and an addicted patient emerged with a person in authority holding a clipboard. The addicted patient limped and leaned far to his side, though was attractive in the blonde stereotype of the USA image culture. Change them. The thin organic layers, all the different people you know, so-called. They're the same machines. Physically challenged foreign person with unpronounceable name, the authority called, with the clipboard. I am being indicated, Marat said, bending to release the clamps on his fauteuil's wheels. Why I'm in this projection. To clue you, so that now you know. Marat manipulated the fauteuil to the right with its trusty left wheel. I must be excused to plead for treatment. Get right up close. Good night, over his left shoulder. The unusual woman seemed to twitch slightly in her heavy fauteuil as he passed. You only think you're going someplace, the addicted man called, still one half kneeling. Marat rolled up to the person in authority as slowly as possible, hunched deep into the sport coat, and pathetically tacking. With significance, the large and clipboarded woman seemed without phase at the veil of UHID Marat, extended a large hand in greeting, which he made tremble. Good night, the insane-smelling man on the carpet called out after. Make sure and pet the dogs! Joelle used to like to get really high, and then clean. Now she was finding she just liked to clean. She dusted the top of the fiberboard dresser she and Nell Gunther shared. She dusted the oval top of the dresser's mirror frame, and cleaned off the mirror as best she could. She was using Kleenex and stale water from a glass by Kate Gompert's bed. She felt oddly averse to putting on socks and clogs and going down to the kitchen for real cleaning supplies. She could hear the noise of all the post-meeting nighttime residents and visitors and applicants down there. She could feel their voices in the floor. When the dental nightmare tore her upright awake, her mouth was open to scream out, but the scream was Nell G. down in the living room, whose laugh always sounds like she's being eviscerated. Nell preempted Joelle's own scream. Then Joelle cleaned. Cleaning is maybe a form of meditation for addicts too new in recovery to sit still. The five-woman scarred wood floor had so much grit all over, she could sweep a pile of grit together with just an unappliqued bumper sticker she'd won at BYP. Then she could use damp Kleenex to get up most of the pile. She had only Kate G's little bedside lamp on, and she wasn't listening to any YYY tapes. Out of consideration for Charlotte Treat, who was unwell and missed her Saturday night lively meeting on Pat's OK and was now asleep, wearing a sleep mask but not her foam earplugs. Expandable foam earplugs were issued to every new Ennet resident for reasons the staff said would clarify for them real quick. But Joelle hated to wear them. They shut out exterior noise, but they made your head's pulse audible, and your breath sounded like someone in a spacesuit. And Charlotte Treat, Kate Gompert, April Cortelyou, and the former Amy Johnson had all felt the same way. April said the foam plugs made her brain itch. It had started with Oren Incandenza, the cleaning. When relations were strained, or she was seized with anxiety at the seriousness and possible impermanence of the thing in the back-base co-op, the getting high and cleaning became an important exercise, like creative visualization, a preview of the discipline and order with which she could survive alone, if it came to that. She would get high and visualize herself solo in a dazzlingly clean space, every surface twinkling, every possession in place. She saw herself being able to pick, say, dropped popcorn up off the rug and ingest it with total confidence. An aura of steely independence surrounded her when she cleaned the co-op. Even with the little whimpers and anxious moans that exited her writhing mouth when she cleaned high. The place had been provided nearly gratis by Jim, who said so little to Joelle on their first several meetings that Oren kept having to reassure her that it wasn't disapproval. Himself was missing the part of the human brain that allowed for being aware enough of other people to disapprove of them, Oren had said. Or dislike. It was just how the Mad Stork was. Oren had referred to Jim as himself, or the Mad Stork, family nicknames, both of which gave Joelle the creeps even then. It had been Oren who introduced her to his father's films. The Work was then so obscure, not even local students of serious film knew the name. The reason Jim kept forming his own distribution companies was to ensure distribution. He didn't become notorious until after Joelle met him. By then she was closer to Jim than Oren had ever been, part of which caused part of the strains that kept the Brownstone Co-op so terribly clean. She'd barely thought consciously of any incandenzas for 4 years before Don Gately, who for some reason kept bringing them, bubbling, up to mind. They were the second saddest family Joelle'd ever seen. Oren felt Jim disliked him to the precise extent that Jim was even aware of him. Oren had spoken about his family at length, usually at night, on how no amount of punting success could erase the psychic stain of basic fatherly dislike, failure to be seen or acknowledged. Oren had no idea how banal and average his same-sex parent issues were. He'd felt they were some hideous, exceptional thing. Joelle had known her mother didn't much like her from the first time her own personal daddy'd told her he'd rather take Pokey to the pictures alone. Much of the stuff Oren said about his family was dull, gone stale from years of never daring to say it. He credited Joelle with some strange generosity for not screaming and fleeing the room when he revealed the banal stuff. Pokey had been Joelle's family nickname, though her mother'd never called her anything but Joelle. The Oren she knew first felt his mother was the family's pulse and center, a ray of light incarnate, with enough depth of love and open maternal concern to almost make up for a father who barely existed parentally. Jim's internal life was to Oren a black hole, Oren said. His father's face, any room's fifth wall. Joelle had struggled to stay awake and attentive, listening, letting Oren get the stale stuff out. Oren had no idea what his father thought or felt about anything. He thought Jim wore the opaque, blank facial expression his mother in French sometimes jokingly called le masque. The man was so blankly and irretrievably hidden that Oren said he'd come to see him as like autistic, almost catatonic. Jim opened himself only to the mother. They all did, he said. She was there for them all, psychically. She was the family's light and pulse and the center that held tight. Joelle could yawn in bed without looking like she was yawning. The children's name for their mother was the Moms, as if there were more than one of her. His younger brother was a hopeless retard, Orrin had said. Orrin recalled the Moms used to tell him she loved him about 100 times a day. It nearly made up for himself's blank stare. Orrin's basic childhood memory of Jim had been of an expressionless stare from a great height. His mother had been really tall, too, for a girl. He'd said he'd found it secretly odd that none of the brothers were taller. His retarded brother was stunted to about the size of a fire hydrant, Orrin reported. Joelle cleaned behind the filthy room's radiator as far as she could reach, being careful not to touch the radiator. Orrin described his childhood's mother as his emotional son. Joelle remembered her own personal daddy's Uncle T.S. talking about how her own personal daddy'd thought his own mama hung the goddamn moon, he'd said. The radiators on Ennett House's female side stayed on at all times, 24/7, 365. At first, Joelle had thought Mrs. Avril Incandenza's high-watt maternal love had maybe damaged Orrin by bringing into sharper relief Jim's remote self-absorption, which would have looked, by comparison, like neglect or dislike. That it had maybe made Orrin too emotionally dependent on his mother. Why else would he have been so traumatized when a younger brother had suddenly appeared, specially challenged from birth and in need of even more maternal attention than Orrin? Orrin, late one night on the co-op's futon, recalled to Joelle his skulking in and dragging a wastebasket over and inverting it next to his infant brother's special crib, holding a heavy box of Quaker Oats high above his head, preparing to brain the needy infant. Joelle had gotten an A- in developmental psych the semester before. And also dependent psychologically, Orrin, it seemed, or even metaphysically. Orrin said he'd grown up, first in a regular house in Weston and then at the academy in Enfield, grown up dividing the human world into those who were open, readable, trustworthy, versus those so closed and hidden that you had no clue what they thought of you, but could pretty damn well imagine it couldn't be anything all that marvelous, or else why hide it? Orrin had recounted that he'd started to see himself getting closed and blank and hidden like that as a tennis player toward the end of his junior year, despite all the Moms's frantic attempts to keep him from hiddenness. Joelle had thought of BU's Nickerson Field's 30,000 voices openly roared endorsement, the sound rising with the punt to a kind of amniotic pulse of pure positive noise, versus tennis's staid and reserved applause. It had all been so easy to figure and see then, listening, loving Orrin and feeling for him, poor little rich and prodigious boy. All this was before she came to know Jim and the work. Joelle scrubbed at the discolored square of fingerprints around the light switch until the wet Kleenex disintegrated into greebles. Never trust a man on the subject of his own parents. As tall and basso as a man might be on the outside, he nevertheless sees his parents from the perspective of a tiny child still, and will always. And the unhappier his childhood was, the more arrested will be his perspective on it. She's learned this through sheer experience. Greebles had been her own mother's word for the little bits of sleepy goo you got in your eyes' corners. Her own personal daddy called them eye boogers, and used to get them out for her with the twisted corner of his hanky. Though it's not as if you could trust parents on the subject of their memory of their children, either. The cheap glass shade over the ceiling's light was black with interior grime and dead bugs. Some of the bugs looked like they might have been from long-extinct species. The loose grime alone filled half an empty Carefree box. The more stubborn crud would take a scouring pad and ammonia. Joelle put the shade aside, for until she'd shot down to the kitchen to toss out different boxes of crud and wet Kleenex and grab some serious chore-type supplies from under the sink. Orrin had said she was the third neat-nickest person he knew after his mom's and a former player he'd played with obsessive-compulsive disorder, a dual diagnosis with which the UHID membership was rife. But at the time, the import had missed her. At that time, it had never occurred to her that Orrin's pull toward her could have had anything either pro or con to do with his mother. Her biggest worry was that Orrin was pulled only by what she looked like, which her personal daddy'd warned her. The sweetest syrup draws the nastiest flies, so to watch out. Orrin hadn't been anything like her own personal daddy. When Orrin was out of the room, it had never seemed like a relief. When she was home, her own daddy never seemed to be out of the room for more than a few seconds. Her mother said she hardly even tried to talk to him when his pokey was home. He kind of trailed her around from room to room, kind of pathetically, talking batons and low-pH chemistry. It was like when she exhaled, he inhaled, and vice versa. He was all through the house. He was real, present, at all times. His presence penetrated a room and outlasted him there. Orrin's absence, whether for class or practice, emptied the co-op out. The place seemed vacuumed and buffed sterile before the cleaning even started when he went. She didn't feel lonely in the place without him, but she did feel alone. What alone was going to feel like, and she, no one's fool,
305.
Was erecting fortifications real early into it. It was Orrin, of course, who'd introduced them. He'd had this stubborn idea that himself would want to use her in the work. She was too pretty for somebody not to want to arrange, capture. Better himself than some weak-chinned academic. Joelle protested the whole idea. She had a brainy girl's discomfort about her own beauty and its effect on folks, a caution intensified by the repeated warnings of her personal daddy. Even more to the immediate point, her filmic interests lay behind the lens. She'd do the capturing, thank you very much. She wanted to make things, not appear in them. She had a student filmmaker's vague disdain for actors. Worse, Orrin's idea's real project was developmentally obvious. He thought he could somehow get to his father through her. That he pictured himself having weighty, steeple-fingered conversations with the man. Joelle's appearance and performance, the subjects. A three-way bond. It made her real uneasy. She theorized that Orrin unconsciously wished her to mediate between himself and himself, just as it sounded like his mother had. She was uneasy about the excited way Orrin predicted that his father wouldn't be able to resist using her. She was extra uneasy about how Orrin referred to his father as himself. It seemed painfully blatant, developmental arrest-wise. Plus, she felt, only a little less than she made it sound, on the futon at night protesting, she'd felt uneasy at the prospect of any sort of connection with the man who had hurt Orrin so. A man so monstrously tall and cold and remotely hidden. Joelle heard a howl and a crash from the kitchen, followed by McDade's tubercular laugh. Twice Charlotte Treat sat up in sleep, glistening with fever, and said in a flat, dead voice something that sounded for all the world like trances in which she did not breathe, and then fell back, out. Joelle was trying to pin down a queer, rancid cinnamon smell that came from the back of a closet stuffed with luggage. It was especially hard to clean when you weren't supposed to be allowed to touch any other resonant stuff. She might have known from the work. The man's work was amateurish, she'd seen, when Orrin had had his brother, the unretarded one, lend him some of the Mad Stork's read-only copies. Was amateurish the right word? More like the work of a brilliant optician and technician who was an amateur at any kind of real communication. Technically gorgeous, the work, with lighting and angles planned out to the frame, but oddly hollow, empty, no sense of dramatic towardness, no narrative movement toward a real story, no emotional movement toward an audience. Like conversing with a prisoner through that plastic screen using phones, the upperclassman Molly Notkin had said of Incandenza's early oeuvre. Joelle thought them more like a very smart person conversing with himself. She thought of the significance of the moniker, himself. Cold. Prenuptial agreement of heaven and hell. Mordant. Sophisticated. Campy. Hip. Cynical. Technically mind-bending. But cold, amateurish, hidden, no risk of empathy with the Job-like protagonist, whom she felt like the audience was induced to regard like somebody sitting atop a dunk tank. The lampoons of inverted genres, archly funny and sometimes insightful, but with something provisional about them, like the finger exercises of someone promising who refused to really sit down and play something to test that promise. Even as an undergrad, Joelle'd been convinced that parodists were no better than camp followers in ironic masks. Satire is usually the work of people with nothing new themselves to say.
306.
The Medusa versus the Odalisque. Cold, elusive, inbent, hostile. The only feeling for the audience one of contempt. The meta-audience in the film's theater presented as objects long before they turned to blind stone. But there had been flashes of something else. Even in the early oeuvre, before himself made the leap to narratively anti-confluential but unironic melodrama she helped prolong the arc of, where he dropped the technical fireworks and tried to make characters move, however inconclusively, and showed courage, abandoned everything he did well and willingly took the risk of appearing amateurish, which he had. But even in the early work, flashes of something, very hidden and quick, almost furtive. She noticed them only when alone, watching, without Oren and his rheostat's dimmer. The living room's lights up high, like she liked them, liked to see herself and everything else in the room with the viewer. Oren liked to sit in the dark and enter what he watched, his jaw slackening, a child raised on multi-channel cable TV. But Joelle began, on repeated viewing, whose original purpose was to study how the man had blocked out scenes for an advanced storyboard course she went the extra click in. She began to see little flashes of something. The Medusa versus the Odalisque's 3 quick cuts to the sides of the gorgeous combatants' faces, twisted, past recognition, was some kind of torment. Each cut to a flash of pained face had followed the crash of a petrified spectator toppling over in her chair. 3 split seconds, no more, of glimpses of facial pain. And not pain at wounds. They never touched each other, whirling with mirrors and blades. The defenses of both were impenetrable. More like as if what their beauty was doing to those drawn to watch it ate them alive up there on the stage. The flashes seemed to suggest. But just 3 flashes, each almost subliminally quick. Accidents? But not one shot or cut in the whole queer, cold film was accidental. The thing was clearly S-boarded frame by frame. Must have taken hundreds of hours. Astounding technical anality. Joelle kept trying to pause the cartridge on the flashes of facial torment, but these were the early days of interlaced cartridges, and the pause still distorted the screen just enough to keep her from seeing what she wanted to study. Plus, she got the creepy feeling that the man had upped the film speed in these few frame human flashes to thwart just such study. It was like he couldn't help putting human flashes in, but he wanted to get them in as quickly and unstudyably as possible, as if they compromised him somehow. Oren and Candenza had been only the second boy ever to approach her in a male-female way.
307.
The first had been shiny-chinned and half-blind on Everclear Punch, an all-Kentucky lineman for the Shiny Prize Biting Shoats team back in Shiny Prize, Kentucky, at a cookout to which the boosters had invited the Pep and Baton girls. And the lineman had looked like a little shy boy, as he confessed, by way of apologizing for almost splashing her when he threw up, that she was just too goddamn all-petrifyingly pretty to approach any other way, but liquored up past all horror. The lineman confessed the whole team's paralyzing horror of the prettiness of Varsity Pep's top twirler, Joelle. Oren confessed to his private name for her. The memory of that high school afternoon remained real strong. She could smell the mesquite smoke, and the blue pines, and the yard guard spray, hear the squeals of the stock they butchered and cleaned in symbolic prep for the opener against the North Paducah Technical High School Rivermen. But she could still see the swooning lineman, wet-lipped and confessing, keeping himself upright against an immature blue pine until the blue pine's trunk finally gave with a snap and crash. Until that cookout and confession, she'd somehow thought it was her own personal daddy, discouraging dates and male-female approaches. The whole thing had been queer and lonely, until she'd been approached by Oren, who made no secret of the fact that he had balls of unrejectable steel where horrifyingly pretty girls were concerned. But it wasn't even the subjective identification she felt, watching. She felt somehow for the flashes and seeming non-sequiturs that betrayed something more than cold, hip, technical abstraction. Like, for example, the 240-second motionless, low-angle shot of Gianlorenzo Bernini's Ecstasy of St. Teresa, which, yes, ground prenuptial's dramatic movement to an annoying halt and added nothing that a 15 or 30-second still shot wouldn't have added just as well. But on the fifth or sixth reviewing, Joelle started to see the 4-minute, motionless shot as important for what was absent. The whole film was from the alcoholic sandwich bag salesman's POV.
308.
And the alcoholic sandwich bag salesman, or rather his head, was on screen every moment, even when split-screened against the Titanic Celestial Marathon 7-card stud with tarot cards game. His rolling eyes, and temples dense, and rosary of upper lip sweat was imposed non-stop on the screen and viewer, except for the 4 narrative minutes the alcoholic sandwich bag salesman stood in the Vittorio's Bernini room, and the climactic statue filled the screen and pressed against all 4 edges. The statue, the sensuous presence of the thing, let the alcoholic sandwich bag salesman escape himself. His tiresome, ubiquitous, involuted head, she saw, was the thing. The 4-minute still shot maybe wasn't just a heavy art gesture or audience-hostile herring. Freedom from one's own head, one's inescapable POV, Joelle started to see here, oblique to the point of being hidden, an emotional thrust, since the mediated transcendence of self was just what the apparently decadent statue of the orgasmic nun claimed for itself as subject. Here, then, after studious and admittedly kind of boring review, was an unironic, almost moral thesis to the campy, abstract, mordant cartridge. The film's climactic statue's stasis presented the theoretical subject as the emotional effect, self-forgetting as the grail, and, in a covert gesture almost moralistic, Joelle thought as she glanced at the room-lit screen, very high, mouth writhing as she cleaned, presented the self-forgetting of alcohol as inferior to that of religion/art. Since the consumption of bourbon made the salesman's head progressively swell, horrendously, until by the film's end, its dimensions exceeded the frame, and he had a nasty and humiliating time squeezing it through the front door of the Vittorio. It didn't much matter once she'd met the whole family anyhow, though. The work and reviewings were just an inkling, usually felt on the small, manageable bits of coke that helped her see deeper, harder, and so maybe not even objectively accessible in the work itself. A lower belly intuition that the punter's hurt take on his father was limited and arrested and maybe unreal. With Joelle, makeupless and stone-sober, and hair up in a sloppy knot, the introductory supper with Oren and himself at Legal Seafood up in Brookline
309.
Betrayed nothing much at all, save that the director seemed more than able to resist using Joelle in any capacity. She saw the tall man slump and cringe when Oren told him the PGOAT majored in F&C.
310.
Jim told her later she'd seemed too conventionally, commercially pretty to consider using in any of that period's work, part of whose theoretical project was to militate against received U.S. commercial prettiness conventions, and that Oren was so tense in himself's presence that there wasn't room for any other real emotion at the table. Oren gradually began to fill up silences with more and faster non-stop blather until both Joelle and Jim were embarrassed at the fact that the punter hadn't touched his steamed grouper or given anyone else space for a word of reply. Jim later told Joelle that he simply didn't know how to speak with either of his undamaged sons without their mother's presence and mediation. Orrin could not be made to shut up, and Hal was so completely shut down in Jim's presence that the silences were excruciating. Jim said he suspected he and Mario were so easy with each other only because the boy had been too damaged and arrested even to speak to until he was 6, so that both he and Jim had got a chance to become comfortable in mutual silence, though Mario did have an interest in lenses and film that had nothing to do with fathers or needs to please, so that the interest was something truly to share, the two of them. And even when Mario was allowed to work crew on some of Jim's later work, it was without any of the sort of pressures to interact or bond, via film, that there'd been with Orrin and Hal and tennis, at which Jim, Orrin informed her, had been a late-blooming junior, but a top collegian. Jim referred to the work's various films as entertainments. He did this ironically about half the time. In the cab that Jim had hailed for them, on the way back home from Legal Seafood, Orrin had beaten his fine forehead against the plastic partition and wept that he couldn't seem to communicate with himself without his mother's presence and mediation. It wasn't clear how the moms mediated or facilitated communication between different family members, he said, but she did. He didn't have one fucking clue how himself felt about his abandoning a decade's tennis for punting, Orrin wept, or about Orrin's being truly great at it, at something, finally. Was he proud, or jealously threatened, or judgmental that Orrin had quit tennis, or what? The 5 women's rooms' mattresses were too skinny for their frames, and the rims of the frames between the slats were appallingly clotted with dust, with female hair entwined and involved in the dust, so that it took one Kleenex just to wet the stuff down, several dry ones to wipe the muck out. Charlotte Treat had been too sick to shower for days, and her frame and slats were hard to be near. At Joelle's first interface with the whole sad family unit, Thanksgiving, Headmaster's house, ETA, straight up Comm Ave in Enfield, Orrin's mom's Mrs. Incandenza, please do call me Avril Joelle, had been gracious and warm and attentive without obtruding, and worked unobtrusively hard to put everyone at ease and to facilitate communication, and to make Joelle feel like a welcomed and esteemed part of the family gathering, and something about the woman made every follicle on Joelle's body pucker and distend. It wasn't that Avril Incandenza was one of the tallest women Joelle had ever seen, and definitely the tallest, pretty older woman with immaculate posture, Dr. Incandenza slumped something awful, she'd ever met. It wasn't that her syntax was so artless and fluid and imposing, nor the near-sterile cleanliness of the homes downstairs. The bathroom's toilet seemed not only scrubbed but waxed to a high shine. And it wasn't that Avril's graciousness was in any conventional way fake. It took a long time for Joelle even to start to put a finger on what gave her the howling fantods about Orrin's mother. The dinner itself, no turkey, some politico-familial in-joke about no turkey on Thanksgiving, was delicious without being grandiose. They didn't even sit down to eat until 2300 hours. Avril drank champagne out of a little fluted glass whose level somehow never went down. Dr. Incandenza, no invitation to call him Jim, she noticed, drank at a trifaceted tumbler of something that made the air above it shimmer slightly. Avril put everyone at ease. Orrin did credible impressions of famous figures. He and little Hal made dry fun of Avril's Canadian pronunciation of certain diphthongs. Avril and Dr. Incandenza took turns cutting up Mario's salmon. Joelle had a weird half-vision of Avril hiking her knife up hilt first and plunging it into Joelle's breast. Hal Incandenza and 2 other lopsidedly muscular boys from the tennis school ate like refugees and were regarded with gentle amusement. Avril dabbed her mouth in a patrician way after every bite. Joelle wore girl clothes, her dress's neckline very high. Hal and Orrin looked vaguely alike. Avril directed every 4th comment to Joelle to include her. Orrin's brother Mario was stunted and complexly deformed. There was a spotless doggy dish under the table, but no dog. And no mention was ever made of a dog. Joelle noticed Avril also directed every fourth comment to Oren, Hal, and Mario, like a cycle of even inclusion. There was New York White and Albertan champagne. Dr. Incandenza drank his drink instead of wine, and got up several times to freshen his drink in the kitchen. A massive hanging garden behind Avril's and Hal's captain's chairs cut complex shadows into the UV light that made the table's candles glow a weird, bright blue. The director was so tall, he seemed to rise forever when he rose with his tumbler. Joelle had the queerest, indefensible feeling that Avril wished her ill. She kept feeling different areas of hair stand up. Everybody please and thank you'd in a way that was sheer Yankee wasp. After his second trip to the kitchen, Dr. Incandenza molded his twice-baked potatoes into an intricate, futuristic cityscape, and suddenly started to discourse animatedly on the 1946 breakup of Hollywood's monolithic studio system, and the subsequent rise of the method actors Brando, Dean, Clift, and others, arguing for a causal connection. His voice was mid-range and mild and devoid of accent. Oren's moms had to be over 2 meters tall, way taller than Joelle's own personal daddy. Joelle could somehow tell Avril was the sort of female who'd been ungainly as a girl and then blossomed, but who'd only become really beautiful later in life, like 35. She decided Dr. Incandenza looked like an ecologically poisoned crane, she told him later. Mrs. Incandenza put everyone at ease. Joelle imagined her with a conductor's baton. She never did tell Jim that Oren called him the mad or sad stork. The whole Thanksgiving table inclined very subtly toward Avril, very slightly and subtly, like heliotropes. Joelle found herself doing it too, the inclining. Dr. Incandenza kept shading his eyes from the UV plant light in a gesture that resembled a salute. Avril referred to her plants as her green babies. At some point out of nowhere, little Hal Incandenza, maybe 10, announced that the basic unit of luminous intensity is the candela, which he defined for no one in particular as the luminous intensity of 1/600,000th of a square meter of a cavity at the freezing temperature of platinum. All the table's males wore coats and ties. The larger of Hal's 2 tennis partners passed out dental stimulators, and no one made fun of him. Mario's grin seemed both obscene and sincere. Hal, whom Joelle wasn't crazy about, kept asking, wasn't anybody going to ask him the freezing temperature of platinum? Joelle and Dr. Incandenza found themselves in a small conversation about Bazin, a film theorist himself detested, making a tormented face at the name. Joelle intrigued the optical scientist and director by explaining Bazin's disparagement of self-conscious directorial expression as historically connected to the neo-Thomist realism of the personalistes, an aesthetic school of great influence over French Catholic intellectuals circa 1930-1940. Many of Bazin's teachers had been eminent personalistes. Avril encouraged Joelle to describe rural Kentucky. Oren did a long impression of late pop astronomer Carl Sagan, expressing televisual awe at the cosmos scale. "Billions and billions," he said. One of the tennis friends burped just awfully, and no one reacted to the sound in any way. Oren said, "Billions and billions and billions," in the voice of Sagan. Avril and Hal had a brief, good-natured argument about whether the term circa could modify an interval or only a specific year. Then Hal asked for several examples of something called haplology. Joelle kept fighting urges to slap the sleek, little show-offy kid upside the head so hard his bow tie would spin. "The universe," Oren continued long after the wit had worn thin. "Cold, immense, incredibly universal." The subjects of tennis, baton twirling, and punting never came up. Organized sports were never once mentioned. Joelle noticed that nobody seemed to look directly at Dr. Incandenza except her. A curious flabby white, memorial dome covered part of the Academy's grounds outside the dining room's window. Mario plunged his special fork into Dr. Incandenza's potato cityscape, to general applause and certain grating puns on the term deconstruction from the insufferable Hal kid. Everyone's teeth were dazzling in the candlelight and UV. Hal wiped Mario's snout, which seemed to run continuously. Avril invited Joelle, by all means, to make a Thanksgiving call home to her family in rural Kentucky if she wished. Orrin said the mom's was herself originally from rural Quebec. Joelle was on her 7th glass of wine. Orrin's fingering his half-Windsor kept looking more and more like a signal to somebody. Avril urged Dr. Incandenza to find a way to include Joelle in a production, since she was both a film student and now a heartily welcome honorary addition to the family. Mario, reaching for the salad, fell out of his chair and was helped up by one of the tennis players amid much hilarity. Mario's deformities seemed wide-ranging and hard to name. Joelle decided he looked like a cross between a puppet and one of the big-headed carnivores from Spielberg's old special effects orgies about reptiles. Hal and Avril hashed out whether misspoke was a bona fide word. Dr. Incandenza's tall, narrow head kept inclining toward his plate and then slowly rising back up in a way that was either meditative or tipsy. Deformed Mario's broad smile was so constant you could have hung things from the corners of it. In a fake Southern Belle accent that was clearly no jab at Joelle, more like a Scarlett O'Hara accent, Avril said she did declare that Albertan champagne always gave her the vapors. Joelle noticed that pretty much everybody at the table was smiling, broadly and constantly, eyes shiny in the plant's odd light. She was doing it herself, too, she noticed. Her cheek muscles were starting to ache. Hal's larger friend kept pausing to use his dental stimulator. Nobody else was using their dental stimulator, but everyone held one politely, as if getting ready to use it. Hal and the two friends made odd, spasmic, one-handed squeezing motions periodically. No one seemed to notice. Not once in Orrin's presence did anyone mention the word tennis. He had been up half the previous night vomiting with anxiety. Now he challenged Hal to name the freezing point of platinum. Joelle couldn't for the life of her remember either of the names of poor old Spielberg's old computer-enhanced cellular dinosaur things, though her own daddy'd personally taken her to each one. At some point, Orrin's father got up to freshen his drink and never returned. Just before dessert, which was on fire, Orrin's moms had asked whether they could perhaps all join hands secularly for a moment and simply be grateful for all being together. She made a special point of asking Joelle to include her hands in the hand-holding. Joelle held Orrin's hand and Hal's smaller friend's hand, which was so calloused up it felt like some sort of rind. Dessert was Cherry's Jubilee with gourmet New Brunswick ice cream. Dr. Incandenza's absence from the table went unmentioned, almost unnoticed, it seemed. Both Hal and his non-stimulating friend pleaded for Kahlua, and Mario flapped pathetically at the tabletop in imitation. Avril made a show of gazing at Orrin in mock horror as he produced a cigar and clipper. There was also a blancmange. The coffee was decaf with chicory. When Joelle looked over again, Orrin had put his cigar away without lighting it. The dinner ended in a kind of explosion of goodwill. Joelle felt half crazed. She could detect nothing fake about the lady's grace and cheer toward her, the goodwill, and at the same time she felt sure in her guts pit that the woman could have sat there and cut out Joelle's pancreas and thymus and minced them and prepared sweetbreads and eaten them chilled and patted her mouth without batting an eye, and unremarked by all who leaned her way. On the way back home in a cab whose company's phone number Hal had summoned from memory, Orrin hung his leg over Joelle's crossed legs and said that if anybody could have been counted on to see that the stork needed to use Joelle somehow, it was the moms. He asked Joelle twice how she'd liked her. Joelle's cheek muscles ached something awful. When they got back to the brownstone co-op on that last free-subsidized Thanksgiving, was the first historical time Joelle intentionally did lines of cocaine to keep from sleeping. Orrin couldn't ingest anything during the season, even if he wanted to. BU's major sport teams tested randomly. So Joelle was awake at 0400, leaning back behind the refrigerator for the second time, when Orrin cried out in the nightmare she'd somehow felt should have been hers. Shaking to the confidence of his judgment of these persons, the one Marat had believed a desperate addict was revealed as the woman in authority for the demi-maison of Enid. The clipboarded woman was a mere subaltern. Marat very seldom misjudged persons or their roles. The woman in authority was negative on the telephone. No, she said into the telephone. No. I'm sorry. She spoke to Marat over the telephone speaker without placing the hand of privacy over the speaker. This won't take a second. No, she can't, Mars. Promises don't matter. She's promised before. How many times? No. Mars, because it'll end up hurting us again, and just enabling her. The other side's man's voice came loudly, and the authority stopped a sobbing with the back of her wrist, then stiffened. Marat watched expressionlessly. He had the great fatigue, a time at which English was straining. There were dogs upon the floor. I know, but no. For today, no. Next time she calls, ask her to call me here. Yes. She deactivated this transmission and stared at her top of the desk for a moment. 2 dogs lay on the floor between her chair and Marat's fauteuil, one dog of which was licking his private organs. Marat stifled a shudder and pulled up his blanket slightly, hunching to minimize the musculature of health of his upper torso also. Good night, Marat began. Well, don't go, the woman of authority ejaculated from coming out of her reverie of sadness, giving her seat the rotation to face him. She tried to smile in the professional manner of USA. After you've waited all that time out there, I saw you sharing with Selwyn. Selwyn tends to show up whenever we're doing group intakes. I think he suffers with mental illness. Marat noticed one leg of the woman was thinner by far of her other leg. He was being driven distracted also by this habit to pretend to sniff. The false sniffs came from nowhere. She crossed these legs. 2 Otto's horns mightily blew upon the avenue far beyond the concave window of her desk. This, Selwyn, he advised me to stroke your animals, which I have regret, but I will not. This woman quietly laughed and leaned forward above the crossed legs. In addition, one of the dogs had flatulence. You listed your citizenship as Swiss? I am a residing alien addicted to smack, to skag, and to H, seeking desperately the residential treatment. But legally residing? With a green card? An OINS?
311.
Residency code? Marat, from his sport coat, produced the documents Monsieur Duplessis had arranged with foresight in the long past. Disabled also. Also deformed, Marat said, shrugging stoically, and inclining his veil at the dark carpet. The woman was examining his OINS documents with the pursed mouth and face for poker of ONAN authorities in all places. One of her hands was twisted in the manner of a claw. We all come in with issues, Henry, she said. Henri. Some woman just outside the door, near the demi-maison's front door. She laughed in the manner of an automatic weapon. Wet sounds were audible from beneath the rear leg of the dog with private organs, of which the head hid beneath the raised leg. The woman of authority had to support the body by placing the hands on the desk to rise and unlock and lift the door of a black metal cabinet over her TP and console of her desk. The door of old black metal lifted outward. Marat committed to memory the model numbers of this teleputer, which was Indonesian and of cheap cost. Well, Henri, Enid House, in the years I've been on staff here, we've had aliens, resident aliens, ESLs, whose English was worse than yours by a long shot. She stood on the thicker leg to reach into this cabinet deeply for some item. Marat took the opportunity of her inattention to commit to his memory the office's facts. The office's door had a decoration of a triangle within a circle, and no bolt of death for locking, but merely a sadly cheap recess lock in the knob. Nowhere the small nozzle of standard 10.525 GHz microwave alarming. The large windows had no small ends of wires about their frames. This left the possibility only of a magnet contact alarm, which, if so, was difficult to jumper but also possible. Marat felt himself missing his wife intensely, which always signaled his deep fatigue. Twice he sniffed. The woman was speaking into the cabinet to him. "Get you to sign some releases for me so we can make copies of your OINS proofs, and get an outtake faxed from your detox, which was in the Chit-Chat Farms Rehabilitation of Pennsylvania State, last month." The AFR's data liaison in Montreal had promised to arrange all records without some delay. "In what, Wernersdale something?" Marat cocked his veiled head ever so slightly. "Vennesburg of Pennsylvania." "Well, we know Chit-Chat. We've had some Chit-Chat graduates come through the house. Highest respect." Her head was inside the cabinet with an arm. It appeared difficult for her to rummage inside the cabinet and keep at the same time her balance. Deciding the bay windows were the optimal office's entry if required, Marat looked at the woman's attempt to balance and the old cabinet. Then he blinked slowly. In this cabinet, visibly, in twin stacks, near the front of the open cabinet, were many cartridges of TP Entertainment. The woman said, "And we've been disabled accessible since the beginning. One of only a handful of houses in the metro area that were fully equipped to take disabled clients. I assume they told you down at Chit-Chat." The wall banged with the impact of boisterousness in the outside room, and somebody either laughed or was in pain. Marat sniffed. The woman was continuing to speak. "Way I got to come here in the first place. Which I came in a chair, too, originally, by the way." She teetered back out from the cabinet with a folder of manila. "At the time I declared up and down I was too disabled to kneel and pray, to give you an idea of where I was at." She laughed gaily. She was attractive. "Me," Marat responded, "I will attempt to pray at a moment's order." Aiding the ruse of application, he and Fortier discovered, was that USA recovery from the addictions was somewhat paramilitary in nature. There were orders and the obeying of orders. The AFR had reviewed cartridges of unique USA programming, which they had found through luck in the inventory of Antitois, and had watched to learn many things. But casting his veiled face desperately upward while saying aloud that Marat could scan along the plastic cases of cartridges' spines. Among the small font titles, such as Focal Length Parameters X to XL and Drop Volley Exercises No. 2, were two cases of plain brown plastic, blank, except for, this was why his veil, it remained tilted upward for so much longer that he was concerned that this woman of authority, except for, but it was difficult of sureness, for the office's light was the deadening fluorescence of USA, and the cabinet's mouth in the shadow of the lid, and the cheesecloth veil made less his focus, except maybe for tiny round faces of embossed smiles upon the brown cases. Marat felt suddenly the excitement of himself. Monsieur Hugh Steepley's wording for this had been, "from somewhere blue." The authority spoke also. "Not to mention UHID members, you might want to know." Gesturing then at the veil of Marat, neither was mentioning. The woman attempted to affix a sheet of faint toner to a board with a clip. "In fact, we have a UHID member in early residence right now." Marat blinked twice more. He said, "I am deformed, me." "She might be able to help you adjust, identify. Be good for her, too." Marat had begun locking down in RAM every detail of every moment since his entering the Ennet House demi-maison. He, in another part of his brain, considered whether he would report truly first to Monsieur Fortier, or to the Steepley of USBSS, whose contact number had always the prefix of 8000, he adjusted. In another part was whether to seem eager for meeting the entertainment's performer, here, now, a fellow Vale. To think of what a desperate addict would have eagerness in. Marat was, throughout this, thinking, smiling largely at the woman, forgetting she could not witness it. "This is happy," finally he said. "Your facial issues," the person stated, leaning in over the crossed legs in her chair. "Are they connected to your youth and abuse? Did they work with you on progression and YETs?
312.
And owning consequences at chit-chat?" Marat was in little hurry now to leave for returning to Chez Antitois. He utilized his abilities to recite complex lines of covering story on addiction, while also, at the time, reviewed locking down the face and locations of every person at the Ennet house he had regarded. For they would come here again, the AFR, and maybe services without specificity, of Steepley and Tyne as well. He had the ability of splitting his mind's thinking along several parallel tracks. "The legs, I do an overdose in Bern, which is in my home of Switzerland, while alone, and I fall down, face down, well, my legs, they remain, how you say, tangled in the chair on which occurred this injection, fix, stupid. I lie down without conscience, or to move for many days, and my legs, they, comment dit, they are sleepy, lose the circulating, suffer gangrene, become infectious." Marat sniffed while stoically shrugging. "As well as the nose and mouth from facial squishing of lying face down in a position without conscience for days. I die almost. All is amputated for my life. I withdraw from the skag, smack, and H in La Fermière, a result of abuse of the drugs." "This is your story. This is your first step." Marat shrugged. "My legs, my nose and oral, all is a consequence of the progression. At the chit-chat, I meet all the things. I realize I am addicted desperately." Marat was trying to decide if to find ways to make the authority woman briefly leave the office so that Marat might rapidly arm-climb up to the cabinet to regard the smiling cases of cartridge closely before the cabinet's locking. Or, instead, also to return on pretext to remain and hang roundly in the living room for waiting persons, to find a glimpse of who is this mentioned resident with her female UHID veil. For this is the purpose of coming to Demi-Maison, Monsieur Fortier gave. Marat could give the fact of the cartridges to Fortier, and the veiled girl to Steepley, or, oppositely. The fatigue returned. But Steepley, before committing to overt action, will wish for confirmation that those in the cabinet were items of the true entertainment, not the blank and joking FLQ displays. There was truly a faint whirring noise coming from the head, he imagined. Marat's sidearm sat in its holster under the seat of him, hidden by the plaid-colored blanket of his lap. To easily kill the person in authority was inutile at this time of not glimpsing the girl, he had decided, plus impractical of surrounding witness. Marat's fauteuil could travel 45 kilometers per hour on a level surface over short distance. The authority figure liked to comb at the bright hair with her claw of the deformed hand. She was telling Marat, the false addict, that she found his honesty encouraging and saying to sign these forms for releasing. As Marat signed slowly the name of a deceased health benefits administrator at the Caisse de Dépôt et Placement,
313.
The woman began to ask about what lengths he believed he was willing to go to. The whole family was lousy with secrets, she decided. It was part of the non-turkey dinner's sadness. From each other, themselves, itself. A big one being this pretense that overt eccentricity was the same as openness. That is, that they were all exactly as crazy as they seem, the punter's phrase. We're all a lot more intuitive about our lovers' families than we are about our own families, she knew. Charlotte Treat's face glistened. Her cheeks' deep scars were a more violet red than the rest. Her ribs under the wet Michelob dry T-shirt were starting to stand out, her neck to get that skinny, stemmy look of cachexia. She looked like a ravaged fowl. Kate Gompert's bed sat unmade. A copy of some yellow paperback called Feeling Good opened face down on the mattress and starting to curl. Joelle had this weird fear that Gompert, who made Joelle extremely nervous at the best of times, would come home and walk in and find Joelle cleaning with her hair in a kerchief and veil damply clinging. She used the last of the room's Kleenexes, dusting all 5 bedside tables, wiping in careful rings around objects she wasn't to touch. There was then some trickiness in the situation when the demi-maison's woman offered the extension of a place for Marat. Desperately addicted Henri, the Swiss, could sleep upon the convertisofa in the rear office this very PM, she said, if he was willing to endure the mess and sometimes insects of the rear office. The woman had a ripe spot of sympathie for the disableds, Marat could see. For trickiness in the situation, no lines had been prepared by Fortier to defer this offer of the extension of the spot of treatment in the demi-maison. The woman in authority smiled that she could see in his playing with the fauteuil's wheels the addicted struggle between desperation and denial, she said. Marat was rapidly calculating, should he falsely accept and remain here for one night to observe for himself the description of the veiled patient from UHID, against should he exit and roll like no person's business to the nearest place of private telephoning to alert the AFR at the shop that here at this demi-maison were of possibility real cartridges of the entertainment, perhaps including a duplicatable master or the anti-Samistat remedy cartridge of FLQ's allegation, to return to Chez Antitois and return later in squeaking force to the demi-maison and acquire both the cartridges and the veiled performer, if the UHID patient of treatment is revealed as the disguised performer. The engineer of radio had spoken volubly of this person's veil and screen, or calculating also whether to telephone not Antitois Entertainment, but the 24-hour, cost-less prefix of Monsieur or Mademoiselle Steepley and convey the very same information instead. Finally, first to Bureau des Services en Spécificité, placing bets on ONAN and against Fortier, casting his lots finally with one side only, conveying his restaurantic wife and entertainment-hungry children down from Saint-Remy-Amherst's convexity-ravaged wastes to live with him the rest of their lives down here among USA's confusion of choices, demanding hidden protection from Steepley and high-income medical care for the heart and head difficulties of beloved Gertrude. Or to tell this figure of medical authority to look out behind for a large spider and thereupon snap her slim neck with one hand and use the telephone console in this office to summon Fortier and an AFR elite detail directly to this demi-maison, or else to summon directly Steepley and the white-suiting forces of ONAN. The authority made a spire of her fingers beneath her chin, and gazed at Marat's cocked head with a face of respect and sympathy, but not solicitude, also which made snapping her neck with one hand seem a sad choice for Marat. He pretended that it was necessary to sniff. Messieurs Fortier and Brouillim, the AFR others he had known well since the days of when they stood together tensed at the crossings of many trains beneath the sky's moon, none of them sensed truly that Marat had lost the belly for this type of work. That Marat, he must fight the nausea of the stomach as he pushed the sharpened handle of the Montchebalie broomstick through the Antitois' insides during the technical interview of the Antitois, and later had vomited out into the alley under secrecy. One of the office's dogs chewed at its haunch with great ferocity, in misery. In the USA of ONAN, Monsieur, Mademoiselle, Hugh, Helen Steepley, of the clandestine USOUS/USBSS, would hide the family of Marat in obscure suburban locales, with papers of identity fashioned by specialists in above reproach and no suspicion. And Marat, his familiarity with the knowledge of Quebecois insurgency, would be comfortably rewarded once Notre Épée seceded to alone draw down the wrath of Chantefoux Gentle's anger. The AFR's triumph of dissemination of the lethal entertainment would ensure Marat's valuable welcome by Gentle and his wife's beloved treatments for the ventricle and lack of skull. Marat pictured Gertrude with a helmet and hook of gold, breathing easily through expensive tubes. The variable of calculus was how long to remain and work for dissemination, against when to jump to the safety of American welcome. Fortier's wrath would be implacable at Marat's prudential cœur.
314.
And it may be far wiser of waiting until Quebec had been evicted and the AFR were fully engaged to reveal his quadrupling for ONAN, Marat. Knocking at the office's door at the same time as entering came a young girl with missing teeth, radiating coldness from the exterior outside the demi-maison, leaning only her upper half of the body into the office through the doorway she had opened. "Clocking in, boss," the young girl stated in the flat nasality of Boston, USA. The woman in authority smiled in return. "Two more to interview, Jeannette. Then I'm off." "Hisser, can you let the people in from the shed when they come for Mrs. Lopate?" The young and inclined girl nodded her slim head. In a nostril, a generic diaper pin was transpercé, which glittered in the fluorescence of the light as she nodded. "And Janice says she's screwing out of here now. And any message for her before she goes?" The authority negated with her head at this. The young girl in the door looked down upon Marat and said, "Hey," or "Hey," in a greeting of neutral emotions. Marat smiled with desperation and pretended to sniff. Visible smoke's odor came through the open door from the noisy salon beyond it. Marat decided firmly against the snapping of any necks upon this visit, because of bodies leaning with suddenness into the office unexpectedly. The torso of the person began to withdraw as suddenly the authority looked up and stated, "Oh, and Jeannette." The door swung more open once more as the returned upper half replied, "Yo." "Do me a favor. Jeannette H. brought some Donny cartridges down from ETA this afternoon. Let me guess. The natives are restless." The authority laughed aloud. "Something new." The torso laughed as well. "Did you see McDade's watching that Korean thing again out here? So you can just run them through after lights out, as many as you can. Check and make sure they're appropriate. No skin, no substances, light drinking only," the young girl said, in the manner of reviewing the rehearsal of something learned. "As many as you can get through, and leave them on Janice's desk, and I'll have her put them out at the start of the day shift tomorrow." The young girl of substitute authority made a curious circle with two of her fingers in the air of the doorway, some kind of signal of the hand to the chief authority. Every finger of the hand of the girl wore a ring of different type. "The natives will be grateful for once. They're in the cabinet with the intakes," the authority told her. "I'll watch them during dream duty, as many as there's time. And Jeannette," once more the torso re-extended inward. The woman with authority said, "And keep Emile and Wade from tormenting David K., will you please?" Marat smiled largely as the door closed entirely, and the authority made a small motion of apologies for being interrupted. "I do not have these meanings Donny and natives, if I may boldly ask," he said, "nor ETA." A laugh of friendliness. It occurred to Marat that this was a happy person. "Donnies are donated goods, which we depend on more than we like. The residents and alums are always on the lookout. Sometimes we call the current residents the natives. We mean it as affectionate. That was Jeannette. She's living staff. We've got 2 living staff, alums of the house."
315.
One's under the weather, but Jeannette's... you'll like Jeannette. Jeannette's a keeper. ETA is letters. E-T-A. Marat pretended to laugh aloud. "I beg your pardon, for I thought some ETA in the pronunciation of my native Swiss." The authority smiled with understanding. "ETA's a private school. We usually get some residents on up there. Part-time. It's just up the hill." Seeing the deep intake of veil which his inhaling caused for one moment only, the authority expressed surprise of the face and said, "Well, you did know Ennett's the working house. Residents have a month to find work, normally." exhaling with care. Marat gestured faintly, as in, "But of course." The 11th of November, year of the dependent adult undergarment. Part of Mario's footage for the documentary they're letting him do on this fall's ETA consists of Mario just walking around different parts of the academy with the Bolex H64 camera strapped to his head and joined by a coax cable to the foot treadle, which he holds against his sweatered chest with one hand and operates with the other. At 2100 at night, it's cold out. The center courts are brightly lit, but only one court is being used. Gretchen Holt and Jolene Crease, still winding up some sort of marathon challenge from the PM session. The hands around their grips bluish, and sweaty hair frozen into electrified spikes. Pausing between points to blow noses on sleeves. Wearing so many layers of sweats they look barrel-bodied out there, and Mario doesn't bother with the change in film speed he'd need to record them through the steamed window of Stitt's room where he is. The room's noise is deafening. Coach Stitt's room is 106, next to his office on the first floor of ComEd. Past Dr. Rusk's office and down a two-corner hall from the lobby. It's a big empty room built for its stereo. Hardwood floor in need of sanding. A wooden chair and a cane chair, an army cot. A little low table just big enough for Stitt's pipe rack. A folding card table folded up and leaning against the wall. Acoustic damping tile on all the walls and nothing decorative hanging or mounted on the walls. Acoustic tiling on the ceiling also, with a bare overhead light with a long chain mounted in a dirty ceiling fan with a short chain. The fan never rotates, but sometimes emits a sound of faulty wiring. There's a faint odor of magic marker in the room. There's nothing upholstered, no pillow on the cot, nothing soft to absorb or deflect the sound of the equipment stacked on the floor. The black Germanness of a top-shelf sound system. A Mario-sized speaker in each corner of the room with the cloth cover removed so each woofer's cone is exposed and mightily throbbing. Stitt's room is soundproofed. The window faces the center courts, the transom and observatory directly overhead and mangling the shadows of the court's lights. The window is right over the radiator, which, when the stereo is off, makes odd, hollow, ringing, clanky clunks, as if someone deep underground were having at the pipes with a hammer. The cold window over the radiator is steamed and trembles slightly with Wagnerian bass. Gerhard Stitt is asleep in the cane chair in the middle of the empty room, his head thrown back and arms hanging, hands treed with arteries you can see his slow pulse in. His feet are solidly on the floor, his knees spread way out wide, the way Stitt always has to sit on account of his varicocele. His mouth is partly open and a dead pipe hangs at an alarming angle from its corner. Mario records him sleeping for a little while, looking very old and white and frail, yet also obscenely fit. What's on, and making the windows shiver, and condensed droplets gather and run in little bullet-headed lines down the glass, is a duet that keeps climbing in pitch and emotion. A German second tenor and a German soprano are either very happy or very unhappy, or both. Mario's ears are extremely sensitive. Stitt sleeps only amid excruciatingly loud European opera. He shared with Mario several different tales of grim childhood experiences at a BMW-sponsored, quality control-orientated Austrian Academy to account for his REM peculiarities. The soprano leaves the baritone and goes up to a high D, and just hangs there, either shattered or ecstatic. Stitt doesn't stir, not even when Mario falls twice, loudly, trying to get to the door with his hands over his ears. The community administration stairwells are narrow and no-nonsense. Red railings of cold iron whose red is one coat of primer. Steps and walls of raw, colored, rough cement. The sort of sandy echo in there that makes you take stairs as fast as possible. The salve makes a sucking sound. The upper halls are empty. Low voices and lights from under the doors on the second floor. 2100 is still mandatory study period. There won't be serious movement till 2200, when the girls will drift from room to room, congregating, doing whatever packs of girls in robes and furry slippers do late at night, until Delent kills all the dormitory lights at the dorm's main breaker around 2300. Isolated movement. A door down the hall opens and shuts. The Vaught twins are heading down the hall to the bathroom at the far end, wearing only an enormous towel, one of their heads in curlers. One of the falls in Mr. Stitt's room had been on the burnt hip, and squunched salve from the bandage is starting to darken the corduroys at that side of the pelvis, though there is zero pain. 3 tense voices behind Carol Spodek and Shoshana Abrams' door. Lists of degrees and focal lengths. A study group for Mr. Ogilvy's Reflections on Refraction exam tomorrow. A girl's voice from he can't tell which room says, "Steep, hot beach sea," twice, very distinctly, and then is still. Mario is leaning back against a wall in the hallway, panning idly. Felicity Zweig emerges from her door by the stairwell carrying a soap dish and wearing a towel tied at that breast level, as if there were breasts, moving toward Mario on her way to the head. She puts her hand out straight at his head's camera, a kind of distant stiff arm as she passes. "I'm wearing a towel." "I understand," Mario says, using his arms to turn himself around and pointing the lens at the bare wall. "I'm wearing a towel." Brisk, controlled sounds of retching from behind Diane Prin's door. Mario gets a couple seconds of Zweig hurrying away in the towel. Tiny little bird steps, looking terribly fragile. The stairwells smell like the cement they're made of. Behind 310, Ingersoll and Penn's door, is the faintly rubbery squeak of somebody moving around on crutches. Someone in 311 is yelling, "Boner check! Boner check!" A lot of the third floor is for boys under 14. The hall carpet up here is ectoplasmically stained. The expanses of wall between doors hung with posters of professional players endorsing gear. Someone has drawn a goatee and fangs on an old Donnet poster of Mats Wilander, and the poster of Gilbert Treffert is defaced with anti-Canadian slurs. Otis Lord's door has infirmary next to his name on the door's name card. Penn's room's door's card's name also had infirmary. Sounds of someone talking low to someone who's sobbing from Beak, Whale, and Virgilio's room, and Mario resists an impulse to knock. Lamont Chu's door next door is completely covered with magazines' action shots of matches. Mario is leaning back to get footage of the door when Lamont Chu exits the bathroom at this end in a terry robe and thongs and wet hair, literally whistling Dixie. "Mario!" Mario gets him bearing down. His calves hairless and muscular, hair water dripping onto his robe's shoulders with each step. "Lamont Chu." "What's happening?" "Nothing's happening." Chu stands there just within conversation range. He's only slightly taller than Mario. A door down the hall opens and a head sticks out and scans and then withdraws. "Well," Chu squares his shoulders and looks into the camera atop Mario's head. "You want me to say something for posterity?" "Sure." "What should I say?" "You can say anything you want." Chu draws himself way up and looks penetrating. Mario checks the meter on his belt and uses the treadle to shorten the focal length and adjust the angle of the camera's lens slightly downward, right at Chu. And there are tiny grinding adjustment sounds from the Bolex. Chu's still just standing there. "I can't think what to say." "That happens to me all the time." "The minute your invitation became official, my mind went blank." "That can happen." "There's just this staticky blank field in there now." "I know just what you mean." They stand there silent, the camera's mechanism emitting a tiny whir. Mario says, "You just got out of the shower, I can tell." "I was talking with good old Lyle downstairs." "Lyle's terrific." "I was going to just whip right over into the showers, but the locker room's got this, odor." "It's always great to talk with good old Lyle." "So I came up here." "Everything you're saying is very good." Lamont Chu stands there a moment looking at Mario, who's smiling, and Chu can tell wants to nod furiously but can't because he needs to keep the Bolex steady. What I was doing, I was filling Lyle in on the Eschaton debacle, telling him about the lack of hard info, the conflicted rumors that are going around, about how Kitten Plan and some of the big buds are going to get blamed, about disciplinary action for the buds. Lyle's just an outstanding person to go to with concerns, Mario says, fighting not to nod furiously. Lord's head and Penn's leg, the postman's broken nose. What's going to happen to the inkster? You're acting perfectly natural. This is very good. I'm asking if you've heard from Hal what they're going to do, if he's in on the blame from Tavis. Famulus and Kitten Plan I can see, but I'm having trouble with the idea of Struck or your brother taking discipline for what happened out there. They were strictly from spectation for the whole thing. Kitten Plan's bud is Sputnik, and she wasn't even out there. I'm getting all this, you'll be glad to know. She was now looking at Mario, which for Mario is weird because he's looking through the viewfinder, a lens-eye view, which means when Chu looks down from the lens to look at Mario, it looks to Mario like he's looking down south somewhere along Mario's thorax. Mario, I'm asking if Hal told you what they're going to do to anybody. Is this what you're saying, or are you asking me? Asking. Chu's face looks slightly oval and convex through the lens's fisheye, a jutting aspect. So what if I want to use this that you're saying for the documentary I've been asked to make? Jesus, Mario, use whatever you want. I'm just saying I have conscience trouble with the idea of Hal and Troelch, and Struck didn't even seem like he was conscious for the debacle itself. I should tell you I feel like we're getting the totally real Lamont Chu here. Mario, camera to one side. I'm standing here dripping asking you for Hal's impressions of when Tavis called them in. As in, did he give you impressions? Van Vleck at lunch said he yesterday saw Pemulus and Hal coming out of Tavis's office with the Association urine guy holding them both by the ear. Van Vleck said Hal's face was the color of kaopectate. Mario directs the lens at Chu's shower thong so he can look over the viewfinder at Chu. Are you saying this, or is this what happened? That's what I'm asking you, Mario, if Hal told you what happened. I follow what you're saying. So you asked whether I was asking, and I'm asking you about it. Mario zooms in very tight. Chu's complexion is a kind of creamy green, with not one follicle in view. Lamont, I'm going to find you and tell you whatever Hal tells me. This is so good. So then you haven't talked to Hal? When? Jesus, Mario, it's like trying to talk to a rock with you sometimes. This is going very well. Someone gargling. Guglielmo Redondo's voice going through the rosary, it sounds like, just inside his and Esteban Renes's door. The Clipperton suite in East House had had a bright yellow strip of BPD plastic for over a month, he remembers. The boys' room door a different kind of wood than the room doors. The Clipperton suite had a glued picture of Ross Reet pretending to kiss Clipperton's ring at the net. The roar of a toilet and the stall doors squeak. The Academy's plumbing is high pressure. It takes Mario longer to walk down a set of stairs than to walk up. Red primer stains his hand. He has to hold the railing so tight. The special hush of lobby carpet and smells of Benson and Hedges brand cigarettes in the reception area off the lobby. The little hall doors that are always closed and never locked. The rubber sheaths on the knobs. Benson and Hedges cost $5.60 ONAN a pack at Father and Son Grocery down the hill. Lateral Alice Moore's desk's plaques Danger Third Rail light is unilluminated, and her word processing setup wears its cover of frosted plastic. The blue chairs have the faint imprints of people's bottoms. The waiting room is empty and dim. Some light from the lit courts outside. From under double doors is lamplight, much attenuated by double doors, from the headmaster's office, which Mario doesn't explore. Tavis is unnerved into such gregarity around Mario it's awkward for all parties. If you asked Mario whether he got on with his Uncle C.T., he'd say, sure. The Bolex's light meter is in the no-way range. Most of the waiting area's available light comes from the doorless Dean of Females' office, meaning the mom's is in. Heavy shag carpet is especially treacherous for Mario when he's top-heavy with equipment. Avril in Cadenza, a fiend for light, has the whole bank of overheads going, 2 torchairs and some desk lamps, and a B&H cigarette on fire, and the big clay ashtray Mario had made her at Ringe in Latin school. She is swiveled around in her swivel chair, facing out the big window behind her desk, listening to someone on the phone, holding the transmitter violin-style under her chin and holding up a stapler, checking its load. Her desk has what looks like a skyline of stacks of file folders and books in neat cross-hatched stacks. Nothing teeters. The open book on top facing Mario is Doughty, Wall, and Peters' seminal Introduction to Montague Semantics,
317.
which has very fascinating illustrations that Mario doesn't look at this time, trying to film the cock of the mom's head and the phone's extended antenna against the cumulus of her hair from behind, capturing her back unawares. But the sound of Mario entering even a shag-carpeted room is unmistakable. Plus, she can see his reflection in the window. Mario! Her hands go up in a V, stapler open in one hand, facing the window. The mom's. It's a good 10 meters past the seminar table, and viewer and portable blackboard to the far part of the office where the desk is, and each step on the deep shag is precarious. Mario resembling a very old, brittle-boned man or someone carrying a load of breakables down a slick hill. Hello! She's addressing his reflection in the quartered window, watching him put the treadle down carefully on the desk and struggle with the pack on his back. Not you, she tells the phone. She points the stapler at the image of the Bolex on the image of his head. Are we on air? Mario laughs. Would you like to be? She tells the phone she's still here, that Mario's come in. I don't want to intercept your call. Don't be absurd. She talks past the phone at the window. She rotates her swivel chair to face Mario, the receiver's antenna describing a half-moon and now pointing up at the window behind her. There are 2 blue chairs, like the reception area chairs, in front of her desk. She doesn't indicate to Mario to sit. Mario's most comfortable standing and leaning into the support of the police lock. He's trying to detach from his canvas plastron and lower, shucking the pack off his back at the same time. Avril looks at him like the sort of stellar mother where just looking at her kid gives her joy. She doesn't offer to help him get the lock's lead brace out of the pack because she knows he'd feel completely comfortable asking for her help if he needed it. It's like she feels these 2 sons are the people in her life with whom so little important needs to be said that she loves it. The Bolex and support yoke and viewfinder over his forehead and eyes give Mario an underwater look. His movements, setting and bracing his police lock, are at once graceless and deft. The lit center courts, now empty, are visible out the left side of Avril's window, if you lean far forward and look. Someone has forgotten a gear bag and pile of sticks out by the net post of Court 17. Silences between them are totally comfortable. Mario can't tell if the person on the phone is still talking, or if Avril just hasn't put the dead phone down. She still holds the black stapler. Its jaws are open, and it looks alligatorish in her hand. Is this you passing through the neighborhood poking a head in to say hello? Or am I a subject tonight? You can be a subject, Moms. He moves the big head around in a weary circle. I get tired from wearing this. It gets heavy. I've held it. It's good. I remember his making that. He took such care making that. It's the last time I believe he enjoyed himself on something, thoroughly. It's terrific. He took weeks putting everything together. He likes to look at her, too, leaning in and letting her know he likes looking. They are the 2 least embarrassable people either of them knows. She's rarely here this late. She has a big study at the headmaster's house. The only thing that ever shows she's tired is that her hair gets a sort of huge white cowlick, like a rolling ocean comber of hair, and just on one side, the side with the phone, sticking up and touching the antenna. Her hair has been pure white since Mario can first remember seeing her looking down at him through the incubator's glass. Pictures of her own father's hair were like that. It goes down the middle of her back against the chair and down both arms, hanging off the arms near the elbow. Its part shows her pink scalp. She keeps the hair very clean and well combed. She has one of Mr. DeLint's big whistles around her neck. The big cowlick casts a bent shadow on the sill of the window. There's a maple leaf flag and a 50-star USA flag hanging limp off brass poles on either side of the window. In an extreme corner are fleur-de-lis pennons on tall, sharp, polished sticks. CT's office has an ONAN flag and a 49-star U.S. flag.
318.
I had quality interface dialogue with Lamont Chu upstairs, but I made the girl Felicity, the really thin one. She got upset. She said only a towel.
Felicity will be just fine. So you're just strolling. Peripatetic footage. She refuses to adjust syntax, to speak in any way down to him. It'd be beneath him, though he seems not to mind when most people do it, speak down. Nor will she ask about the burn on his pelvis unless he brings it up. She's careful to keep her oar out of Mario's health stuff, unless he brings things up, out of concern that it might be taken as intrusive or smothering.
I saw your lights. Why is the mom's here still? I thought to myself.
She made as if to clutch her head. Don't ask. I'll start whinging. Tomorrow's going to be hellishly busy. Mario didn't hear her say goodbye to the man as she put down the phone, so the antenna now points at Mario's chest. She's putting out the nub of the Benson and Hedge against the rooster comb holder he'd squeezed and karate-chopped and put down the bowl's center when he made it, after she'd said she wanted it to be an ashtray. You give me such pleasure standing there, all outfitted for work, she said. A prowl? She ground individual sparks out in the bowl. She had the idea that her smoking around Mario made him worry, though he'd never said anything about it one way or the other. I have a breakfast engagement at 07, which means I have to do final swatting and whacking for morning classes now, so I just lurched back over here to do it instead of carrying everything back and forth.
Are you tired?
She just smiled at him.
This is off, pointing at his head. I turned it off.
To look at them, you'd never guess these two persons were related, one sitting and one standing, canted forward. Will you eat with us? I hadn't even thought of dinner until I saw you. I don't even know what there might be for dinner. Many wonders.
319.
Turkey cartilage. Your bag is by the radio. Will you stay again? Charles is still in conference, I believe, he said.
About the debacle with the eschaton and the postman's nose?
A person from a magazine has come to do a piece of reportage on your brother. Charles is speaking to her in lieu of any of the students. You may speak to her about Orrin if you like.
She's been a prowl for Hal, Ortho said.
Avril has a certain way of cocking her fine head at him. Your poor Uncle Charles has been with Thierry and this magazine person since this afternoon.
Have you talked to him?
I've been trying to buttonhole your brother. He's not in your room. The Pemulous person was seen by Mary Esther taking their truck before study period. Is Hal with him, Mario?
I haven't seen Hal since lunchtime. He said he'd had a tooth thing.
I didn't even find out he'd been to see Zagarelli until today.
He asked about how the burn on my pelvis is.
Which I won't ask about unless you'd care to discuss how it's coming along.
It's fine. Plus, Hal said he wishes I'd come back and sleep there.
I left 2 messages asking him to let me know how the tooth was. Levo, I feel bad I wasn't there for him. Hal and his teeth.
Did CT tell what happened? Was he upset? Was that CT on the phone you were with?
Mario can't see why the moms would call CT on the phone when he was in there right across the hall behind his doors. When she didn't smoke, a lot of the time, She held a pen in her mouth. Mario didn't know why. Her college mug has about 100 blue pens in it, on the desk. She likes to square herself in her chair, sitting up extra straight and grasping the chair's arms in a commanding posture. She looks like something Mario can't place when she does this. He keeps thinking the word typhoon. He knows she's not trying to consciously be commanding with him. "How was your own day? I want to hear."
"Hey, Moms,
I determined years ago that my position needs to be that I trust my children, and I'd never traffic in third-party hearsay when the lines of communication with my children are as open and judgment-free as I'm fortunate they are."
"It seems like a really good position."
"Hey, Moms, so I have no problem waiting to hear about eschaton, teeth, and urine from your brother, who'll come to me the moment it's appropriate for him to come to me."
"Hey, Moms."
"I'm right here, Levo." Tycoon is the term her commanding way of sitting suggests. Grasping her chair, a pen clamped in her teeth like a businessman's cigar. There were other carpet prints in the heavy shag.
"Moms,
"Yes?"
can I ask you a thing?"
"Please do."
"This is off,"
again indicating the silent apparatus on his head. "Is this a confidential thing, then?"
"There isn't any secret. My day was, I was wondering about something. In my mind."
"I'm right here for you any time, day or night, Mario. As you are for me, as I am for Hal, and we all are for each other." She gestures in a hard-to-describe way. "Right here."
"Moms,
"I am right here with my attention completely focused on you."
how can you tell if somebody's sad?"
A quick smile. "You mean whether someone's sad?" A smile back, but still earnest.
"That improves it a lot. Whether someone's sad. How can you tell so you're sure?"
Her teeth are not discolored. She gets them cleaned at the dentist all the time for the smoking, a habit she despises. Hal inherited the dental problems from himself. Himself had horrible dental problems. Half his teeth were bridges. "You're not exactly insensitive when it comes to people, Levo," she says.
"What if you, only suspect somebody's sad? How do you reinforce the suspicion?"
"Confirm the suspicion?"
"In your mind."
Some of the prints in the deep shag he can see are shoes, and some are different, almost like knuckles. His lordotic posture makes him acute and observant about things like carpet prints. "How would I, for my part, confirm a suspicion of sadness in someone, you mean?"
"Yes." "Good.
All right. Well, the person in question may cry, sob, weep, or, in certain cultures, wail, keen, or rend his or her garments." Mario nods encouragingly, so the headgear clanks a little.
"But say in a case where they don't weep or rend, but you still have a suspicion, which they're sad."
She uses a hand to rotate the pen in her mouth like a fine cigar. "He or she might alternatively sigh, mope, frown, smile half-heartedly, appear downcast, slump, look at the floor more than is appropriate."
"But what if they don't?"
"Well, he or she may act out by seeming distracted, losing enthusiasm for previous interests. The person may present with what appears to be laziness, lethargy, fatigue, sluggishness, a certain passive reluctance to engage you. Torpor."
"What else?"
"They may seem unusually subdued, quiet, literally low." Mario leans all his weight into his police lock, which makes his head jut, his expression the sort of mangled one that expresses puzzlement, an attempt to reason out something hard. Pemulus called it Mario's data search face, which Mario liked.
"What if sometime they might act even less low than normal? But still these suspicions are in your mind?"
She's about the same height sitting as Mario, upright and leaning forward. Now neither of them is quite looking at the other, both just a couple degrees off. Avril taps the pen against her front teeth. Her phone light is blinking, but there's no ringing. The thing's handset's antenna still points at Mario. Her hands are not her age. She hoists the executive chair back slightly to cross her legs. Would you feel comfortable telling me whether we're discussing a particular person?
Hey, Moms?
Is there someone specific in whom you're intuiting sadness?
Moms?
Is this about Hal? Is Hal sad and for some reason not yet able to speak about it?
I'm just saying how to be generally sure.
And you have no idea where he is or whether he left the grounds this evening sad? Lunch today was the exact same as lunch yesterday. Pasta with tuna and garlic, and thick wheaty bread, and required salad, and milk or juice, and pears in juice in a dish. Mrs. Clark had taken a sick morning off because when she came in this morning, Pemulus at lunch said one of the breakfast girls had said there'd been brooms on the wall in an X of brooms out of nowhere on the wall, when she'd come in very early to fire up the Wheatina cauldron, and nobody knowing how the brooms were there or why or who glued them on had upset Mrs. Clark's nerves, who'd been with the Incandenzas since long before ETA, and had nerves.
I didn't see Hal since lunchtime. He had an apple he cut into chunks and put peanut butter on, instead of pears and juice.
Avril nods with vigor.
Lamont didn't know either. Mr. Stitt is asleep in his chair in his room. Hey, Moms?
Avril Incandenza can switch a bic from one side of her mouth to the other without using her hand. She never knows she's doing it when she's doing it. Whether or not we're discussing anyone in particular, then. Mario smiles at her. Hypothetically, then, you may be picking up in someone a certain, very strange type of sadness that appears as a kind of disassociation from itself, maybe, Lovo.
I don't know disassociation.
Well, love, but you know the idiom, not yourself. He's not himself today, for example. Crooking and uncrooking fingers to form quotes on either side of what she says, which Mario adores. There are apparently persons who are deeply afraid of their own emotions, particularly the painful ones. Grief, regret, sadness especially, perhaps. Dolores describes these persons as afraid of obliteration, emotional engulfment, as if something truly and thoroughly felt would have no end or bottom, would become infinite and engulf them.
Engulf means obliterate.
I am saying that such persons usually have a very fragile sense of themselves as persons, as existing at all. This interpretation is existential, Mario, which means vague and slightly flaky. But I think it may hold true in certain cases. My own father told stories of his own father, whose potato farm had been in Sumpo Field, and very much larger than my father's. My grandfather had had a marvelous harvest one season, and he wanted to invest money. This was in the early 1920s, when there was a great deal of money to be made on upstart companies and new American products. He apparently narrowed the field to two choices: Delaware brand punch, or an obscure, sweet, fizzy coffee substitute that sold out of pharmacy soda fountains and was rumored to contain smidgens of cocaine, which was the subject of much controversy in those days. My father's father chose Delaware punch, which apparently tasted like rancid cranberry juice, and the manufacturer of which folded. And then his next two potato harvests were decimated by blight, resulting in the forced sale of his farm. Coca-Cola is now Coca-Cola. My father said his father showed very little emotion or anger or sadness about this, though. That he somehow couldn't. My father said his father was frozen, and could feel emotion only when he was drunk. He would apparently get drunk 4 times a year, weep about his life, throw my father through the living room window, and disappear for several days, roaming the countryside of Lille Province, drunk and enraged. She's not been looking at Mario this whole time, though Mario's been looking at her. She smiled. My father, of course, could himself tell this story only when he was drunk. He never threw anyone through any windows. He simply sat in his chair, drinking ale and reading the newspaper for hours until he fell out of the chair. And then one day he fell out of the chair and didn't get up again. And that was how your maternal grandfather passed away. I'd never have gotten to university had he not died when I was a girl. He believed education was a waste for girls. It was a function of his era. It wasn't his fault. His inheritance to Charles and me paid for university. She's been smiling pleasantly this whole time, emptying the butt from the ashtray into the wastebasket, wiping the bowls inside with a Kleenex, straightening straight piles of folders on her desk. A couple odd, long, crinkly paper strips of bright red hung over the side of the wastebasket, which was normally totally empty and clean. Avril Incandenza is the sort of tall, beautiful woman who wasn't ever quite world-class, shiny magazine-class beautiful, but who early on hit a certain pretty high point on the beauty scale and has stayed right at that point as she ages, and lots of other beautiful women age too and get less beautiful. She's 56 years old, and Mario gets pleasure out of just getting to look at her face still. She doesn't think she's pretty, he knows. Oren and Hal both have parts of her prettiness in different ways. Mario likes to look at Hal and at their mother and try to see just what slendering and spacing of different features makes a woman's face different from a man's in attractive people. A male face versus a face you can just tell is female. Avril thinks she's much too tall to be pretty. She'd seemed much less tall when compared to himself, who was seriously tall. Mario wears small, special shoes, almost perfectly square, with weights at the heel and Velcro straps instead of laces, and a pair of the corduroys Oren Incandenza had worn in elementary school, which Mario still favors and wears instead of brand-new pants he's given, and a warm crew-neck sweater that's striped like a flea. My point here is that certain types of persons are terrified even to poke a big toe into genuinely felt regret or sadness, or to get angry. This means they are afraid to live. They are imprisoned in something, I think, frozen inside emotionally. Why is this? No one knows, Levo. It's sometimes called suppression, with the fingers out to the sides again. Dolores believes it derives from childhood trauma, but I suspect not always. There may be some persons who are born imprisoned. The irony, of course, being that the very imprisonment that prohibits sadness's expression must itself feel intensely sad and painful. For the hypothetical person in question, there may be sad people right here at the Academy who are like this, Mario, and perhaps you're sensitive to it. You are not exactly insensitive when it comes to people. Mario scratches his lip again. She says, "What I'll do," leaning forward to write something on a post-it note with a different pen than the one she has in her mouth, is to write down for you the terms disassociation, engulfment, and suppression, which I'll put next to another word, repression, with an underlined, unequal sign between them, because they denote entirely different things and should not be regarded as synonyms. Mario shifts slightly forward.
Sometimes I get afraid when you forget you have to talk more simply to me.
Well, then I'm both sorry for that and grateful that you can tell me about it. I do forget things, particularly when I'm tired. I forget and just get going. Lining the edges up and folding the little sticky note in half, and then half again, and dropping it into the wastebasket without having to look for where the wastebasket is. Her chair is a fine executive leather swiveling chair, but it shrieks a little when she leans back or forward. Mario can tell she's making herself not look at her watch, which is all right.
Hey, moms?
People, then, who are sad but who can't let themselves feel sad or express it, the sadness. I'm trying rather clunkily to say, these persons may strike someone who's sensitive as somehow just not quite right, not quite there. Blank, distant, muted, distant. Spacey was an American term we grew up with. Wooden, deadened, disconnected, distant. Or they may drink alcohol or take other drugs. The drugs both blunt the real sadness and allow some skewed version of the sadness some sort of expression, like throwing someone through a living room window out into the flower beds she'd so very carefully repaired after the last incident.
Moms, I think I get it.
Is that better, then, instead of my maundering on and on? She's risen to pour herself coffee from the last black bit in the glass pot. so her back is almost to him as she stands there at the little sideboard. An old folded pair of USA football pants and a helmet are on top of one of the file cabinets by the flag. Her one memento of Orrin, who won't talk to them or contact them in any way. She has an old mug with a cartoon of someone in a dress, small and perspectively distant, in a knee-high field of wheat or rye, that says, "To a woman outstanding in her field." A blue blazer with an ONANTA insignia is hung very neatly and straight on a wooden hanger from the metal tree of the coat rack in the corner. She's always had her coffee out of the outstanding field mug, even in Weston. The Moms hangs up stuff like shirts and blazers, neater and more wrinkle-free than anyone alive. The mug has a hair-thin brown crack down one side, but it's not dirty or stained, and she never gets lipstick on the rim the way other ladies over 50 years old, pink in cups rims. Mario was involuntarily incontinent up to his early teens. His father, and later Hal, had changed him for years, never once judging, or wrinkling their face, or acting upset or sad.
But except, hey, Moms, I'm still right here.
Avril couldn't change diapers. She'd come to him in tears, he'd been 7, and explained, and apologized. She just couldn't handle diapers. She just couldn't deal with them. She'd sobbed and asked him to forgive her and to assure her that he understood it didn't mean she didn't love him to death or find him repellent.
Can you be sensitive to something sad even though the person isn't not himself?
She especially likes to hold the coffee's mug in both hands.
Pardon me? You explained it very well. It helped a lot, except what if it's that they're almost like even more themselves than normal, than they were before? If it's not that he's blank or dead, if he's himself even more than before a sad thing happened, what if that happens and you still think he's sad inside somewhere?
One thing that's happened as she got over 50 is she gets a little red sideways line in the skin between her eyes when she doesn't follow you. Ms. Boutroncourt gets the same little line, and she's 28. I don't follow you. How can someone be too much himself?
I think I wanted to ask you that.
Are we discussing your Uncle Charles?
Hey, Moms?
She pretends to knock her forehead at being obtuse. Mario, Levo, are you sad? Are you trying to determine whether I've been sensing that you yourself are sad? Mario's gaze keeps going from Avril to the window behind her. He can activate the Bolix's foot treadle with his hands, if necessary. The center court's towering lights cast an odd pall up and out into the night. The sky has a wind in it, and dark, thin, high clouds whose movement's pattern has a kind of writhing weave. All this is visible out past the faint reflections of the lit room, and up, the tennis light's odd small looms, like crisscrossing spots. Though, of course, the sun would leave my sky if I couldn't assume you'd simply come and tell me you were sad. There would be no need for intuition about it. And plus then, to the east, past all the courts, you can see some lights and houses in the Enfield Marine Complex below, and beyond that, Commonwealth's cars, headers, and store lights, and the robed-lit lady's downcast-looking statue atop St. Elizabeth's Hospital. Out the right to the north over lots of different lights is the red rotating tip of the WYYY transmitter. Its spin's ring of red reflected in the visible Charles River. The Charles, tumid with rain and snowmelt, illumined in patches by headlights on Memorial and the Starro 500, the river unwinding, swollen and humped, its top a mosaic of oil rainbows and dead branches, gulls asleep or brooding, bobbing, head under wing. The dark had a distanceless shape. The room's ceiling might as well have been clouds. Boo-boo? Mario?
Hal?
Were you asleep there, Boo?
I don't think I was.
'Cause I don't want to wake you up if you were.
Is it dark or is it me?
The sun won't be up for a while, I don't think.
So it's dark then. Boo-Boo, I just had a wicked awful dream. You were saying, "Thank you, sir, may I have another," several times.
Sorry, Boo.
Numerous times.
Sorry.
I think I slept right through it.
Jesus, you can hear shocked snoring all the way across. You can feel the snore's vibrations in your midsection.
I slept right through it. I didn't hear you even come in.
Quite a nice surprise to come in and see the good old many-pillowed Mario shape in his rack again. I hope you didn't move the bag back here just because it sounded like I might have been asking you to.
I found somebody with tapes of old Psychosis for Until the Return. I need you to show me how to ask somebody I don't know to borrow tapes, if we're both devoted. Hey, Hal. Boo-Boo, I dreamed I was losing my teeth.
I dreamed that my teeth dry-rotted somehow into shale and splintered when I ate or spoke, and I was jettisoning fragments all over the place, and there was a long scene where I was pricing dentures.
All last night, people were coming up going, "Where's Hal? Have you seen Hal? What happened with CT and the urine doctor and Hal's urine?" Mom's asked me, "Where's Hal?" and I was surprised at that because of how she makes it a big point never to check up.
Then, without any sort of dream segue, I'm sitting in a cold room, naked as a jaybird, in a flame-retardant chair, and I keep receiving bills in the mail for teeth. A mail carrier keeps knocking on the door and coming in without being invited and presenting me with various bills for teeth.
She wants you to know she trusts you at all times, and you're too trustworthy to worry about or check up on.
Only not for any teeth of mine, Boo. The bills are for somebody else's teeth, not my teeth. And I can't seem to get the mail carrier to acknowledge this, that they're not for my teeth.
I promised Lamont Chew I'd tell him whatever information you told me. He was so concerned.
The bills are in little envelopes with plasticized windows that show the addressee part of the bills. I put them in my lap until the stack gets so big, they start to slip off the top and fall to the floor.
Lamont and me had a whole dialogue about his concerns. I liked Lamont a lot.
Boo, do you happen to remember S. Johnson?
S. Johnson used to be the mom's dog that passed away.
And you remember how he died then?
Hey, Hal, you remember a period in time back in Weston when we were little that the moms wouldn't go anywhere without S. Johnson? She took him with her to work and had that unique car seat for him when she had the Volvo, before himself had the accident in the Volvo. The seat was from the Fisher-Price Company. We went to himself's opening of Kinds of Light at the Hayden.
320.
They wouldn't let in cigarettes or dogs, and the moms brought S. Johnson in a blind dog's harness collar that went all the way around his chest with the square bar and the leash thing. And the moms wore those sunglasses and looked up and to the right the whole time, so it looked like she was legally blind, so they let S.J. into the Hayden with us, because he had to be there. And how himself just thought it was a good one on the Hayden, he said.
I keep thinking about Orrin and how he stood there and lied to her about S. Johnson's map getting eliminated.
She was sad.
I've been thinking compulsively about Orrin ever since CT called us all in. When you think about Orrin, what do you think, Boo?
The best was, remember when she had to fly and wouldn't put him in a cagey box and they wouldn't even let a blind dog on the plane? So she'd leave S. Johnson and leave him out, tied to the Volvo, and she'd make Orrin put a phone out there with its antenna out during the day, out there by where S. Johnson was tied to the Volvo. And she'd call on the phone and let it ring next to S. Johnson because she said how S. Johnson knew her unique personal ring on the phone and would hear the ring and know that he was thought about and cared about from afar, she said.
She was unbent where that dog was concerned, I remember. She bought some kind of esoteric food for it. Remember how often she bathed it? What was it with her and that dog, Boo?
And the day we were out rolling balls in the driveway, and Orrin and Marlin were there, and S. Johnson was there, lying there on the driveway, tied to the bumper with the phone right there, and it rang and rang, and Orrin picked it up and barked into it like a dog, and hung it up, and turned it off, so she'd think it was S. Johnson. The joke that Orrin thought was such a good one.
Jesus, Boo, I don't remember any of that.
And he said we'd get Indian rub burns down both arms if we didn't pretend how we didn't know what she was talking about if and when she asked us about the bark on the phone when she got home.
The Indian rub burns I remember far too well.
We were supposed to shrug and look at her like she was minus cards from her deck or else.
Orrin lied with a really pathological intensity growing up, is what I've been remembering.
He made us laugh really hard a lot of times, though. I miss him.
I don't know whether I miss him or not.
I miss family trivia.
Do you remember 4 times he let us sit in on when they played family trivia? You've got a phenomenal memory for this stuff, Boo. You probably think I'm wondering why you don't ask me about the thing with CT and Pemulus and the impromptu urine, after the Eschaton debacle, where the urologist took us right down to the administrative loo and was going to watch personally while we filled his cups, like watch it go in, the urine, to make sure it came from us personally.
I think I especially have a phenomenal memory for things I remember that I liked.
You can ask if you like.
Hey, Hal?
The key datum is that the ONANTA guy didn't actually extract urine samples from us. We got to hold on to our urine, as the moms no doubt knows quite well, don't kid yourself, from CT.
I have a phenomenal memory for things that make me laugh, is what I think it is.
That Pemulus, without self-abasement or concession of anything compromising, got the guy to give us 30 days. The fundraiser, the Whataburger, Thanksgiving break, then Pemulus, Axford and I, pee like racehorses into whatever size receptacles he wants, is the arrangement we made.
I can hear shocked, you're right. Also the fans.
Boo?
I like the fans sound at night, do you? It's like somebody big, far away, goes like, "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay," over and over, from very far away.
Pemulus, the alleged weak-stomached clutch artist? Pemulus showed some serious brass under pressure, standing there over that urinal. He played the ONANTA man like a fine instrument. I found myself feeling almost proud for him. You might think I'm wondering why you aren't asking me why 30 days, why it was so important to extract 30 days from the blue blazered guy before a GC/MS scan. As in, what is there to be afraid of, you might ask?
Hal, pretty much all I do is love you and be glad I have an excellent brother in every way, Hal.
Jesus, it's like talking to the moms with you sometimes, Boo.
Hey, Hal.
Except with you, I can feel you mean it.
You're up on your elbow. You're on your side, facing my way. I can see your shadow.
How does somebody with your kind of Panglossian constitution determine whether you're ever being lied to? I sometimes wonder, Boo-Boo. Like what criteria brought to bear? Intuition? Induction? Reductio? What?
You always get hard to understand when you're up on your side on your elbow like this.
Maybe it just doesn't occur to you, even the possibility. Maybe it's never once struck you that something's being fabricated, misrepresented, skewed, hidden.
Hey, Hal.
And maybe that's the key. Maybe then whatever's said to you is so completely believed by you that, it becomes sort of true in transit? Flies through the air toward you and reverses its spin and hits you true, however mendaciously it comes off the other person's stick? You know, for me, Boo, people seem to lie in different but definite ways, I've found. Maybe I can't change the spin the way you can, and this is all I've been able to do, is assemble a kind of field guide to the different kinds of ways. Some people, from what I've seen, Boo, when they lie, they become very still and centered, and their gaze very concentrated and intense. The person to whom they're lying. Another type becomes fluttery and insubstantial and punctuates his lie with little self-deprecating motions and sounds, as if credulity were the same as pity. Some bury the lie in so many digressions and asides that they try to slip the lie in there through all the extraneous data like a tiny bug through a window screen.
Except Orrin used to end up telling the truth even when he didn't think he was.
Would that were a trait family-wide, Boo.
Maybe if we call him, he'll come to the Whataburger. You can see him if you want to, if you ask. Maybe.
Then there are what I might call your kamikaze-style liars. These will tell you a surreal and fundamentally incredible lie, and then pretend a crisis of conscience, and retract the original lie, and then offer you the lie they really want you to buy instead, so the real lie will appear as some kind of concession, a settlement with truth. That type's mercifully easy to see through.
The merciful type of lie.
Or then the type who sort of over-elaborates on the lie, buttresses it with rococo formations of detail and amendment, and that's how you can always tell. Pemulus was like that, I always thought, till his performance over the urinal.
Rococo's a pretty word.
So now I've established a subtype of the over-elaborator type. This is the liar who used to be an over-elaborator, but has somehow snapped to the fact that rococo elaborations give him away every time. So he changes, and now lies tersely, sparely, seeming somehow bored, like what he's saying is too obviously true to waste time on. I've established that as a sort of subtype.
You sound like you can always tell.
Pemulus could have sold that urologist land in there, Boo. It was an incredibly high-pressure moment. I never thought he had it in him. He was nerveless and stomachless. He projected a kind of weary pragmatism the urologist found impossible to discount. His face was a brass mask. It was almost frightening. I told him I never would have believed he had that kind of performance in him.
Psychosis Live on the radio used to read an Eve Arden beauty brochure all the time, where Eve Arden says, "The importance of a mask is to increase your circulation," quote.
The truth is nobody can always tell, Boo. Sometimes they're just too good, too complex and idiosyncratic. Their lies are too close to the truth's heart for you to tell.
I can't ever tell. You wanted to know? You're right, it never crosses my mind. I'm the type that'd buy land, I think.
You remember my hideous phobic thing about monsters as a kid?
Boy, do I ever.
Boo, I think I no longer believe in monsters as faces in the floor, or feral infants, or vampires, or whatever. I think at 17 now, I believe the only real monsters might be the type of liar where there's simply no way to tell. The ones who give nothing away.
But then how do you know they're monsters, then?
That's the monstrosity right there, Boo, I'm starting to think.
Golly, Ned.
That they walk among us, teach our children. Inscrutable. Brass-faced.
Can I ask you how it is being in that thing?
Thing?
You know, don't play dumb and embarrass me.
A wheelchair is a thing which, you prefer it or do not prefer. It is no difference. You are in the chair, even if you do not prefer it. So it is better to prefer, no?
I can't believe I'm drinking. There's all these people in the house. They're always worried they're going to drink. I'm in there for drugs. I've never had more than a beer ever in my life. I only came in here to throw up from getting mugged. Some street guy was offering to be a witness, and he would not leave me alone. I didn't even have any money. I came in here to vomit.
I know what it is you are meaning.
What's your name one more time?
I call myself Rami.
This is a beautiful thing, as Hester would say. I don't feel horrid anymore. Rami, I feel better than I felt in ever, so I don't know how long. This is like Novocaine of the soul. I'm like, why was I spending all that time doing one-hitters when this is really what I call feeling better?
As I do not take any drugs. I drink infrequently.
Well, you're making up for lost time, I have to say.
When I drink, I have many drinks. This is how it is for my people.
My mom wouldn't even have it in the house. She said it's what made her father drive into concrete and wipe out his entire family. Which, I'm so tired of hearing it. I came in here, what is this place?
This It is Ryle's Inman Square Club of Jazz. My wife is dying at home in my native province. There's this thing in the big book they make us every Sunday. We have to drag ourselves out of bed at the absolute crack of dawn and sit in a circle and read out of it, and half the people can barely even read, and it's excruciating to listen to. You should make your voice lower, for in the hours of no jazz they enjoy low voices, coming in for quiets. And there's a thing about a car salesman trying to quit drinking. It's about they call it the insanity of the first one, drink. He comes in a bar for a sandwich and a glass of milk. Are you hungry? No. What am I saying? I don't have any money. I don't even have my purse. This stuff makes you stupid, but it makes you feel quite a bit improved. He wasn't thinking of a drink, and then all of a sudden he thinks of a drink, this guy. Out of a blue place, in one flashing instant. Exactly. But the insanity is, after all his time in hospitals and losing his business and his wife because of drinking, he suddenly gets it into his head that one drink won't hurt him if he puts it in a glass of milk. Crazy in his head. So when this absolutely reptilian character you saved me from, by sitting down, rolling over, whatever, sorry, when he says, "Can he buy me a drink?" the book flashes in my mind, and for sort of, as it felt like a joke, I ordered Kahlua and milk. Me? I come in for nights I am tired, after the music is packed away for the quiet. I use the telephone here as well, sometimes. I mean, even before the mugging, I was walking along soberly, deciding how to kill myself, so it seems a little silly to worry about drinking. You have a certain expression of resemblance of my wife. Your wife is dying. Jesus! Oh, I'm seeing her laughing, and your wife is dying. I think it's that I haven't felt decent in so freaking long. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not talking like good. I'm not talking like pleasure. I wouldn't want to go overboard with this thing, but at least at like zero even. What do they call it? Feeling no pain. I know this meaning. I'm spending a day to find someone I think my friends will kill. All the time I'm awaiting the chance to betray my friends. And I come here and telephone to betray them. And I see this bruised person who strongly resembles my wife. I think, Remy, it is time for many drinks. Well, I think you're nice. I think you just about saved my life. I've spent like 9 weeks feeling so bad I wanted to just about kill myself, both getting high and not. Dr. Garden never mentioned this. He talked plenty about shock, but he never even freaking mentioned Kahlua and milk. Catherine, I will tell you a story about feeling so bad and saving a life. I do not know you, but we are drunk together now. And will you hear this story? It's not about hitting bottom, ingesting any sort of substance and trying to surrender, is it? My people, we do not hit the bottoms of women. I am, shall we say, Swiss. My legs, they were lost in the teenage years being struck by a train. That must have smarted. I would have temptation to say you have no idea, but I am sensing you have an idea of hurting. You have no idea? I am in early 20 years without the legs. Many of my friends also, without legs. Must have been an awful train crash. Also my own father, dead when his Kindeck pacemaker came within range of a misdialed number of a cellular phone far away in Trois-Rivières, in a freakish occurrence of tragedy. My dad emotionally abandoned us and moved to Portland, which is in Oregon, with his therapist. Also in this time, my Swiss nation, we are a strong people, but not strong as a nation, surrounded by strong nations. There is much hatred of our neighbors, and unfairness. It all started when my mom found a picture of his therapist in his wallet and goes, "What's that doing in here?" "It is for me," Oh, I am weak, so painful to be without legs, in the early 20 years. One feels grotesque to people. One's freedom is restricted. I have no chances now for jobs in the mines of Switzerland.
The Swiss have gold mines.
As you say, and much beautiful territory, which the stronger nations at the time of losing my legs committed paper atrocities to my nation's land.
Fucking bastards.
It is a long story to the side of this story, but my part of this Swiss nation is in my time of no legs invaded and is spoiled by stronger and evil-hated and neighboring nations. They claim, as in the Anschluss of Hitler, that they are friends and are not invading the Swiss, but conferring on us gifts of alliance.
Total dicks.
It is to the side, but for my Swiss friends and myself without legs, it is a dark period of injustice and dishonor, and of terrible pain. Some of my friends rolled themselves off to fight against the invasion of paper, but me? I am too painful to care enough to fight. To me, the fight seems without point. Our own Swiss leaders have been subverted to pretend the invasion is alliance. We very few legless young cannot repel an invasion. We cannot even make our government admit that there is an invasion. I am weak, and in pain, see all is pointless. I do not see the meaning of choosing to fight.
You're depressed is what you are.
I see no point and do no work and belong to nothing. I am alone. I think of death. I do nothing but frequently drink, roll around the despoiled countryside, sometimes dodging falling projectiles of invasion, thinking of death, bemoaning the degradation of the Swiss land, in great pain. But it is myself I bemoan. I have pain. I have no legs.
I'm identifying every step of the way with you, Raimi. Oh, God, what did I say?
And thus, our Swiss countryside is very hilly. The fauteuil, it is hard to push up many hills. Then one is braking with all the might to keep from flying out of control on the downhill.
Sometimes it's like that walking, too.
Catherine, I am, in English, moribund. I have no legs, no Swiss honor, no leaders who will fight the truth. I am not alive, Catherine. I roll from skiing lodge to tavern, frequently drinking, alone, wishing for my death, locked inside my pain in the heart. I wish for my death, but have not the courage to make actions to cause death. I try to roll over the side of a tall Swiss hill, but cannot bring myself. I curse myself for cowardice and inutile. I roll about, hoping to be hit by a vehicle or someone else, but at the last minute rolling out of the path of vehicles on autoroutes, for I am unable to will my death. The more pain in myself, the more I am inside the self and cannot will my death, I think. I feel I am chained in a cage of the self, from the pain, unable to care or choose anything outside it, unable to see anything or feel anything outside my pain.
The billowing-shaped black sailing wing. I am so totally identifying it's not even funny.
My story, it was, one day at the top of a hill I had drunkenly labored for many minutes to roll to a crest, and looking out over the downhill slope I see a small hunched woman. In what I am thinking is a metal hut far below at the bottom, attempting the crossing of the Swiss provincial autoroute at the bottom. In the middle of the provincial autoroute, this woman, standing and staring in the terror at one of the 80 long and shiny many-wheeled trucks of our paper invaders, bearing down upon her at high speeds in the hurry to calm this spoiled part of the Swiss land.
Like one of those Swiss metal helmets? Is she scrambling crazily to get out of the way?
She is standing transfixed with horror of the truck. identically as I had been motionless and transfixed by horror inside me, unable to move. Like one of the many moose of Switzerland, transfixed by the headlights of one of the many logging trucks of Switzerland. The sunlight is reflecting madly on her metal hat as she is shaking her head in terror. She is clutching her, pardon me, but her female bosom, as if the heart of her would explode from the terror. And you think, oh, fuck me, just great, another horrible thing I'm going to have to stand here and witness, and then go feel pain over. But the great gift of this time, today, at the hilltop above the provincial autoroute, is, I do not think of me. I do not know this woman or love her, but without thinking I release my brake, and I am careening down the downhill, almost wipe outing numerous places on the bumps and rocks of the hill's slope. And as we say in Switzerland, I shushed at enough speed to reach my wife and sweep her up into the chair and roll across the provincial autoroute into the embankment ahead, just ahead of the nose of the truck, which had not slowed. Hang me upside down and fuck me in both ears. You pulled yourself out of a clinical depression by being a freaking hero. We rolled and tumbled down the embankment on the autoroute's distant side, causing my chair to tip and injuring a stump of me and knocking away a thick metal hat. You saved somebody's freaking life, Raimi. I'd give my left nut for a chance to pull myself out of the shadow of the wing that way, Raimi. You're not seeing this. It was this frozen, whistle terror woman. She saved my life. For this saved my life. This moment broke my morbid chains, Catherine. In one instant, and without thought, I was allowed to choose something as more important than my thinking of my life. Well, she allowed this will without thinking. She, with one blow, broke the chains of the cage of pain at my half a body and nation. When I had crawled back to my fauteuil and placed my tipped fauteuil right, and I was again seated, I realized the pain of inside no longer pained me. I became then adult. I was permitted leaving the pain of my own loss and pain at the top of Switzerland's Mont Papineau. Because suddenly you gazed at the girl without her metal hat and felt a rush of passion and felt madly in love enough to get married and roll together off into this... She had no skull, this woman. Later I am learning she had been among the first Swiss children of southwestern Switzerland to become born without a skull, from the toxicities and association of our enemy's inversion on pepper. Without the confinement of the metal hat, the head hung from the shoulders like the half-filled balloon or empty bag. The eyes and oil cavity greatly distended from this hanging, and sounds exiting this cavity were very difficult to listen. But still, something about her moved you, to fall madly in love. Her gratitude and humility and acceptance and that kind of quiet dignity really horribly birth defected people usually have. It was not mad. I had already chosen. The unclamping of the brakes of the fauteuil and swooshing to the autoroute, this was the love. I had chosen loving her above my lost legs, and this half a self. And she looked at your missing limbs and didn't even see them, and chose you right back. Result, passionate love. There was for this woman in the embankment no possible choosing. Without the containing element, all energies in her were committed to the shaping of the oral cavity in a shape that allowed breathing, which was a task of great enormity. For her head, it had also neither muscles nor nerves. The special hat had found itself dented in upon one side, and I had not the ability to shape my wife's head into a shape that I could stuff the sack of her head into the height. I chose to carry her over my shoulders in a high-speed rolling to the nearest Swiss hospital specializing in deformities of grave nature. It was there I learned of the other troubles.
I think I'd like a couple more Kahlua and milks.
There was the trouble of the digestive tracking. There were seizures also. There were progressive decays of circulation and vessel, which calls itself res stenosis. There were the more than standard accepted amounts of eyes and cavities in many different stages of development upon different parts of the body. There were the fugue states, and the rages and frequency of coma. She had wandered away from a public institution of Swiss charitable care. Worst for choosing to love was the cerebral and spinal fluids which dribbled at all times from her distending oral cavity.
But your passionate love for each other dried up her cerebro-spinal drool and ended the seizures, and there were certain hats. She looked so good in it just about drove you mad with love. Is that it?
Garçon!
Is the madly in love part coming up?
Catherine, I had to believe there was no love without passion. Pleasure. This was part of the pain of the no legs, this fear that for me there would be no passion. The fear of the pain is many times worse than the pain of the pain. Nissa?
Raimi, I don't think I'm thinking this is a feel-better story at all.
I tried to leave the soft-head and cerebrospinally incontinent woman, épouse à future, behind the hôpital of grave nature, and to wheel off into my new life of uncaged acceptance and choice. I would roll into the fraying of battle for my despoiled nation. But now I saw the point not of winning, but of choosing merely to fight. But I had traveled no more than several revolutions of the fauteuil when the old despair of before choosing this no-skull creature rose up once again inside me. Oh. Within several revolutions there was no point again, and no legs, and only fears of pain that made me not choose. Pain rolled me backwards to this woman, my wife.
You're saying this is love? This isn't love. I'll know when it's love because of the way it'll feel. It won't be about spinal fluid and despair, believe you me, bucko. It'll be about your eyes meet across someplace and both your knees give out, and from that second forward you know you're not going to be alone and in hell. You're not half the guy I started to think you might have been, Ray.
I had to face. I had chosen. My choice, this was love. I had chosen, I think, the way out of the chains of the cage. I needed this woman. Without her to choose over myself, there was only pain, and not choosing, rolling drunkenly and making fantasies of death.
This is love? It's like you were chained to her. It's like if you try to get on with your own life, the pain of the clinical depression came back. It's like the clinical depression was a shotgun nudging you down the wedding aisle. Was there a wedding aisle? Could she even get down a wedding aisle?
My wife's wedding element was of the finest nickel, mined and molded by friends in the nickel mines of southwest Switzerland. Each of us, we were rolled down the aisle in special conveyings, as with special pans and drains for the fluids. It was the happiest day ever for me, since the train. The cleric asked, did I choose this woman? There was a long time of silence. My whole very being came to a knife-like point in that instant, Catherine, my hand holding tenderly the hook of my wife.
Hook? As in hand hook?
I have been knowing since the wedding night her death was coming. A restenosis of the heart, it is irreversible. Now my Gertrude, she has been in a comatose and vegetating state for almost 1 year. This coma has no exit, it is said. The advanced Jorvik 9 exterior artificial heart is said
but a public aid cardiologist to Switzerland to be her chance for life. With it, they say my wife can live for many more years in a comatose and vegetated state. So you're down here like pressing your case to the Jarvik 9 people at Harvard or whatever. It is for her. I betray my friends and sail because of my nation, which now that victory and independence of the neighbors is possible, I am betraying it. You're spying and betraying Switzerland to try and keep alive somebody with a hook and spinal fluid and no skull and an irreversible coma? And I thought I was disturbed. You're making me totally reorient my idea of disturbed, mister. I am not telling for disturbing you, poor Catherine. I am telling of pain and saving a life and love. Well, Ray, far be it from far for me, but that's not love. That's low self-esteem and self-abuse and settling for less, choosing a coma over your comrades, assuming you're even not totally lying to get me into the hay or some fucked up, disturbed, sicko shit like that. These, which I've got to tell you, saying I remind you of her isn't exactly the way to sweep me off my feet. You know what I'm saying here? This is what is hard to tell. To ask any person to see. It is not choice. It is not choosing Gertrude over the AFR, my companions, over the causes. Choosing Gertrude to love as my wife was necessary for the others. These are the choices. Without the choice of her life, there are no other choices. I tried leaving at the commencement. I got only very few revolutions of the fauteuil. Sounds more like a gun to your head than a choice. If you can't choose the other way, there's no choice. No, but this choice, Catherine, I made it. It shines me. But the chains are of my choice. The other chains, no. The others were the chains of not choosing. Do you have a twin that just came in and sat down just to the left of you, but is also like about 1/3 overlapping on you? You are merely drunk. This will happen quickly if unused to alcohol. Nausea often accompanies this. Do not be alarmed if there is visual doubling, losing balance, and nausea of the stomach. The price of like complete, normal, human digestive tract. I used to throw up every morning without drinking, rain and shine both. You think there is no love without the pleasure, the no choice compelling of passion. I appreciate the drinks and all, but I don't think I'm going to, memorize a lecture on love from somebody who marries somebody with cerebral fluid spewing out of their mouth. No offense intended. As you say. My opinions are only that the love you of this country speak of yields none of the pleasure you seek in love. This whole idea of the pleasure and good feelings being what to choose, to give yourself away to, that all choice for you leads there, this pleasure of not choosing. Don't grudge me a little feeling good, of all people, Ray. Asshole, shit puddle, Swiss head. Is it better to throw up right away to try to wait before you throw up, Mr. Drinking Expert? I am thinking that if I were to claim we might leave, and I could lead you only 3 streets from here, and show you something with this promise, you would feel more good feeling and pleasure than ever before for you. You will never again feel sorrow or pity or the pain of the chains and the cage of never choosing. I am thinking of this offer. You will reply to me, what? I would make the reply that I've heard that one before, asshole, and from guys with a little more to them south of the waist, if you follow. I do not understand. What I'd reply is, I'm a shitty lay, as in sex partner. I've only ever been sexual twice, and both times it was awful. And Brad Anderson, when I called and said, "Why didn't you call again, Brad Anderson?" You know what he said? He said I was a lousy lay, and my snatch was sure awful big for somebody with such a little flat ass, Brad Anderson said.
No, you are not understanding.
That's just what I said.
You would say no thank you, you're saying. But this is because you would not believe my claim. If my claim it was true, you would say yes, Catherine. No?
Yes? Now you're not on your side anymore, Hal, I can see. When you're on your back, you don't have a shadow. Hey, Hal?
Yes, Mario.
I'm sorry if you're sad, Hal. You seem sad.
I smoke high-resin Bob Hope in secret by myself down in the pump room off the secondary maintenance tunnel. I use Visine and mint toothpaste, and shower with Irish Spring to hide it from almost everyone. Only Pemulus knows the true extent. I'm not the one CT and the moms want gone. I'm not the one they suspect. Pemulus publicly dosed his opponent at Port Washington. It was impossible to miss. The kid was a devout Mormon. The dose was impossible to miss. Sales of Visine bottles of pre-adolescent urine during quarterly tests have been noted, it turns out, and classed as a Pemulus production.
Selling Visine bottles?
I'd be immune to expulsion anyway, obviously, as the mom's his relative, but I'm suspected of nothing other than ill-considered moral paralysis out there on I Day. My urine and axe handle's urine are just to establish a context of objectivity for Pemulus's urine. It's Pemulus they want. I'm almost positive they're going to give Pemulus the shoe by the end of the term. I don't know whether Pemulus knows this or not.
Hey, Hal?
Normally they're after steroids, endocrine synthetics, mild dreams when they test. The ONANTA guy gave indications this one will be a full spectrum scan. Gas chromatography followed by electron bombardment, with spectrometer readings on the resultant mass fragments, the real McCoy. The kind the show uses.
Hey, Hal?
Mike stands there and says, what if hypothetically somebody was downwind from substances and got exposed and so on, claimed vague memories of a poppy seed bagel. Not at all Pemulus's normal rococo type of lie. This one had a kind of weary earnestness. The guy in the blazer said he'd go ahead and give us 30 days before a full spectrum scan. Mike had pointed out that there was an enormous lady from Moment due to arrive and snuffle around, making it a really unfortunate time for any outside chance inadvertent scandals for anybody. It was like the guy needed hardly any prodding to give us time to clean out the system. ONANTA doesn't want to catch anybody, really. Good clean fun and so on and so forth. The ingenious layer to the lie is that the guy thought the 30 days grace was for Pemulus, that it was what Pemulus needed. Pemulus could pass a urine test hanging upside down in a high wind, guy watching or not. He has a whole unpleasant catheterization technique you don't want to hear about. He's checked it. Attenuates are apparently the indie-type car of dreams, he says. His own urine can be all innocent and pale with 2 days' warning, as long as he stays off the bob. Boo-boo, the 30 days was actually for me, and Mike let me stand there with my unit out and not say anything, while he sold the urologist land and magazine subscriptions and Ginsu knives. He did it for me, and I'm not even the one they want.
You can tell me whatever you said.
What I do in secret, Boo. Mike says no more than 30 days to get it all out for sure. Cranberry juice, Cali tea, vinegar and water, plus or minus a couple days. The Bob Hope I smoke and hide, Boo. It's fat-soluble. It stays in there. In the body's fat.
Mrs. Clark told Bridget the human brain is high in fat, Bridget said.
Mario, if I get caught, if I come up dirty urined in front of ONANTA, what could CT do? It's not just that I'd lose my even year in 18s. He'd have to give me the shoe if he'd brought ONANTA into it. And what about himself's memory? I'm directly related to himself, not to mention Orrin. And meanwhile, here's this Moment lady lumbering around looking for family linen.
Frolch says she All she wants to do is soften Orrin's profile.
The hideous thing is how brightly it'd come out if I flunk a urine. ETA'll be publicly hurt. Hence himself's memory, hence himself. And it'd kill the moms, Mario. It'd be a terrible kertwang on the moms. Not so much the hope, the secrecy of it, that I hid it from her, that she'll feel I had to hide it from her.
Hey, Hal,
something terrible will happen if she finds out I hid it from her.
30 days is 1 calendar month of Cali tea and juice, you're saying.
Of tea and vinegar and total abstinence, of no substances whatsoever, of abrupt and total withdrawal while I try to justify my seat at the Whataburger and maybe get offered up to Wayne at the fundraiser. And then your birthday in 2 weeks.
Hey, Hal.
Jesus! And then the SATs in December. I'll have to finish prepping for the boards and then take the boards while still in abrupt withdrawal.
You'll get a perfect score. Everybody's betting you get a perfect score. I've heard 'em.
Marvelous. That's just exactly what I need to hear.
Hey, Hal.
And of course you're hurt, Boo, that I've tried to hide all of it from you.
I'm 0% hurt, Hal.
And of course you're wondering why I didn't just tell you, when of course you knew anyway. Knew something. The times hanging upside down in the weight room with a forehead Lyle didn't even want to get near. You sitting there letting me say I was just really, really tired and nightmare-ridden?
I feel like you always tell me the truth. You tell me when it's right to.
Marvelous.
I feel like you're the only one who knows when it's right to tell. I can't know for you, so why should I be hurt?
Be a fucking human being for once, Boo. I room with you and I hid it from you and let you worry and be hurt that I was trying to hide it.
I wasn't hurt. I don't want you to be sad.
You can get hurt and mad at people, Boo. Newsflash at almost fucking 19, kid. It's called being a person. You can get mad at somebody and it doesn't mean they'll go away. You don't have to put on a mom's act of total trust and forgiveness. One liar's enough.
You're scared your P might still flunk after 1 calendar month.
Jesus, it's like talking to a big poster of some smiley-faced guy. Are you in there?
And you can't use a Visine bottle of pee because the man will be right there looking at your penis. And Trevor and Pemulus's penises. The sun's thinking about coming up in the window. You can see it.
It's been like 40 hours without Bob Hope, and already I'm bats inside, and I can't sleep without more of the horror show dreams. I feel like I'm stuck halfway down a chimney.
You beat ortho, and your toothache's gone.
Pemulus and Accent will say a month will be it. Pemulus's only concern is this DMZ he got for the Whataburger detectable? He goes to the library and pours. He's fully alert and functional.
321.
It seems different with me, Boo. I feel a hole. It's going to be a huge hole in a month. A way more than Hal-sized hole.
So what do you think you should do?
And the hole's going to get a little bigger every day until I fly apart in different directions. I'll fly apart in midair. I'll fly apart in the lung, or at Tucson at 200 degrees in front of all these people who knew himself and think I'm different, whom I've lied to and liked it. It'll all come out anyway, clean pee or no.
Hey, Hal.
And it'll kill her. I know it will. It will kill her dead, Boo-Boo. I'm afraid.
Hey, Hal. What are you going to do? Hal?
Boo-Boo, I'm up on my elbow again. Tell me what you think I should do.
Me tell you?
I'm just too big a prick ears right here, Boo. Listening. Because I do not know what to do.
Hal, if I tell you the truth, will you get mad and tell me to be a fucking?
I trust you. You're smart, Boo.
Then, Hal, tell me what I should do. I think you just did it. What you should do. I think you just did. Do you see what I mean?
The 17th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. In Don Gately's medical absence, Jeanette F. had worked 5 straight night shifts on dream duty. I was in the front office just after 08:30, writing up the previous night in the log, trying to think of synonyms for boredom and periodically dipping a finger in her scalding coffee to stay awake, plus listening to distant toilets flush and showers hiss, and residents clunking sleepily around in the kitchen and dining room and everything like that, when somebody, all of a sudden, starts knocking at the house's front door, which meant that the person was like a newcomer or stranger, since people in the Enid House recovery community know that the front door is unlocked at 0800, and always completely open to all but the law as of 0801. The residents these days all know not to answer any knocks at the door themselves. So Jeanette F. at first thought it might be some more of those kind of police that wore suits and ties.
322.
Come to depose more residents as witnesses on the Lentz and Gately and Canadian fuck-up and everything like that. And Jeanette got out the clipboard with the names of all the residents with unresolved legal issues who needed to be put upstairs out of sight before any police were let on the premises. A couple of the residents on the list were in the dining room in full view, eating cereal and smoking. Jeanette carried the clipboard as a kind of emblem of authority as she went to the window by the front door to check out the knocking party and everything like that. But the kid at the door, there was no way he was police or court personnel, and Jeanette opened the unlocked door and let him in, not bothering to explain that nobody had to knock. It was an upscale kid, about Jeanette's own age, or slightly less, coughing against the foyer's pall of AM smoke, saying he wanted to speak in comparative private to someone in whatever passed here for authority, he said. This kid, he had the sort of cool aluminum sheen of an upscale kid, a kid with either a weird tan or a weird windburn on top of a tan, and just the whitest Nike high-tops Jeanette had ever seen, and ironed jeans, as in with like a crease down the front, and a weird woolly white jacket with ATE in red up one sleeve and in gray up the other, and slicked back dark hair that was wet, as in showered and not oil, and had half frozen, the hair, in the early outside cold, and was standing up straight and frozen in front, making his dark face look small. His ears looked inflamed from the cold. Jeanette appraised him coolly, digging at her ear with a pinky. She watched the boy's face as David Crone came scuttling over like a crab and blinked at the boy upside down a few times, and scuttled around and up the stairs, his forehead clunking against each stair. It was pretty obvious the boy wasn't any residence like homie or boyfriend come to give somebody a ride to work or like that. The way the boy looked and stood and talked and everything like that radiated high-maintenance upkeep and privilege in schools where nobody carried weapons, pretty much a whole planet of privilege away from the planet of Jeanette Marie Fultz of South Chelsea, and then the Right Honorable Edmund F. Haney facility for demonstrably incorrigible girls down in Brockton. And in Pat's office, with the door only half shut, Jeanette gave her face the blandly hostile expression she wore around upscale boys with no tats and all of their teeth, that outside of N.A. wouldn't have interest in her or might view her lack of front teeth and nose pin as evidence of they were like better than her and like that somehow. It emerged this kid didn't seem like he had enough emotional juice to be interested in judging anybody or even noticing them, however. His talking had a burbly, over-salivated quality Jeanette knew all too wicked well, the quality of somebody who just lately put down the pipe and or bong. The kid's hair was starting to melt in the heat of Pat's office and drip and settle on his head like a slashed tire, causing that his face got bigger. He looked a little like what the fourth Mrs. Fultz had called green around the gills. The boy stood there very straight with his hands behind his back and said he lived nearby and had for some time been interested in sort of an idle, largely speculative way in considering maybe dropping in on some sort of Substance Anonymous meeting and everything like that, basically as just something to do, the exact same roundabout denial shit as persons without teeth. And said, but he didn't know where any were, any meetings, or when, but knew the Enid House was nearby.
323.
that dealt directly with anonymous organizations of this sort, and was wondering whether he maybe could have, or borrow, and Xerox, and promptly return by either or fax or first-class mail, whichever they might prefer, some sort of relevant meeting schedule. He apologized for intruding and said that he didn't know whom else to call. The sort of guy like Ewell and Day and snotty look right through you if you weren't a fucking cover girl, Ken E., that knew how to long divide and say whom, but didn't even know how to look up shit on the yellow pages. Much later, in subsequent events light, Johnette F. would clearly recall the sight of the boy's frozen hair slowly settling, and how the boy had said whom, and the sight of clear upscale, odor-free saliva almost running out over his lower lip as he fought to pronounce the word without swallowing.
324.
Technical interviewers, under Chief of Unspecified Services, are the G. Tyne,
325.
really do this. Bring a portable high-watt lamp and plug it in and adjust its neck so the light shines down directly on the face of the interview's subject, whose Homburg and shade-affording eyebrows had been removed by polite but emphatic request. And it was this, the harsh light on her fully exposed, post-Marxist face, more than any kind of tough, noir-informed grilling from R. Tyne, Jr., and the other technical interviewer, that prompted MIT, ABD, Ph.D. Molly Notkin, fresh off the NNYC high-speed rail, seated in the Sidney Peterson-shaped directorial chair amid dropped luggage in her co-op's darkened and lock-dickied living room, to spill her guts, roll over, eat cheese, sing like a canary, tell everything she believed she knew.
326.
Molly Notkin tells the USOUS operatives that her understanding of the après-garde auteur J.O. Incandenza's lethally entertaining Infinite Jest, number 5 or 6, is that it features Madame Psychosis as some kind of maternal instantiation of the archetypal figure Death, sitting naked, corporeally gorgeous, ravishing, hugely pregnant, her hideously deformed face either veiled or blanked out by undulating computer-generated squares of color, or anamorphosized into unrecognizability as any kind of face by the camera's apparently very strange and novel lens, sitting there, nude, explaining in very simple childlike language to whomever the film's camera represents that death is always female, and that the female is always maternal. That is, that the woman who kills you is always your next life's mother. This, which Molly Notkin said didn't make too much sense to her either when she heard it, was the alleged substance of the death cosmology Madame Psychosis was supposed to deliver in a relating monologue to the viewer, mediated by the very special lens. She may or may not have been holding a knife during this monologue, and the film's big technical hook — the auteur's films always involved some sort of technical hook — involved some very unusual kind of single lens on the Bolex H-32's turret.
327.
And it was unquestionably an FX that Madame Psychosis looked pregnant, because the real Madame Psychosis had never been visibly pregnant. Molly Notkin had seen her naked.
328.
And you can always tell if a woman's ever carried anything past the first trimester if you look at her naked.
329.
Molly Notkin tells them that Madame Psychosis's own mother had killed herself in a truly ghastly way with an ordinary kitchen garbage disposal on the evening of Thanksgiving Day in the year of the Tux medicated pad, 4 odd months before the film's auteur himself had killed himself. Also with a kitchen appliance, also ghaslily, which she says, though any Lincoln-Kennedy-type connections between the two suicides will have to be ferreted out by the interviewers on their own, since as far as Molly Notkin knew, the two different parents didn't even know of each other's existence. That the Lethal Cartridge's digital Bolex H-32 camera, already a Rube Goldberg-esque amalgam of various improvements and digital adaptations to the already modification-heavy classic Bolex H-16 Rex 5, a Canadian line, by the way, favored throughout his whole career by the auteur, because its turret could accept 3 different C-mount lenses and adapters. That Infinite Jest 5 or 6s had been fitted with an extremely strange and extrusive kind of lens, and lay during filming on either the floor or like a cot or bed, the camera, with Madame Psychosis as the death mother figure inclined over it, parturient and nude, talking down to it, in both senses of the word, which, from a critical perspective, would introduce into the film a kind of synesthetic double entendre, involving both the oral and visual perspectives of the subjective camera, explaining to the camera, as audience synecdoche, that this was why mothers were so obsessively, consumingly, drivenly, and yet somehow narcissistically loving of you, their kid. The mothers are trying frantically to make amends for a murder neither of you quite remember. Molly Notkin tells them she could be far more helpful and forthcomingly detailed if only they'd switch that beastly lamp off or train it someplace else, which is a brass-faced falsehood, and dismissed as such by Tyne Jr., and so the light stays right on Molly Notkin's glabrous, unhappy face. That Madame Psychosis in the film's auteur had not been sexually enmeshed, and for reasons beyond the fact that the auteur's belief in a finite world total of available erections rendered him always either impotent or guilt-ridden. That in fact Madame Psychosis had loved and been sexually enmeshed only with the auteur's son, who, though Molly Notkin never encountered him personally, and Madame Psychosis had taken care never to speak ill of him, was clearly as thoroughgoing a little rotter as one would find down through the whole white male canon of venery, moral cowardice, emotional chicanery, and rot. That Madame Psychosis had been present neither at the auteur's suicide nor at his funeral. That she'd missed the funeral because her passport had expired. That nor had Madame Psychosis been present at the reading of the late auteur's will, despite the fact that she was one of the beneficiaries. That Madame Psychosis had never mentioned the fate or present disposition of the unreleased cartridge entitled either Infinite Jest No. 5 or Infinite Jest No. 6, and had described it only from the perspective of the experience of performing in it, nude, and had never seen it, but had a hard time believing it was even entertaining, let alone lethally entertaining, and tended to believe it had represented little more than the thinly veiled cries of a man at the very terminus of his existential tether, the auteur having apparently been extremely close to his own mother in childhood, and had no doubt been recognized as such by the auteur, who, though not exactly the psychic sea's steadiest keel, had been in many respects an acute reader and critic of film, and would have been able to distinguish the real filmic McCoy from pathetic cries veiled as film, no matter how wildly his nautical compass was spinning around on its tether, and would, in all probability, have destroyed the master print of the failed piece of art, the same way he'd reportedly destroyed the first 4 or 5 failed attempts at the same piece, which pieces had admittedly featured actresses of lesser mystique and allure. That the auteur's funeral had purportedly taken place in Lille province of Nouveau Quebec, the birth province of the auteur's widow, featuring an interment and not a cremation. That, far be it from her to tell the U.S. Office of Unspecified Services its business, but why not simply go to J.O.I.'s widow and verify directly the existence and location of the purported cartridge? It seemed pretty unlikely to her, Molly Notkin, that the auteur's widow had any connections with any anti-American groups, cells, or movements, no matter what the files in her indiscreet youth might suggest, since from everything Molly Notkin's heard the woman didn't have much interest in any agendas larger than her own individually neurotic agendas, even though she came on to Madame Psychosis all sweet and solicitous. That Madame Psychosis had confessed to Molly Notkin that the widow struck her as very possibly death incarnate, her constant smile the rictal smile of some kind of thanatoptic figure, and that it struck Madame Psychosis as bizarre that it was she, Madame Psychosis, whom the auteur kept casting as various feminine instantiations of death, when he had the real thing right under his nose, and eminently photogenic to boot, the widow-to-be, apparently a real restaurant silencer-type beauty even in her late 40s. The auteur had stopped ingesting distilled spirits as Madame Psychosis's personal condition for consenting to appear in what she knew to be her, but did not know to be the J.O.I.'s final film cartridge, and that the auteur had, apparently, incredibly,
330.
kept his side of the bargain. Possibly because he'd been so deeply moved at M.P.'s consent to appear before the camera again, even after her terrible accident and deformation, and the little rotter of a son's despicable abandonment of the relationship under the excuse of accusing Madame Psychosis of being sexually enmeshed with their— here Molly Notkin said that she, of course, had meant to say his father, the auteur, and that the auteur had apparently remained alcohol-free for the whole next 3.5 months, from Xmas of the year of the Tux-medicated pad to the 1st of April of the year of the trial-size Dove Bar, the date of his suicide. That, the completely secret and hidden substance abuse problem, the one that had now landed Madame Psychosis in an elite, private dependency treatment facility, so elite that not even MP's closest friends knew where it was, beyond knowing only that it was someplace far, very far away, that the abuse problem could have been nothing but a consequence of the terrible guilt Madame Psychosis felt over the auteur's suicide, and constituted a clear unconscious compulsion to punish herself with the same sort of substance abuse activity she had coerced the auteur into stopping, merely substituting narcotics for wild turkey, which Molly Notkin could attest was some very gnarly-tasting liquor indeed. Know that Madame Psychosis's guilt over the auteur's falota self had nothing to do with the purportedly lethal Infinite Jest, number 5 or number 6, which, as far as Madame Psychosis had determined from the filming itself, was little more than an olla podrida of depressive conceits, strung together with flashy lensmanship and perspectival novelty. That, no, rather the consuming guilt had been over the condition that the auteur suspend the ingestion of spirits, which it turned out, MP had claimed in deluded hindsight, had been all that was keeping the man's tether raveled, the ingestion, such that without it he was unable to withstand the psychic pressures that pushed him over the edge into what Madame Psychosis said she and the auteur had sometimes referred to as, quote, self-erasure. That it did not strike her, Molly Notkin, as improbable that the special limited edition turkey-shaped gift bottle of wild turkey-blended whiskey brand distilled spirits with the cerise velveteen gift ribbon around its neck, with a bow tucked under its wattles, on the kitchen counter next to the microwave oven, before which the auteur's body had been found so ghastlily inclined, had been placed there by the spouse's widow-to-be, who may well have been enraged by the fact that the auteur had never been willing to give up spirits, quote, for her, but had apparently been willing to give them up, quote, for Madame Psychosis and her nude appearance in his final opus. That the, by all reports, exceptionally attractive Madame Psychosis had suffered an irreparable facial trauma on the same Thanksgiving day that her mother had killed herself with a kitchen appliance, leaving her, Madame Psychosis, hideously and improbably deformed, and that her membership in the Union of the Hideously and Improbably Deformed's 13-step self-help organization was no kind of metaphor or ruse, that the intolerable stresses leading to the auteur's self-erasure had probably way less to do with film or digital art, this auteur's anti-confluential approach to the medium having always struck Molly Notkin as being rather aloof and cerebrally technical, to say nothing of naively post-Marxist in its self-congratulatory combination of anamorphic fragmentation and anti-picaresque narrative stasis.
331.
Or with having allegedly spawned some angelic monster of audience gratification. Anyone with a nervous system who watched much of his oeuvre could see that fun or entertainment was pretty low on the late filmmaker's list of priorities, but rather much more likely to do with the fact that his widow-to-be was engaging in sexual enmeshments with just about everything with a Y chromosome, and had been for what sounded like many years, including possibly the auteur's son and Madame's craven lover as a child, seeing as it sounded like the little rotter had enough mal-cathected issues with his mother to keep all of Vienna humming briskly for quite some time. That thus, with the Promethean guilt angle on the auteur's suicide cast into serious doubt, there was little question in ABD Dr. Notkin's mind that the entire perfect entertainment as Liebestod myth surrounding the purportedly lethal final cartridge was nothing more than a classic illustration of the antinomically schizoid function of the post-industrial capitalist mechanism, whose logic presented commodity as the escape from anxieties of mortality, which escape is itself psychologically fatal, as detailed in perspicuous detail in Monsieur Gilles Deleuze's posthumous Incest and the Life of Death in Capitalist Entertainment, which he'd be happy to lend the figure standing up somewhere above the lamp's white fire, one of them tapping something irritatingly against the lamp's conic metal shade, if they promised to return it and not mark it up. That, in response to respectful but pointed requests to keep the responses on some sort of factual track and spare them all the egg-headed abstractions, Madame Psychosis's deforming trauma in its combination of coincidence and malefic intention had been like something right out of the auteur's most ghastly and unresolvable proto-incestuous disaster films. For example, The Night Wears a Sombrero, Dial C for Concupiscence, and The Unfortunate Case of Me. That, Madame Psychosis, an only child, had been extremely and heartwarmingly close to her father, a low-pH chemist for a Kentucky reagent outfit, who'd apparently had an extremely close only child and watching movies together-based relationship with his own mother, and seemed to reenact the closeness with Madame Psychosis, taking her to movies on a nearly daily basis in Kentucky, and driving her all over the Mid-South for various junior baton-twirling competitions, while his wife, Madame Psychosis's mother, a devoutly religious but wounded and neurasthenic woman with a fear of public spaces, stayed home on the family farm, canning preserves and seeing to the administration of the farm, etc. But that things had gotten first strange and then creepy as Madame Psychosis entered puberty, apparently. Specifically, the low-pH father had gotten creepy, seeming to behave as if Madame Psychosis were getting younger instead of older, taking her to increasingly child-rated films at the local Cineplex, refusing to acknowledge issues of menses or breasts, strongly discouraging dating, etc. Apparently issues were complicated by the fact that Madame Psychosis emerged from puberty as an almost freakishly beautiful young woman, especially in a part of the United States where poor nutrition and indifference to dentition and hygiene made physical beauty an extremely rare and sort of discomforting condition, one in no way shared by Madame Psychosis's toothless and fire-plug-shaped mother, who said not a word as Madame Psychosis's father interdicted everything from brasiers to pap smears. Addressing the nubile Madame Psychosis in progressively puerile baby talk, and continuing to use her childhood diminutive like Pookie or Putty, as he attempted to dissuade her from accepting a scholarship to a Boston university whose film and film cartridge studies program was, he apparently maintained, full of, quote, nasty pootum wookie bam-bams, unquote, whatever family code pejorative this signified. That, to cut to a chase which the interviewer's hands-on-hip attitudes and replacement of the lamp's bulb with a much higher wattage signified they'd very much like to see cut to, as is often the case, it wasn't until Madame Psychosis got to college and gradually acquired some psychic distance and matter for emotional comparison that she even began to see how creepy her reagent daddy's regression had been. And not until a certain major sports star's son's autograph on a punctured football inspired more emailed suspicion and sarcasm than gratitude from home in Kentucky, that she began even to suspect that her lack of social life throughout puberty might have had as much to do with her daddy's intrusive discouragement as with her actionizing pubescent charms. That, pausing briefly to spell actionizing, the shit had hit the intergenerational psychic fan when Madame Psychosis brought the auteur's little rotter of a son home to the Kentucky spread for the third time, for Thanksgiving in the year of the Tuck's medicated pad, and witnessing her daddy's infantilizing conduct of her and her mother's wordless, compulsive canning and cooking, not to mention the terrific tension that resulted when Madame Psychosis attempted to move some of the stuffed animals out of her room to make room for the auteur's son, in short, experiencing her home and daddy through the comparative filter of enmeshment with the auteur's son, brought Madame Psychosis to the crisis that precipitates speaking the unspeakable. And that it had been at Thanksgiving dinner, at midday on the 24th of November, YTMP, when the low-pH daddy began not only cutting up Madame Psychosis's plate's turkey for her, but mashing it into puree between the tines of his fork, all under the raised comparative eyebrows of the auteur's son, that Madame Psychosis finally aired the unspoken question of why. With her now of legal age and living with a male, and retired from childhood's twirling and carving out an adult career on one and potentially two sides of the film camera, did her own personal daddy seem to feel that she needed help to chew? Molly Notkin's second-hand take on the emotional eruptions that ensued is not detailed, but she feels she can state with confidence that it's plausibly a case of any kind of system that's been under enormous silent pressure for some time. That when the system finally blows, the accreted pressure's such that it's almost always a full-scale eruption. The low pH daddy's enormous stress had apparently erupted right there at the table, with his grown daughter's white meat between his tines, in the confession that he'd been secretly, silently, in love with Madame Psychosis from way, way back. That the love had been the real thing, pure, unspoken, genuflectory, timeless, impossible. That he never touched her, wouldn't, nor ogle, less out of a horror of being the sort of Mid-South father who touched and ogled, than out of the purity of his doomed love for the little girl he'd escorted to the movies as proudly as any beau, daily. That the repression and disguisability of his pure love hadn't been all that hard when Madame Psychosis had been juvenile and sexless, but at the onset of puberty and nubility the pressure had become so great that he could compensate only by regressing the child mentally to an age of incontinence and pre-mashed meat, and that his awareness of how creepy his denial of her maturation must have seemed, even though neither the daughter nor mother, even now wordlessly chewing a candied yam, had remarked on it, the denial and creepiness, although the man's beloved pointers were given to whimper and scratch at the door when the denial had gotten especially creepy, animals being way more sensitive than humans to emotional anomalies, in Molly Notkin's experience, had raised his internal limbic system's pressure to near, intolerable foot-kilo levels, and that he'd been hanging on for dear life for the past, nigh on now, a decade, but that now that he'd had to actually stand witness to the removal of Pookie and Urgelbear and others from her ballerina-wallpapered room, to make space for a non-related mature male, whose physical vigor, through the peephole the daddy'd exerted every gram of trembling will he'd possessed, trying not to drill the hole in the bathroom wall just above the mirror, over the sink, whose pipes made the wall behind the headboard of Madame Psychosis's room's bed sing and clunk, and through which, late at night, claiming to mother a case of skitters from all the holiday nibbles, hunched atop the sink, every night since Madame Psychosis and the auteur's son had first arrived to sleep together in the unstuffed, animaled bed of a childhood, through which he'd been all but tortured by the purity of his impossible love for the... That it had been at this point that Madame Psychosis's mother's fork, and then whole plate, had clattered to the floor, and that, amid the sounds of the pointers under the table fighting over that plate, the mother's own denial system's pressure blew, and she freaked, announcing publicly at the table that she and the daddy had not once known each other as man and wife since Madame Psychosis had first menstruated, that she'd known something incredibly creepy was going on but had denied it, evacuated her suspicions, and placed them under great pressure in the bell jar of her own denial because, she admits is probably less accurate than something like keens or shrieks or jabbers, that her own father, an itinerant camp-meeting preacher, had molested her and her sister all through childhood, ogled and touched, and worse, and that this had been why she'd married at just 16, to escape, and that now it was clear to her that she'd married the exact same kind of monster, the kind who spurns his ordained mate and wants his daughter. She'd said maybe it was her, she, the mother, who was the monster, which, if so, she was tired of hiding it and appearing falsely before God and man, whereupon she'd reeled from her place and hurdled 3 pointers and run down to the daddy's acid lab in the cellar, to disfigure herself with acid. That the daddy'd kept a world-class collection of various acids in Pyrex brand flasks on wooden shelves down in the cellar. That the daddy, the rotter of a son, and finally a shock-slowed Madame Psychosis had all run down the stairs after the mother and hit the cellar just as the mother had removed the stopper of a Pyrex flask with an enormous, half-eaten-away skull on the side which, along with the flaming scarlet piece of litmus paper afloat inside, signified an incredibly low pH and corrosive type of acid. That Madame Psychosis's name was, in reality, Lucille Duquette, and the daddy's name either Earl or Al Duquette of extreme southeast Kentucky, way down near Tennessee and Virginia. That, despite the little rotter's professions of self-recrimination for allowing the deformity to take place, and claimed that the swirling systems of guilt and horror and denial-informed forgiveness made a committed relationship with Madame Psychosis increasingly untenable, it didn't take an expert in character disorders and weaknesses to figure out why the fellow had given Madame Psychosis the boot within months of the traumatic deformity, now did it. That right on the hysterical cusp, where internalized rage can so easily shift to externalized rage, the mother had hurled the low pH flask at the daddy, who'd reflexively ducked, and that the rotter, one Orrin, right behind, a former tennis champion with superb upper-body reflexes, had instinctively ducked also, leaving Madame Psychosis, dazed and bradykinetic from the sudden venting of so many high-pressure repressive family systems, open for a direct facial hit, resulting in the traumatic deformity. And that it had been everyone's failure to press any charges that had liberated the mother from southeast Kentucky custody and allowed her access once again to her home's kitchen, where, apparently despondent, she committed suicide by putting her extremities down the garbage disposal. First one arm and then, kind of miraculously if you think about it, the other arm.
332.
The most distant and obscure Tuesday p.m. meeting listed in the little white Metro Boston Recovery Options booklet.
333.
The incisor-less nostril-pierced girl down at the Ennett house had given him looked to be a males-only thing at 17:30 hours, out in Natick, almost in Framingham, at something with a location on Route 27 that the MBRO booklet listed only as QRS-32A. Hal, who had no last class period, rushed through PMs, dispatching Shaw 1 and 3 by the time the regular PMs were even warming up, then skipping left-leg circuits in the weight room, and was also foregoing tonight's lemon chicken with potato rolls, all to blast out to Natick in time to check this anti-substance fellowship meeting business out. He wasn't sure why, since it didn't seem to be any kind of slobbering inability to abstain that was the problem. He hadn't had so much as a milligram of a substance, of any kind, since the 30-day urological condemnation of last week. The issues, the horrific way his heads felt, increasingly, since he abruptly abandoned all hope.
334.
It wasn't just nightmares and saliva. It was as if his head perched on the bedpost all night now, and in the terribly early a.m. when Hal's eyes snapped open immediately said, "Glad you're up. I've been wanting to talk to you." And then didn't let up all day, having at him like a well-revved chainsaw all day until he could finally try to fall unconscious, crawling into the rack, wretched, to await more bad dreams. 24/7s of feeling wretched and bereft. Dusk was coming earlier. Hal signed out at the portcullis and blasted down the hill and took the tow truck up Commonwealth Avenue to the CC Reservoir and then south on Hammond, the same deadening route as the ETA conditioning run, except when he hit Boylston Street, he turned right and struck out west. Once it cleared West Newton, Boylston Street became Shunpike Route 9, the major west suburb commuter alternative to the suicidal I-90, and 9 suburb-hopped serpentine all the way west to Natick and Route 27. Hal crawled through traffic on a major flow road that had once been a cowpath. By the time he was in Wellesley Hills, the sky's combustion-ish orange had deepened to the hellish crimson of a fire's last embers. Darkness fell with a clunk shortly after, and Hal's spirits with it. He felt pathetic and absurd even going to check this Narcotics Anonymous meeting thing out. Everybody always flashed his or her brights at the tow truck because the headlamps were set so senselessly high on the truck's grill. The little portable disc player had been detached by either Pemulus or Axford and not returned. WYYY was a ghostly thread of jazz against a sea of static. AM had only corporate rock and reports that the General Administration had scheduled and then cancelled a special, spontaneous, disseminated address to the nation on subjects unknown. NPR had a kind of roundtable on potential subjects. George Will's laryngectomy prosthesis sounded hideous. Hal preferred silence and traffic sounds. He ate 2 of 3 $4 brand muffins he'd whipped in for at a Cleveland Circle gourmet bakery, grimacing as he swallowed because he'd forgotten a tonic to wash them down. Then put in a mammoth plug of Kodiak and spat periodically into his special NASA glass, which fit neatly into the cup holder down by the transmission, and passed the last 15 minutes of the dull drive, considering the probable etymological career of the word anonymous, all the way he supposed from the Aeolic Ovia through Tynes' B.S. 1580s reference to Anonymal Chronicles, and whether it was joined way back somewhere at the Saxonic taproot to the Old English on ane, which supposedly meant all as one, or as one body, and became Cynewulf's eventual standard inversion to the classic anon, maybe. Then called up on his mnemonic screen the developmental history since BS 35 of the initial substance group AA, on which there'd been such a lengthy entry in the discursive OED that Hal hadn't had to hit any sort of outside database to feel more or less factually prepared to drop into its spin-off NA and at least to give the thing an appraising once-over. Hal can summon a kind of mental Xerox of anything he'd ever read and basically read it all over again, at will, which talent the abandonment of hope hasn't, so far, compromised, the withdrawal's effects being more like emotional/salivodigestive. The rock faces on either side of the truck when 27 goes through blasted hills of rock, the very fringes of the Berkshire's penumbra, are either granite or gneiss. Hal, for a while, also practices saying, "My name's Mike." "Mike, hi." "Hey there, name's Mike," etc., into the truck's rear view. By 15 minutes east of Natick, it becomes obvious that the little booklet's terse QRS designates a facility called Quabbin Recovery Systems, which is easy to find. Roadside ad signs starting to announce the place several clicks away, each sign a little different and designed to form a little like narrative of which actual arrival at QRS would be the climax. Even Hal's late father was too young really to remember Burma shave signs. Quabbin Recovery Systems is set far back from Route 27, on a winding, groomed gravel road, flanked all the way up by classy old-time standing lanterns, whose glass shades are pebbled and faceted like candy dishes, and seem more for mood than illumination. Then the actual building's driveway's an even more winding little road that's barely more than a tunnel through meditative pines and poor-postured Lombardy poplars. Once off the highway, the whole nighttime scene out here in Exurbia, Boston's true boonies, seems ghostly and circumspect. Hal's tires crunch cones in the road. Some sort of bird shits on his windshield. The driveway broadens gradually into a like delta, and then a parking lot of mint-white gravel, and the physical QRS is right there, cubular and brooding. The building's one of these late-model, undeformed cubes of rough paneled brick and granite coins. Illuminated, moodily, from below by more classy lanterns, it looks like a building block from some child titan's toy chest. Its windows are the smoky brown kind that in daylight become dark mirrors. Hal's late father had publicly repudiated this kind of window glass in an interview in Lens and Pain when the stuff first came out. Right now, lit from inside, the windows have a sort of bloody, polluted aspect. A good 2/3 of the lot's parking places say reserved for staff, which strikes Hal as odd. The tow truck tends to diesel and chuff after de-ignition, finally subsiding with a shuddering fart. It's dead quiet except for the hiss of light traffic down on 27 past all the trees. Only TP-Link workers and marathon-type commuters live in exurban Natick. It's either way colder out here or else a front's been coming in while Hal drove. The lot's piney air has the ethyl sting of winter. QRS's big doors and lintel are more of that reflector-shade glass. There's no obvious bell, but the doors are unlocked. They open in that sort of pressurized way of institutional doors. The savannah-colored lobby is broad and still, and has a vague medical/dental smell. Its carpet's a dense, low, tan dacronyl weave that evacuates sound. There's a circular, high-countered nurse's station or reception desk, but nobody's there. The whole place is so quiet, Hal can hear the squeak of blood in his head. The 32A that follows QRS in the girl's little white booklet is presumably a room number. Hal has on a non-ETA jacket and carries the NASA glass he spits in. He'd have to spit, even if he didn't have chew in. The Kodiak's almost like a cover or excuse. There is no map or "you are here" type directory on view in the lobby. The lobby's heat is intense and close, but kind of porous. It's in a sort of uneasy struggle with the radiant chill of all the smoked glass of the entrance. The lamps out in the lot and off along the driveway are blobs of sepia light through the glass. Inside, cove lighting at the seams of walls and ceiling produce an indirect light that's shadowless and seems to rise from the room's objects themselves. It's the same lighting and lion-colored carpeting in the first long hall Hal tries. The room numbers go up to 17, and then, after Hal turns a sharp corner, start at 34A. The room doors are false blonde wood, but look thick and private, flush in their frames. There's also the smell of stale coffee. The wall's color scheme is somewhere between puce and mature eggplant skin, kind of nauseous against the sandy tan of the carpet. All buildings with any kind of health theme to them have this thin, sick, sweet, dental sub-odor to them. QRS also seems to have some sort of balsamy air freshener going in the ventilation system, too, but it doesn't quite cover the sweet medical stink or the bland, sour smell of institutional food. Hal hasn't heard one human sound since he came in. The place's silence has that glittery sound of total silence. His footfalls make no sound on the dacronyl. He feels furtive and burglarish, and holds the NASA glass down at his side and the NA booklet higher up and cover out as a sort of explanatory ID. There are computer-enhanced landscapes on the walls, little low tables with glossy pamphlets, a framed print of Picasso's Seated Harlequin, and nothing else that wasn't just institutional bullshit. Visual Muzak. Without any sound to his footfalls, it's like the gauntlets of doors just glide by. The quiet has a kind of menace. The whole cubular building seems to Hal to hold the tensed menace of a living thing that's chosen to hold itself still. If you asked Hal to describe his feelings as he looked for room 32A, the best he could do would be to say he wished he were somewhere else, and feeling some way besides how he felt. His mouth pours spit. The glass is 1/3 full and heavy in his hand, and not much fun to look at. He's missed the glass a couple of times and marred the tan carpet with dark spit. After 2 90-degree turns, it's clear the hallway's run is a perfect square around the cube's ground level. He's seen no stairs or entrances to stairways. He empties the NASA glass rather gooily into a potted rubber tree's dirt. QRS's building may be one of those infamous rubicular cubes that looks topologically undeformed but is actually impossible to negotiate on the inside. But the numbers after the third corner start at 18, and now Hal can hear either very distant or very muffled voices. He carries the NA booklet in front of him like a crucifix. He has about $50 US and another $100 in eagle, leaf, and broom emblemized ONA in script, having had no idea what sort of introductory costs might be involved. QRS didn't purchase prime Natick acreage and the cutting-edge services of a Sao Paulo school geometric minimalist architect with just altruistic goodwill, that was for sure. Room 32A's wooden grain door was just as emphatically shut as all the others, but the muffled voices were behind this one. The meeting was listed in the book as starting at 17:30, and it was only around 17:20, and Hal thought the voices might signify some sort of pre-meeting orientation for people who've come for the first time, sort of tentatively, just to scout the whole enterprise out, so he doesn't knock. He still has this intractable habit of making a move like he's straightening a bow tie before he enters a strange room. And except for the thin rubber sheaths, the doorknobs on the Quabbin Recovery Systems doors are the same as at ETA. Flat bars of brass toggle-bolted to the latch mechanism, so you have to push the bar down instead of turning anything to open the door. But the meeting is underway, apparently. It isn't near big enough to create a mood of anonymity or casual spectation. 9 or 10 adult middle-class males are in the warm room on orange plastic chairs with legs of molded steel tubing. Every one of the men has a beard, and each wears chinos and a sweater, and they all sit the same way, that Indian cross-legged style with their hands on their knees and their feet under their knees, and they all wear socks with no footwear or winter jackets anywhere in sight. Hal eases the door shut and sort of slinks along the wall to an empty chair, all the time conspicuously brandishing the meeting booklet. The chairs are placed in no discernible order, and their orange clashes nastily with the room's own colors, walls and ceiling, the color of Thousand Island dressing, a color scheme with unplaceable but uneasy associations for Hal, and more of the lionskin Decrenal carpet. And the warm air in 32A is stuffy with CO2, and unpleasantly scented with the aroma of soft male middle-aged bodies not wearing footwear, a stale, meaty, cheesy smell, more nauseous even than the ETA locker room after a Mrs. Clark Tex-Mex fiesta. The only guy in the meeting to acknowledge Hal's entrance is at the front of the room, a man Hal would have to call almost morbidly round, his body nearly Leith-sized and globularly round, and the smaller but still large globe of a head atop it, his socks plaid, and his legs not all the way crossable, so it looks like he might pitch disastrously backward in his chair any minute, smiling warmly at Hal's winter coat and NASA glass, as Hal slinks and sits and slumps down low. The round man's chair is positioned under a small white magic marker blackboard, and all the other chairs approximately face it. And the man holds a magic marker in one hand and holds what looks quite a bit like a teddy bear to his chest with the other, and wears chinos and a cable-knit Norwegian sweater the color of toast. His hair is that waxy sort of blonde, and he's got the blonde eyebrows and creepy blonde eyelashes and violently flushed face of a true Norwegian blonde. And his little beard is an imperial so sharply waxed it looks like a truncated star. The morbidly round, blonde man's pretty clearly the leader of the meeting, possibly a high-ranking official of Narcotics Anonymous, whom Hal could casually approach about tracts and texts to buy and study afterward. Another middle-aged guy up near the front is crying, and he, too, holds what looks like a bear. The blonde brows hike up and down as the leader says, "I'd like to suggest we men all hold our bears tight and let our inner infant non-judgmentally listen to Kevin's inner infant expressing his grief and loss." They're all at subtly different angles to Hal, who slumped low over by the wall in the second-to-last row. But it turns out after some subtle, casual neck craning that, sure enough, all these middle-class guys, in at least their 30s, are sitting there clutching teddy bears to their sweatered chests. And identical teddy bears, plump and brown and splay-limbed, and with a little red corduroy tongue protruding from the mouths, so the bears all look oddly throttled. The room is menacingly quiet now except for the sibilance of the heating vents and the sobbing guy Kevin, and the plip of Hal's saliva hitting the bottom of the empty glass rather more loudly than he might have wished. The back of the crying guy's neck is turning redder and redder as he clutches his bear and rocks on his hams. Hal sits with his leg crossed, good ankle on knee, and joggles his white high top and looks at his calloused thumb and listens to the Kevin guy sob and snuffle. The guy wipes his nose with the heel of his hand, just like the littler buddies at ETA. Hal figures the tears and bears have something to do with giving up drugs, and that the meeting is probably on the verge of coming around to talking explicitly about drugs and how to give up drugs for a certain period without feeling indescribably wretched and bereft, or maybe at least some data on how long one might expect the wretchedness of giving up drugs to continue before the old nervous system and salivary glands return to normal. Even though inner infant sounds uncomfortably close to Dr. Dolores Rusk's dreaded inner child, Hal'd be willing to bet that here it's some sort of shorthand, Narcotics Anonymous sobriquet for like limbic component of the CNS, or the part of our cortex that's not utterly wretched and bereft without the drugs that up to now have been pulling us through the day secretly, or some affirming, encouraging thing like that. Hal wills himself to stay objective and not form any judgments before he has serious data, hoping desperately for some sort of hopeful feeling to emerge. The diglobular leader has made a cage of his hands and rested his hands on his teddy bear's head and is breathing slowly and evenly, watching Kevin kindly from under the blonde eyebrows, looking more than anything like some sort of Buddha-ass California surfer dude. The leader inhales gently and says, "The energies I'm feeling in the group are energies of unconditional love and acceptance for Kevin's inner infant." Nobody else says anything, and the leader doesn't seem to need anybody to say anything. He looks down at the cage his hands have made on the bear, and keeps subtly changing the shape of the cage. The guy Kevin, whose neck is now not only beet red but shiny with embarrassed sweat between his shirt collar and hair's hem, sobs even harder at the affirmation of love and support. The round leader's high, hoarse voice had the same blandly kind, didactic quality as Rusk's, as if always speaking to a not-too-bright child. After some more cage play and deep breathing, the leader looks up and around and nods at nothing and says, "Maybe we could all name our feelings right now for Kevin and share how much we're caring for him and his inner infant right now, in his pain." Various bearded, cross-legged guys speak up. "I love you, Kevin." "I'm not judging you, Kevin. Know just how you and the I feel. I'm feeling really close to you." "I'm feeling a lot of love for you right now, Kevin." "You're crying for two, guy." Kevin, 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 Kevin. "I'm not feeling like your crying is one bit unmanly or pathetic, fella." It's at this point that Hal begins truly to lose his willed objectivity and open-mindedness, and to get a bad personal feeling about this Narcotics Anonymous NA meeting, which seems already deeply underway and isn't one bit like he's imagined an even remotely hopeful anti-drug meeting would be like. It seems more like some kind of cosmetic psychology encounter thing. Now, one substance or symptom of substance deprivation has been mentioned so far, and none of these guys looks like they've ever been engaged with anything more substantial than an occasional wine cooler, if he had to guess. Hal's grim mood deepens as the round man up front now leans precariously over and down and opens a sort of toy box under the blackboard by his chair and produces a cheap plastic portable CD laser scanner and sets it on top of the toy box, where it begins to issue a kind of low, treacly, ambient shopping mall music, mostly cello, with sporadic harps and chimes. The stuff spreads through the hot little room like melted butter, and Hal sinks lower in his orange chair and looks hard at the space and spacecraft emblem on his NASA glass. "Kevin?" the leader says over the music. "Kevin!" The sobbing man's hand lies over his face like a spider, and he doesn't even start to look up until the leader has said several times very blandly and kindly, "Kevin, do you feel okay about looking at the rest of the group?" Kevin's red neck wrinkles as he looks up at the blonde leader through his fingers. The leader's made the cage again on his poor bear's squashed head. "Can you share what you're feeling, Kevin?" he says. "Can you name it?" Kevin's voice is muffled by the hand he hides behind.
I'm feeling my inner infant's abandonment and deep deprivation issues, Harv,
he says, drawing shuddering breaths. His mauve sweater's shoulders tremble.
I'm feeling my inner infant standing, holding the bars of his crib and looking out of the bars of his crib, and crying for his mommy and daddy to come hold him and nurture him.
Kevin sobs twice in an apneated way. One arm holds his laps bare so tight Hal thinks he can see a little stuffing start to come out of its mouth around its tongue. And a stalactite of that clear, thin, weepy-type mucus hangs from Kevin's nose just millimeters over the throttled bear's head.
And nobody's coming,
he sobs.
Nobody's coming. I feel alone with my bear and plastic airplane bubble and teething ring.
Everybody's nodding in an affirming and pained way. No two beards are exactly the same fullness and design. A couple other sobs break out across the room. Everyone's bear stares blankly ahead. The leader's nod is slow and meditative.
And can you share your needs with the group right now, Kevin?
Please share, Kevin, says a slim guy over by a black filing cabinet who sits like he's a veteran at sitting Indian-style in hard plastic chairs. The music's still going absolutely nowhere, like Philip Glass on Quaaludes.
The work we're here to do,
the leader says over the music, one hand now pressed pensively to the side of his big face,
is to work on our dysfunctional passivity and tendency to wait silently for our inner infant's needs to be magically met. The energy I feel in the group now is that the group is supportively asking Kevin to nurture his inner infant by naming and sharing his needs out loud with the group. And I'm feeling how aware we all are, how risky and vulnerable need naming out loud must feel for Kevin right now.
Everybody looks deadly serious. A couple guys are rubbing their bears' bellies pregnantly. The only really infantile thing Hal can feel inside him is the inguinal gurgle of 2 heavy bran muffins swallowed at high speeds without liquid. The string of mucus from Kevin's nose trembles and swings. The slender guy who had asked Kevin, please, to share, is now waggling the arms of his teddy bear in an infantile way. Hal feels a wave of nausea flood his mouth with fresh saliva.
We're asking you to name what your inner infant wants right now more than anything in the world,
the leader's saying to Kevin.
To be loved and held.
Kevin keens, sobbing harder. His lacromucus is now a thin silver string joining his nose and the fuzzy top of his bear's head. The bear's expression is seeming creepier to Hal by the second. Hal wonders what the etiquette is in N.A. about getting up and leading right in the middle of somebody's infantile revelation of need. Meanwhile, Kevin is saying that his inner infant inside him had always hoped that someday his mom and dad would be there for him, to hold him and love him. He says, but right from the start they'd never been there for him, leaving him and his brother with Hispanic nannies while they devoted themselves to their jobs and various types of psychotherapy and support groups. This takes a while to say, given all the snuffles and racked spasms. Then Kevin says, but then by the time he was 8, they were gone altogether, dead, smushed, by a dysfunctionally falling radio traffic helicopter on the Jamaica Way, on the way to couples counseling. At this, Hal's slumped head jerks up, his mouth oval with horror. He's all of a sudden realized that this guy who's seated at such an angle that Hal's been able to see only the obliquest portion of his profile is in fact Kevin Bain, his brother Orrin's old ETA doubles and chemical mischief partner, Marlon Bain's older brother, Kevin Bain, of Dedham, Massachusetts, who, the last Hal had heard, had gotten his MBA at Wharton and cleaned up with a string of simulated reality arcades all up and down the South Shore, back during the pre-subsidized time simulated reality craze, before interlace viewers and digital cartridges let you do your own customized simulating right at home and the novelty wore off.
335.
The Kevin Bain whose childhood hobby was memorizing IRS capital depreciation schedules, and whose adult idea of a wild time
336.
had been putting extra marshmallows in his nightly coca, and who wouldn't have known a recreational drug if it walked up and poked him in the eye. Hal begins to scan for possible exits. The only door was the one he'd come in, which is in full view of most of the room. There are no windows at all. Hal's chilled by multiple realization. This is no NA or anti-substance meeting. This is one of those men's issues, men's movement type meetings Katie Coyle's stepdad went to, and Coyle liked to mimic and parody during drills, making his stick's grip poke out between his legs and yelling, "Nurture this! Honor getting in touch with this!" Kevin Bain is wiping his nose with his poor teddy bear's head and saying it didn't look like his inner infant would ever get its wish. The gooey music's cello sounds like some sort of cow mooing in distress, maybe at what it's in the middle of. Sure enough, the round man, whose hands left a print on his soft cheek, asks poor old Kevin Bain to honor and name his eye's wounded wish anyway. To say, "Please, Mommy and Daddy, come love and hold me," out loud several times, which Kevin Bain goes ahead and does, rocking a little in his chair, his voice now with an edge of good old adult mortified embarrassment to it, along with the racking sobs. A couple of the other men in the room are wiping at their bright white, drug-free eyes with the arms of their teddy bears. Hal is painfully reminded of the rare Ziplocs of Humboldt County hydroponic marijuana that Pemulus occasionally scored via FedEx from his mercantile counterpart at the Rolling Hills Academy. The curved tawny buds so big and plump, with high Delta-9 resin, the Ziplocs had looked like bags of little teddy bear arms. The moist sounds right behind him turn out to be a mild-faced older man eating yogurt out of a plastic cup. Hal keeps rechecking the meeting data in the little MBRO booklet the girl had given him. He notes that the booklet has broad chocolate thumbprints on several of the pages, and that 2 pages are stuck firmly together with what Hal fears is an ancient dried booger. And now that the booklet's cover is dated January in the year of dairy products from the American heartland, that is nearly 2 years past, and that it's not impossible that the blandly hostile, toothless girl at the Enid facility had kertwanged him by giving him a dated and useless MBRO guide. Kevin Bain keeps repeating, "Please, Mommy and Daddy, come love me and hold me," in a kind of monotone of pathos. The gradually intensifying lisp in "please" is apparently a performative invocation of the old inner infant. Tears and other fluids flow and roll. The warm, round leader Harv's own eyes are a moist, glassy blue. The CD scanner's cello is now into some sort of semi-jazzy pizzicato stuff that seems oxymoronic against the room's mood. Hal keeps catching whiffs of a hot, sick, sweet, civety smell that signifies somebody nearby has some athlete's foot issues to confront under his socks. Plus, it's mystifying that 32A has no windows, given all the smoky brown fenestration Hal'd seen from outside the QRS cube. The man eating yogurt's beard is one of those small rectangular ones that's easy to keep clear of the cup's rim. The back and side of Kevin Bain's hair is separated into spiky, sweat-soaked strands from the room's heat and the infant's emotions. All through his own infancy and toddlerhood, Hal had continually been held and dandled and told at high volume that he was loved, and he feels like he could have told Kay Bain's inner infant that getting held and told you were loved didn't automatically seem like it rendered you emotionally whole or substance-free. Hal finds he rather envies a man who feels he has something to explain his being fucked up, parents to blame it on. Not even Pemulus blamed his late father, Mr. Pemulus, who hadn't exactly sounded like the Fred McMurray of U.S. fathers, but then Pemulus didn't consider himself fucked up or unfree with regards to substances. The blond and Boudic cable-knit Harv, dandling his bear on his knee now, calmly asks Kevin Bain if it feels to his inner infant like Mommy and Daddy were ever going to appear cribside to meet his needs.
"No,"
Kevin says very quietly.
"No, it doesn't, Harv."
The leader is idly arranging his bear's splayed arms in different positions, so it looks like the bear is either waving or surrendering.
"Do you suppose you would be able to ask someone in the group here tonight to love and hold you instead, Kevin?"
The back of Kevin Bain's head doesn't move. Hal's whole digestive tract spasms at the prospect of watching two bearded adult males in sweaters and socks engage in surrogate infant hugging. He begins asking himself why he doesn't just fake a hideous coughing fit and flee QRS-32A with his fist over his face. Harv's now waggling the bear's arms back and forth and making his voice high and cartoon characterish, and pretending to have his bear ask Kevin Bain's bear if it would maybe point to the man in the group Kevin Bain would most like to have hold and nurture and love him in loco parentis. Hal's spitting quietly down the side of his glass and brooding wretchedly at the fact that he's driven 50 supperless clicks to listen to a globular man in plaid socks pretend his teddy bear's speaking Latin, when he looks up from the glass and is chilled to see that Kevin Bain has wiggled his Indian-style way around in his chair and is holding his bear way up by its underarms, just the way a father holds a toddler up for a public spect-op or parade, turning the throttled-looking bear this way and that, scanning the room, as Hal covers part of his face with a hand, pretending to scratch an eyebrow, praying not to be recognized, and finally manipulating the bear's arm so the plump, brown, fuzzy, fingerless hand of the bear's pointing right in Hal's direction. Hal doubles over in a coughing spasm, only half-faked, running decision trees on various ruses for flight. Just like his younger brother Marlon Bain, Kevin Bain is a short, thick person with a dark, swart face. He looks sort of like an overdeveloped troll, and he has the same capacity for constant, incredible sweating that always made Marlon Bain look to Hal, both on court and off, like a toad, hunched moist and unblinking in humid shade. Except Kevin Bain's little glittery Bain eyes are also red and swollen with public weeping, and he's balding back from the temples in a way that gives him a widow's peak like nobody's business, and doesn't seem to recognize a post-pubescent Hal, and is pointing his bear's blunt hand, Hal realizes finally after almost swallowing his plug of Kodiak, not at Hal, but at the mild-faced, square-bearded older guy behind him, who's holding a spoon of vividly pink yogurt in front of his bear's open mouth, just touching its protruding tongue's red corduroy, pretending to be feeding the bear. Hal, very casually, puts the NASA glass between his legs and gets both hands under his chair seat and hops the chair bit by bit over and out of the lines of sight and transit between Kevin Bain and the yogurt man. Harv, up front, is making a complex hand signal to the yogurt man not to speak or move from his back row orange chair no matter what. And then, as Kevin Bain wriggles cross-legged back around to face front again, Harv smoothly turns the hand signal into a motion like he's smoothing his hair. The motion then becomes sincere and ruminative, as the leader breathes deeply a couple of times. The music settled back into its original nodding narcosis.
"Kevin," Harv says, "since this is a group exercise in passivity and inner infant needs, and since you've selected Jim as the member of the group you need something from, we need you to ask Jim out loud to meet your needs. Ask him to come up and hold you and love you since your parents aren't ever coming. Not ever, Kevin."
Kevin Bain makes a mortified sound and reclamps a hand over his big, swart face.
"Go for it, Kev,"
somebody over near the Bly poster calls out.
"We affirm and support you,"
says the guy by the filing cabinet. Hal now starts scrolling through an alphabetical list of the faraway places he'd rather be right now. He's not even up to Addis Ababa when Kevin Bain acquiesces and begins very softly and hesitantly, asking the mild-faced Jim, who's put aside his yogurt but not the bear, to please come up and love him and hold him. By the time Hal's envisioned himself tumbling over American Falls at the concavity's southwest rim in a rusty old noxious waste displacement drum, Kevin Bain has asked Jim 11 progressively louder times to come nurture and hold him, to no avail. The older guy just sits there, clutching his yogurt-tongued bear, his expression somewhere between mild and blank. Hal has never actually seen projectile weeping before. Bain's tears are actually exiting his eyes and projecting outward several centimeters before starting to fall. His facial expression is the scrunched, spread one of a small child's total woe, his neck cord standing out and face darkening so that it looks like some sort of huge catcher's mitt. A bright cape of mucus hangs from his upper lip, and his lower lip seems to be having some kind of epileptic fit. Hal finds the tantrum's expression on an adult face sort of compelling. At a certain point, hysterical grief becomes facially indistinguishable from hysterical mirth, it appears. Hal imagines watching Bain weep on a white beach through binoculars from the balcony of a cool, dim Aruban hotel room. "He's not coming!" Kevin Bain finally keens to the leader. Harv, the leader, nods, scratching an eyebrow, and confirms that that seems to be the case. He pretends to stroke his imperial in puzzlement and asks rhetorically what might be the problem, why mild-faced Jim isn't automatically coming when called. Kevin Bain's just about vivisecting his poor bear out of mortified frustration. He seems deeply into his infant persona now, and Hal rather hopes these guys have procedures for getting Bain at least back to 16 before he has to try to drive home. At some point, a timpani has gotten involved in the CD's music and a rather saucy cornet, and the music's finally started moving a little toward what's either a climax or the end of the disc. By now, various men in the group have started crying out to Kevin Bain that his inner infant wasn't getting its needs met, that sitting there passively asking for nurture to get up and come to him wasn't getting the needs met, that Kevin owed it to his inner infant to come up with some sort of active way to meet the infant's needs. Somebody shouted out, "Honor that infant!" Somebody else called, "Meet those needs!" Hal is mentally strolling down the Appian Way in bright Euro sunlight, eating a cannoli, twirling his Dunlop rackets by the throats like six-shooters, enjoying the sunshine and cranial silence and a normal, salivary flow. Pretty soon the men's supportive exhortations have distilled into everybody in the room except Harv, Jim, and Hal, chanting, "Meet those needs! Meet those needs!" in the same male crowd exhortive meter as, "Hold that line!" or "Block that kick!" Kevin Bain wipes his nose on his sleeve and asks humongous Harv, the leader, what he's supposed to do to get his infant's needs met if the person he's chosen to meet those needs won't come. The leader has folded his hands over his belly and sat back, by this time, smiling, cross-legged, holding his tongue. His bear sits atop the protrusion of belly with its little blunt legs straight out, the way you'll see a bear sitting on a shelf. It seems to Hal that the O2 in 32A is now getting used up at a ferocious clip. Not at all like the cool, sheep-scented breezes of Ascension Island in the South Atlantic. The men in the room are still chanting, "Meet those needs!" "What you're saying is, I need to actively go over to Jim myself and ask him to hold me," Kevin Bain says, grinding at his eyes with his knuckles. The leader smiles blandly. "Instead of you saying passively trying to get Jim to come to me," says Kevin Bain, whose tears have largely stopped. A new sweat has taken on the clammy shine of true fear sweat. Harv emerges as one of these people who can heft one eyebrow and not the other. "It would take real courage and love and commitment to your inner infant to take the risk and go actively over to somebody that might give you what your infant needs. he says quietly. The CD player has at some point shifted into an all-cello instrumental of I Don't Know How to Love Him, from an old opera Lyle sometimes borrowed people's players and listened to at night in the weight room. Lyle and Marlon Bain had been particularly tight, Hal recalls. The trimeter of the men's chant has reduced to a 1-foot low-volume needs, as Kevin Bain slowly and hesitantly uncrosses his legs and rises from his orange chair, turning to face Hal and the motionless guy behind him, this Jim. Bain begins to move slowly toward them with the tortured steps of a mime, miming, walking against a tornadic gale. Hal's picturing himself doing a lazy backstroke in the Azores, spouting glassy water up out of his mouth in a cytological plume. He's leaning almost out of his chair, as far as possible out of Kevin Bain's line of transit, studying the brown suspension in the bottom of his glass. His prayer, not to be recognized by a regressive Kevin Bain, is the first really desperate and sincere prayer Hal can remember offering since he'd stopped wearing pajamas with feet in them. "Kevin," Harv calls softly from the front of the room. "Is it you moving actively toward Jim? Or should it be the infant inside you? The one with the needs?" "Needs, the bearded men are chanting, some rhythmically raising their manicured fists in the air. Bain's looking back and forth between Harv and Jim, chewing his finger indecisively. "Is this how an infant moves towards its needs, Kevin?" Harv says. "Go for it, Kevin!" a full-bearded man calls out. "Let the infant out! Let your infant do the walking, Kev!" So Hal's most vivid full-color memory of the non-anti-substance meeting he drove 50 over-salivated clicks to by mistake will become that of his older brother's doubles partner's older brother, down on all fours on a Dacronyle rug, crawling, hampered because one arm was holding his bear to his chest, so he sort of dipped and rose as he crawled on 3 limbs toward Hal and the needs meter behind him. Bain's knees leaving twin pale tracks in the carpet, and his head up on a wobbly neck, and looking up and past Hal. His face unspeakable. The ceiling was breathing. It bulged and receded. It swelled and settled. The room was in St. Elizabeth's Hospital's trauma wing. Whenever he looked at it, the ceiling bulged and then deflated, shiny as a lung. When Don was a massive toddler, his mother had put them in a little beach house, just back of the dunes off a public beach in Beverly. The place was affordable because it had a big ragged hole in the roof. Origin of hole unknown. Gately's outsized crib had been in the beach house's little living room, right under the hole. The guy that owned the little cottages off the dunes had stapled thick, clear polyurethane sheeting across the room's ceiling. It was an attempt to deal with the hole. The polyurethane bulged and settled in the North Shore wind and seemed like some monstrous vacuole, inhaling and exhaling directly over little Gately, lying there, wide-eyed. The breathing polyurethane vacuole had seemed like it developed a character and personality as winter deepened and the winds grew worse. Gately, aged like 4, had regarded the vacuole as a living thing, and had named it Herman, and had been afraid of it. He couldn't feel the right side of his upper body. He couldn't move in any real sense of the word. The hospital room had that misty quality rooms in fevers have. Gately lay on his back. Ghostish figures materialized at the peripheries of his vision and hung around and then dematerialized. The ceiling bulged and receded. Gately's own breath hurt his throat. His throat felt somehow raped. The blurred figure in the next bed sat up very still in bed in a sitting position and seemed to have a box on its head. Gately kept having a terrible repetitious ethnocentric dream that he was robbing the house of an Oriental and had the guy tied to a chair and was trying to blindfold him with quality mailing twine from the drawer under the Oriental's kitchen phone. The Oriental kept being able to see around the twine and kept looking steadily at Gately and blinking inscrutably. Plus, the Oriental had no nose or mouth, just a smooth expanse of lower facial skin, and wore a silk robe and scary sandals, and had no hair on its legs. What Gately perceived as light cycles and events all out of normal sequence was really Gately going in and out of consciousness. Gately did not perceive this. It seemed to him more like he kept coming up for air and then being pushed below the surface of something. Once, when Gately came up for air, he found that resident Tiny Ewell was seated in a chair right up next to the bed. Tiny's little slim hand was on the bed's crib-type railing, and his chin rested on the hand, so his face was right up close. The ceiling bulged and receded. The room's only light was what spilled in from the nighttime hall. Nurses glided down the hall and past the door in subsonic footwear. A tall and slumped, ghostish figure appeared to Gately's left, off past the blurred, seated, square-head boy's bed, slumped and fluttering, appearing to rest its tailbone on the sill of the dark window. The ceiling rounded on down and then settled back flat. Gately rolled his eyes up at Ewell. Ewell had shaved off his blunt white goatee. His hair was so completely clean and white it took a faint pink cast from the pink of his scalp below. Ewell had been discoursing to him for an unknown length of time. It was Gately's first full night in St. Elizabeth's Hospital's trauma wing. He didn't know what night of the week it was. His circadian rhythm was the least of the personal rhythms that had been scrambled. His right side felt encased in a kind of hot cement. Also a sick throb in what he assumed was a toe. He wondered, dimly, about going to the bathroom, if and when. Ewell was right in the middle of speaking. Gately couldn't tell if Ewell was whispering. Nurses glided across the doorway's light. Their sneakers were so noiseless the nurses seemed to be on wheels. A stolid shadow of somebody in a hat was cast obliquely across the hall's tile floor just outside the room, as if a stolid figure were seated just outside the door, against the wall, in a hat. My wife's personal term for soul is personality, as in, there's something incorrigibly dark in your personality, Eldred Ewell, and Doers brings it out. The hall floor was pretty definitely white tile, with a cloudy, overwaxed shine in the bright fluorescence out there. Some kind of red or pink stripe ran down the center of the hall. Gately couldn't tell if Tiny Ewell thought he was awake, or unconscious, or what. It was in the fall term of third grade as a child that I found myself falling in with the bad element. They were a group of tough, blue-collar Irish lads bust in from the East Watertown projects. Runny noses, home-cut hair, frayed cuffs, quick with their fists. Sports mad, fond of sneaker hockey on asphalt, Ewell said. And yet, strangely, I, unable to do even one pull-up in the president's physical fitness test, quickly became the leader of the pack we all fell into. The blue-collar lads all seemed to admire me for attributes that were not clear. We formed a sort of club. Our uniform was a gray scally cap. Our clubhouse was the dugout of a Little League diamond that had fallen into disuse. Our club was called the Money Stealers Club. At my suggestion, we went with a descriptive name as opposed to euphemistic. The name was mine. The Irish lads acquiesced. They viewed me as the brains of the operation. I held them in a kind of thrall. This was due in large part to my capacity for rhetoric. Even the toughest and most brutish Irish lad respects a gilded tongue. Our club was formed for the express purpose of undertaking a bunco operation. We went around to people's homes after school, ringing the doorbell and soliciting donations for Project Hope Youth Hockey. There was no such organization. Our donation receptacle was a chock-full-of-nuts can with Project Hope Youth Hockey written on a strip of masking tape wrapped around the can. The lad who made the receptacle had spelled project with a G in the first draft. I ridiculed him for the error, and the whole club pointed at him and laughed. Brutally. Ewell kept staring at the crude, blue jailhouse square and canted cross on Gately's forearms. Our only visible credentials were knee pads and sticks we purloined from the P.E. stockroom. By my order, all were held carefully to conceal the PPTYW WTTNELEMSCH emblazoned down the side of every stick. One lad had a goalie mask on under his scally cap, the rest knee pads and carefully held sticks. The knee pads were turned inside out for the same reason. I couldn't even skate. My mother absolutely forbade rough play on asphalt. I wore a necktie and combed my hair carefully after each solicitation. I was the spokesperson. The mouthpiece, the bad lads called me. They were Irish Catholics all. Watertown from east to west is Catholic, Armenian, and mixed. The East Side boys all but genuflected to my gift for bullshit. I was exceptionally smooth with adults. I rang doorbells and the lads arrayed themselves behind me on the porch. I spoke of disadvantaged youth and team spirit and fresh air and the meaning of competition and alternatives to the after-school street's bad element. I spoke of mothers in support hose and war-injured older brothers with elaborate prostheses, cheering disadvantaged lads on to victory against far better-equipped teams. I discovered that I had a gift for it, the emotional appeal of adult rhetoric. It was the first time I felt personal power. I was unrehearsed and creative and moving. Hard-case homeowners who came to the door in sleeveless tees, holding tall boys of beer with stubble and expressions of minimal charity, were often weeping openly by the time we left their porch. I was called a fine lad, and a good kid, and a credit to me mum and da. My hair was tousled so often I had to carry a mirror and comb. The coffee can became hard to carry back to the dugout, where we hid it behind a cinder-block bench support. We'd netted over $100 by Halloween. This was a serious amount in those days. Tiny Yule and the ceiling kept receding and then looming in, bulging roundly. Figures Gately didn't know from Adam kept popping in and out of fluttery view in different corners of the room. The space between his bed and the other bed seemed to distend and then contract with a slow sort of boinging motion. Gately's eyes kept rolling up in his head, his upper lip moustached with sweat. And I was reveling in the fraud of it, the discovery of the gift, Yule was saying. I was flushed with adrenaline. I had tasted power. The verbal manipulation of human hearts. The lads called me the Gilded Blarney Man. Soon the first-order fraud wasn't enough. I began secretly filching receipts from the club's chock-full-of-nuts can. Embezzling. I persuaded the lads it was too risky to keep the can in the open-air dugout and took personal charge of the can. I kept the can in my bedroom and persuaded my mother that it contained Christmas-connected gifts and must under no circumstances be inspected. To my underlings in the club I claimed to be rolling the coins and depositing them in a high-interest savings account I'd opened for us in the name Franklin W. Dixon. In fact, I was buying myself Pez and Milky Ways and Mad magazines and a Creeple People brand deluxe oven and mold set with 6 different colors of goo. This was in the early 1970s. At first I was discreet. Grandiose, but discreet. At first the embezzlement was controlled, but the power had roused something dark in my personality, and the adrenaline drove it forward. Self-will, run riot. Soon the club's coffee can was empty by each weekend's end. Each week's haul went toward some uncontrolled Saturday binge of puerile consumption. I doctored up flamboyant bank statements to show the club in the dugout. I got more loquacious and imperious with them. None of the lads thought to question me, or the purple magic marker the bank statements were done in. I was not dealing with intellectual titans here, I knew. They were nothing but malice and muscle, the worst of the school's bad element. And I ruled them. Thrall. They trusted me completely, and the rhetorical gift. In retrospect, they probably couldn't conceive of any sane third-grader with glasses and a necktie trying to defraud them, given the inevitably brutal consequences. Any sane third-grader, but I was no longer a sane third-grader. I lived only to feed the dark thing in my personality, which told me any consequences could be forestalled by my gift and grand personal aura. But then, of course, eventually, Christmas hove into view. Gately tries to stop Yule and say, "Hove?" and finds to his horror that he can't make any sounds come out. The meaty Catholic East Side bad element, lads, now wanted to tap their non-existent Franklin W. Dixon account to buy support hose and sleeveless tees for their swarthy blue-collar families. I held them off as long as I could with pedantic blather on interest penalties and fiscal years. Irish Catholic Christmas is no laughing matter, though, and for the first time their swarthy eyes began to narrow at me. Things at school grew increasingly tense. One afternoon, the largest and swarthiest of them assumed control of the can in an ugly dugout coup. It was a blow from which my authority never recovered. I began to feel a gnawing fear. My denial broke. I realized I'd gradually embezzled far more than I could ever make good. At home, I began talking up the merits of private school curricula at the dinner table. The can's weekly take fell off sharply as holiday expenses drained homeowners of change and patience. This bear market in giving was attributed by some of the club's swarthier lads to my deficiencies. The whole club began muttering in the dugout. I began to learn that one could perspire heavily even in a bitterly cold open-air dugout. Then on the first day of Advent, the lad now in charge of the can produced childish-looking figures and announced the whole club wanted their share of the accrued booty in the Dixon account. I bought time with vague allusions to co-signatures and a misplaced passbook. I arrived home with chattering teeth and bloodless lips and was forced by my mother to swallow fish oil. I was consumed with puerile fear. I felt small and weak and evil, and consumed by dread of my embezzlement's exposure. Not to mention the brutal consequences. I claimed intestinal distress and stayed home from school. The telephone began ringing in the middle of the night. I could hear my father saying, "Hello, hello." I did not sleep. My personality's dog part had grown leathery wings and a beak and turned on me. There were still several days until Christmas vacation. I'd lie in bed panicked during school hours amid piles of ill-gotten Mad magazines and creeple people figures, and listen to the lonely handheld bells of the Salvation Army Santas on the street below, and think of synonyms for dread and doom. I began to know shame, and to know it as grandiosity's aide-de-camp. My unspecific digestive illness wore on, and teachers sent cards and concerned notes. On some days the door buzzer would buzz after school hours, and my mother would come upstairs and say, "How sweet, Eldred," that there were swarthy and cuff-frayed but clearly good-hearted boys in gray scally caps on the stoop asking after me, and declaring that they were keenly awaiting my return to school. I began to gnaw on the bathroom soap in the morning to make a convincing case for staying home. My mother was alarmed at the masses of bubbles I vomited, and threatened to consult a specialist. I felt myself moving closer and closer to some cliff edge at which everything would come out. I longed to be able to lean into my mother's arms and weep and confess all. I could not, for the shame. 3 or 4 of the Money Stealers Club's harder cases took up afternoon positions by the nativity scene in the churchyard across from our house, and stared, stonily, up at my bedroom window, pounding their fists in their palms. I began to understand what a Belfast Protestant must feel, but even more prospectively dreadful than pummelings from Irish Catholics was the prospect of my parents finding out my personality had a dark thing that had driven me to grandiose wickedness and left me there. Gately has no idea how Ewell feels about him making no responses, whether Ewell doesn't like it, or even notices it, or what. He can breathe okay, but something in his raped throat won't let whatever's supposed to vibrate to speak vibrate. Finally, on the day before my gastroenterologist appointment, when my mother was down the street at a speculum party, I crept downstairs from my sickbed and stole over $100 from a shoebox marked IBEW, Local 517, Petty Slush, in the back of my father's dense closet. I'd never dreamed of resorting to the shoebox before. Stealing from my own parents? To remit funds I'd stolen from dull-witted boys, with whom I'd stolen them from adults I'd lied to? My feelings of fear and despicability only increased. I now felt ill for real. I lived and moved in the shadow of something dark that hovered just overhead. I vomited without aid of emetic now, but secretly, so I could return to school. I couldn't face the prospect of a whole Christmas vacation, of swarthy sentries pounding their palms outside the house. I converted my father's union's bills to small change and paid off the Money Stealers Club, and got pummeled anyway, apparently on general bad element principles. I discovered the latent rage in followers, the fate of the leader who falls from the mob's esteem. I was pummeled and given a savage wedgie, and hung from a hook in my school locker, where I remained for several hours, swollen and mortified. And going home was worse. Home was no refuge. For home was the scene of the third-order crime, of theft cubed. I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned. There were night terrors. I was unable to eat, no matter how long after supper I had to stay at the table. The more worried about me my parents became, the greater my shame. I felt a shame and personal despicability no third-grader should have to feel. The holidays were not jolly. I looked back over the autumn and failed to recognize anyone named Eldred K. Ewell, Jr. It no longer seemed a question of insanity, or dark parts of me. I had stolen from neighbors, slum children, and family, and bought myself sweets and toys. Under any tenable definition of bad, I was bad. I resolved to toe the virtuous line from then on. The shame and horror was too awful. I had to remake myself. I resolved to do whatever was required to see myself as good, remade. I never knowingly committed another felony. The whole shameful interval of the Money Stealers Club was moved to mental storage and buried there. Dawn, I'd forgotten it ever happened. Until the other night. Dawn, the other night, after the fracas and your display of reluctant se offendendo.
337.
After your injury and the whole aftermath, Dawn, I dreamed the whole mad, repressed third-grade interval of grandiose perfidy all over again. Vividly and completely. When I awoke, I was somehow minus my goatee, and my hair was center-parted in a fashion I haven't favored for 40 years. The bed was soaked, and there was a gnawed-looking cake of McDade's special anti-acne soap in my hand. Gately starts to short-term recall that he was offered IV Demerol for the pain of his gunshot wound immediately on admission to the ER, and has been offered Demerol twice by shift doctors who haven't bothered to read the History of Narcotics Dependency, no Schedule C4+ medic that Gately had made Pat Modesian swear she'd make them put in italics on his file or chart or whatever, first thing. Last night's emergency surgery was remedial, not extractive, because the big pistol's ordnance had apparently fragmented on impacting and passed through the meters of muscle that surrounded Gately's humerus ball and scapula socket, passing through and missing bone, but doing great and various damage to soft tissues. The ER's trauma specialist had prescribed Toradol IM, but had warned
338.
that the pain after the surgery's general anesthetic wore off was going to be unlike anything Gately had ever imagined. The next thing Gately knew, he was upstairs in a trauma wing room that trembled with sunlight, and a different doctor was speculating to either Pat M. or Calvin T. that the invasive foreign body had been treated with something unclean, beforehand, possibly, because Gately's developed a massive infection, and they're monitoring him for something he heard as noxema, but is really toxemia. Gately also wanted to protest that his body was 100% American, but he seemed temporarily unable to vocalize aloud. Later it was nighttime, and Ewell was there, intoning. It was totally unclear what Ewell wanted from Gately, or why he was choosing this particular time to share. Gately's right shoulder was almost the same size as his head, and he had to roll his eyes up and over like a cow to see Ewell's hand on the railing and his face floating above it. And how will I administer the 9th step when it comes time to make amends? How can I start to make reparations? Even if I could remember the homes of the citizens we defrauded, how many could still be there living? The club lads have doubtless scattered into various low-rent districts and dead-end careers. My father lost the IBEW account under the Weld administration.
339.
And has been dead since 1993. And the revelations would kill my mother. My mother is very frail. She uses a walker, and arthritis has twisted her head nearly all the way around on her neck. My wife jealously protects my mother from all unpleasant facts regarding me. She says someone has to do it. My mother believes right this minute I'm at a 9-month Banque de Genève-sponsored tax law symposium in the Alsace. She keeps sending me knitted ski wear that doesn't fit from the rest home. Dawn, this buried interval and the impost I've carried ever since may have informed my whole life. Why I was drawn to tax law, helping wealthy suburbanites two-step around their fair share. My marriage to a woman who looks at me as if I were a dark stain at the back of a child's trousers. My whole descent into somewhat heavier than normal drinking may have been some instinctive attempt to bury third-grade feelings of despicability, submerge them in an amber sea. I don't know what to do, Ewell said. Gately was on enough Toradol IM to make his ears ring, plus a saline drip with Dorix.
340.
I don't want to remember despicabilities I can do nothing about. If this is a sample of the more will be revealed, I hereby lodge a complaint. Some things seem better left submerged, no? And everything on his right side was on fire. The pain was getting to be emergency-type pain, like scream and yank your charred hand off the stove-type pain. Parts of him kept sending up emergency flares to other parts of him, and he could neither move nor call out. I'm scared. From what seemed somewhere overhead and rising was the last thing Gately heard Ewell whisper as the ceiling bulged down toward them. Gately wanted to tell Tiny Ewell that he could totally fucking ID with Ewell's feelings, and that if he, Tiny, could just hang in and tote that bale and put one little well-shined shoe in front of the other, everything would end up all right. That the god of Ewell's understanding would find some way for Ewell to make things right, and then he could let the despicable feelings go, instead of keeping them down with doers. But Gately couldn't connect the impulse to speak with actual speech still. He settled for trying to reach his left hand across and pat Ewell's hand on the railing, but his own breadth was too far to reach across, and then the white ceiling came all the way down and made everything white. He seemed to sort of sleep. He fever-dreamed of dark, writhing storm clouds, writhing darkly, and screaming on down the beach at Beverly, Massachusetts, the winds increasing over his head until Herman the polyurethane vacuole burst from the force, leaving a ragged and hailing maw that tugged at Gately's XXL Dr. Denton's. A blue stuffed brontosaurus was sucked upward out of the crib and disappeared into the maw, spinning. His mother was getting the shit beaten out of her by a man with a shepherd's crook in the kitchen, and couldn't hear Gately's frantic cries for help. He broke through the crib's bars with his head and went to the front door and ran outside. The black clouds up the beach lowered and roiled, funneling sand, and as Gately watched, he saw a tornado's snout emerge from the clouds and slowly lower. It looked as if the clouds were either giving birth or taking a shit. Gately ran across the beach to the water to escape the tornado. He ran through the crazed breakers to deep warm water and submerged himself and stayed under until he ran out of breath. It was now no longer clear if he was little Bimmy or the grown man Don. He kept coming up briefly for a great sucking breath, and then going back under where it was warm and still. The tornado stayed in one place on the beach, bulging and receding, screaming like a jet, its opening a breathing maw, lightning coming off the funnel cloud like hair. He could hear the tiny, tattered sounds of his mother calling his name. The tornado was right by the beach house, and the whole house trembled. His mother came out the front door, wild-haired and holding a bloody Ginsu knife, calling his name. Gately tried to call for her to come into the deep water with him, but even he couldn't hear his calls against the scream of the storm. She dropped the knife and held her head as the funnel pointed its pointy maw her way. The beach house exploded, and his mother flew through the air toward the funnel's intake, arms and legs threshing as if swimming in wind. She vanished into the maw and was pulled, spinning, up into the tornado's vortex. Shingles and boards followed her. No sign of the shepherd's crook of the man who'd hurt her. Gately's right lung burned horribly. He saw his mother for the last time when lightning lit up the funnel's cone. She was whirling around and around like something in a drain, rising, seeming to swim, bluely backlit. The burst of lightning was the white of the sunlit room when he came up for air and opened his eyes. His mother's tiny rotating imago faded against the ceiling. What seemed like heavy breathing was him trying to scream. The skinny bed's sheets were soaked, and he needed to piss something bad. It was daytime, and his right side was in no way numb, and he was immediately nostalgic for the warm cement feeling of when it was numb. Tiny Yule was gone. His every pulse was an assault on his right side. He didn't think he could stand it for even another second. He didn't know what would happen, but he didn't think he could stand it. Later, somebody, who was either Joelle Van D or a St. E's nurse in a UHID veil, was running a cold washcloth over his face. His face was so big it took some time to cover it all. It seemed too tender a touch on the cloth for a nurse. But then Gately heard the clink of IV bottles being changed or RN-ishly messed with, somewhere overhead behind him. He was unable to ask about changing the sheets or going to the bathroom. Sometime after the veiled lady left, he just gave up and let the piss go. And instead of feeling wet heat, he heard the rising metallic sound of something filling up somewhere near the bed. He couldn't move to lift the covers and see what he was hooked up to. The blinds were up, and the room was so bright white in the sunlight, everything looked bleached and boiled. The guy with either the square head or the box on his head had been taken off someplace, his bed unmade and one crib railing down. There were no ghostish figures or figures in mist. The hallway was no brighter than the room, and Gately couldn't see any shadows of anybody in a hat. He didn't even know if last night had been real. The pain kept making his lids flutter. He hadn't cried over pain since he was 4. His last thought before letting his lids stay shut against the brutal white of the room was that he'd maybe been castrated, which is how he'd always heard the term catheterized. He could smell rubbing alcohol and a kind of vitamin stink, and himself. At some point, a probably real Pat Montesian came in and got her hair in his eye when she kissed his cheek, and told him if he could just hang in and concentrate on getting well, everything would be fine. That everything at the house was back to normal, more or less, and essentially fine. That she was so sorry he'd had to handle a situation like that alone, without support or counsel, and that she realized full well Lentz and the Canadian thugs hadn't given him enough time to call anybody. That he'd done the very best he could with what he'd had to work with, and had nothing to feel horrid about, to let it go. That the violence hadn't been relapse-type thrill-seeking violence, but simply doing the best he could at that moment, and trying to stand up for himself and for a resident of the house. Pat Montesian was dressed as usual entirely in black, but formally, as in for taking somebody to court, and her formal wear looked like a Mexican widow's. She really had said the words thug and horrid. She said not to worry. The house was a community, and it took care of its own. She kept asking if he was sleepy. Her hair's red was a different and less radiant red than the red of Joelle Van D's hair. The left side of her face was very kind. Gately had very little understanding of what she was talking about. He was kind of surprised the finest hadn't come calling already. Pat didn't know about the remorseless assistant district attorney, or the suffocated Nook. Gately tried hard to share openly about the wreckage of his past, but some issues still seemed suicidal to share about. Pat said that Gately was showing tremendous humility and willingness, sticking to his resolution about nothing stronger than non-narcotic painkillers, but that she hoped he'd remember that he wasn't in charge of anything except putting himself in his higher power's hands and following the dictates of his heart. That codeine, or maybe Percocet, or maybe even Demerol,
341.
Wouldn't be a relapse, unless his heart of hearts that knew his motives thought it would be. Her red hair was down, and looked uncombed, and mashed in on the side. She looked frazzled. Gately wanted very much to ask Pat about the legal fallout of the other night's thug fracas. He realized she kept asking if he was sleepy because his attempts to speak looked like yawns. His inability to still speak was like speechlessness in bad dreams, airless and hellish, horrid. What made the whole interface with Pat M. possibly unreal was that right at the end, for no reason, Pat M. burst into tears, and for no reason Gately got so embarrassed he pretended to pass out, and slept again. Almost certainly dreamed and unreal was the interval when Gately came up with a start and saw Mrs. Lopate, the objet d'art from the shed that they come and install next to the Enid House viewer some days, sitting there in a gunmetal wheelchair, face contorted, head cocked, hair stringy, looking not at him, but more like seemingly at whatever array of IV bottles and signifying monitors hung above and behind his big crib, so not speaking or even looking at him, but still, in some sense, being there with him, somehow. Even though there was no way she could have really been there, it was the first time Gately realized that the catatonic Mrs. L. had been the same lady he'd seen touching the tree in No. 5's front lawn late at night, some nights, when he'd first come on staff. That they were the same person, and that this realization was real even though the lady's presence in the room was not, the complexities of which made his eyes roll up in his head again, as he passed back out again. Then at some later point Joelle Van Dyne was sitting in a chair just outside the railing of the bed, veiled, wearing sweatpants and a sweater that was starting to unravel, in a pink-bordered veil, not saying anything, probably looking at him, probably thinking he was unconscious with his eyes open, or delirious with Noxema. The whole right side of himself hurt so bad, each breath was like a hard decision. He wanted to cry like a small child. The girl's silence and the blackness of her veil frightened him after a while, and he wished he could ask her to come back later. Nobody'd offered him anything to eat, but he wasn't hungry. There were IV tubes going into the backs of both hands and the crook of his left elbow. Other tubing exited him lower down. He didn't want to know. He kept trying to ask his heart if just codeine would be a relapse, according to the heart, but his heart was declining to comment. Then at some point, Enid House alum and senior counselor Calvin Thrust came roaring in and pulled up a chair and straddled it backwards like a slow tease stripper, slumping and draping his arms over the back of the chair, gesturing with an unlit Rodney as he spoke. He told Gately that, man, he looked like shit, something heavy it fell on. But he told Gately he should get a gander of the other guys, the Nooks and Polynesian ware. Thrust and the house manager had got there before EMPHH security could drag the finest away from issuing midnight street-side citations down on Com Ave, he told Gately. Lentz and Green and Alfonso Parias-Carbo had dragged/carried the passed-out Gately inside and laid him on the black vinyl couch in Pat's office, where Gately had come to, and told them, Ixnay on the ambulance, and to please wake him up in 5 more minutes, and then passed out for serious real. Parias-Carbo seemed like he'd suffered a mild intestinal hernia from carrying Gately, but he was being a man about it, and had refused codeine downstairs at the ER, and was expressing gratitude for the growth experience, and the thoracic lump was receding nicely. Calvin Thrust's breath smelled of smoke and old scrambled eggs. Gately had once seen a cheap bootleg cartridge of a young Calvin Thrust having sex with a lady with only one arm, on what looked like a crude homemade trapeze. The cartridge's lighting and production values had been real low quality, and Gately had been in and out of a Demerol nod, but he was 98% sure it had been the young Calvin Thrust. Calvin Thrust said how, right there, over Gately's unconscious form in the office, Randy Lentz had begun womaning right off how, of course, he, Randy Lentz, was going to somehow get blamed for Gately and the Nooks getting fucked up, and why didn't they just get it over with and give him the administrative shoe right now, without going through the sham motions of deliberating? Bruce Green had rammed Lentz up against Pat's cabinets and shaken him like a margarita, but refused to rat out Lentz, or say why irate Canadians might think a specimen as dickless as Lentz might have demapped their friend. The matter was under investigation, but Thrust confessed to a certain admiration for Green's refusal to eat cheese. Brucey G had suffered a broken nose in the beef, and now had a terrific set of twin shiners. Calvin Thrust said both he, Calvin Thrust, and the house manager had immediately on arrival pegged Lentz as either coked up or dreamed to the gills on some dream. And Thrust said he summoned every orida of self-control sobriety blessed him with, and had quietly taken Lentz out of the office into the special disabled bedroom next door, and over the sound of Bert F. Smith coughing up little pieces of lung in his sleep, he said he'd really controlledly given Lentz the choice of voluntarily resigning his Ennet residency on the spot, or submitting to a spot urine and a room search and everything like that, plus to questioning by the finest, who were pretty doubtless, even now, en route, with a fleet of ambulances for the Nooks. Meanwhile, Thrust said, gesturing with the gasper and occasionally leaning forward to see whether Gately was still conscious, and to tell him he looked like shit. Meanwhile, Gately had been lying there, passed out, wedged with 2 full filing cabinets to keep him from rolling off the couch he was whiter than, and was bleeding in a very big way, and nobody knew how to, affix a turnip cut to his shoulder. And the good-bodied new girl with the cloth mask was bending over the arm of the couch, applying pressure to towels on Gately's bleeding, and her partly open robe was yielding a view that even brought Alfonso P.C. around from his herniated fetal posture on the floor. And Thrust and the house manager were taking turns asking for help, to intuitively know what they ought to do with Gately, because it was well known that he was on Proby against a real serious bit, and with all due trust and respect to Don, it wasn't clear at that point, from the scattered, damaged Canadian forms still in different prone positions out in the street, who'd done what to who, in defense of whatever or not. And the finest tend to take a keen interest in huge guys who come into ERs with spectacular gunshot wounds. But then when Pat M. pulled up in the Aventura, laying rubber a couple minutes later, she'd screamed rather unserenely at Thrust for not having already ricky-ticked Don Gately over to St. E's on his own already. Thrust said he'd let go of Pat screaming like water off a duck, revealing that Pat M. had been under felony-weight domestic stress at home, he knew. He said, so Gately was too heavy to carry unconscious for more than a few meters, even with the masked girl filling in for Parias Carbo. And they just barely got Gately outside, still in his wet bowling shirt, and laid him briefly on the sidewalk and covered him with Pat's black suede car coat, while Thrust maneuvered his beloved Corvette up as close to Gately as possible. The sounds of sirens on the way up Com Ave mixed with the sounds of severely fucked-up Canadians returning to whatever passed with Nooks for consciousness, and calling for what they called Minnesang, and with the crazed squirrel sound of Lentz trying to start his rusted-out brown duster, which had a bad solenoid. They'd heaved Gately's dead weight in the vet, and Pat M. drove interference like a madwoman in her turbocharged Aventura. Pat let the masked girl ride shotgun with her because the masked girl wouldn't quit asking her to let her come too. The house manager stayed behind to represent Ennet House to EMP-HH Security and the somewhat less bullshittable BPD Finest. The sirens got steadily closer, which added to the confusion, because senile and mobile vegetable residents of both Unit No. 4 and the shed had been drawn out on the frozen lawns by the fracas, and the mix of several kinds of sirens didn't do them a bit of good, and they started flapping and shrieking and running around and adding to the medical confusion of the whole scene, which by the time him and Pat pulled out of there was a fucking millhouse and everything like that. Thrust asks rhetorically, how much does Don fucking weigh, anyway? Because moving the front buckets way up to where, dwarves put them, and putting Gately's carcass across the back seat of the vet, had required all available hands, and even Bert F.S.'s stumps, had been like trying to get something humongous through a door that's way smaller than the humongous thing was, and everything like that. Thrust occasionally tapped his gasper, like he thought it was lit. The first squad cars had come fishtailing around the Warren-Com corner just as they all came out of the EM driveway onto Warren. Pat, in her car up ahead, had made an arm motion that could have been either waving coolly at the passing finest or uncoolly clutching her head. Thrust said, had he mentioned Gately's blood? Gately's bled all over Pat M.'s vinyl couch, and filing cabinets, and carpet, the little EM streetlet, the sidewalk, Pat M.'s black suede car coat, pretty much everybody's winter coats, and the beloved upholstery of Thrust's beloved Corvette, which upholstery, Thrust might add, had been new and dear. But he said not to worry about it. Thrust said the fucking blood was the least of the problems. Gately didn't like the sound of that at all, and started trying to blink at him in a kind of crude code to get his attention, but Thrust either didn't notice it or thought it was like a post-operative tic. Thrust's hair was always combed straight back like a mobster. Thrust said at the St. E's ER how the ER crew had been quick and ingenious about getting Gately out of the vet and onto a double-width gurney, though they did have some trouble lifting the gurney so they could get the legs with wheels set up under it so the guys in white could roll him in with more guys in white talking briskly alongside of him and leaning over him and applying pressure and barking little orders in terse code like they always do in ERs and everything like that, in emergencies. Thrust says he couldn't tell if they could tell right away it was a spectacular gunshot wound. Nobody used the G word or anything like that. Thrust had babbled something about a chainsaw while Pat nodded furiously. The chief two things Gately kept blinking rhythmically to try to find out were, did anybody end up getting killed, meaning the Nooks, and has this one certain ADA-type figure that always wore a hat come in from Essex County or given any sign of getting wind of Gately's whereabouts or involvement? And, so really three things, and will any of the Enid House residents that were right there on the scene from start to finish look respectable enough on paper to have creditability as, like, witnesses? Plus, he wouldn't mind knowing what the fuck Thrust was thinking of, scaring Lentz off and letting him screw off into the urban night, leaving Gately maybe holding the statutory bag. Most of Calvin Thrust's legality experience was filmic and petty vice. Thrust eventually describes that one of the house manager's key coups of quick thinking was doing a quick TP scan and finding out which of the residents out there milling around with the catatonics on the street had up-in-the-air legal issues, such that they needed to be sequestered in the protected area of the house, out of legal sight by the time the BPD's finest hit the scene. He says in his view it was lucky for Gately that he, Gately, was such a massive son of a bitch and had so much blood because, even so, Gately'd lost huge volumes of blood all over people's upholstery, and was in shock and everything like that by the time they got him on the double-width gurney, his face cheese-colored and his lips blue and muttering all this shock-type stuff. But even so, here he, Gately, was. Not exactly ready for a GQ cover, but still sucking air. Thrust said in the waiting room at the ER, where they wouldn't let a working man smoke down there either. He said then the arrogant new girl resident in the white veil had up and tried to take Thrust's inventory for letting Randy L. resign and decamp before his parting Gately's legal embroglio could be nailed down. And Pat M. had been pretty unconditionally loving about it, but it was obvious she wasn't thrilled with Thrust's tactics either, and everything like that. Gately blinked furiously to signify his agreement with Joelle's position. Calvin Thrust gestured stoically with his cigarette and said he'd told Pat M. the truth. He always told the truth, no matter how unpleasant for himself today. He said he'd encouraged Lenz to ricky-tick out of there because otherwise he was afraid that he, Thrust, was going to eliminate Lenz's map on the spot, out of rage. Lenz's solenoid appeared to have been on the permanent dicky, because the rusty duster was seen by new resident Amy J. real early the next a.m., getting towed from its wrong side of the street spot in front of number 3, when Amy J. slunk back to the house all jonesy and hungover to get her hefty bag full of evicted personal shit. Lentz, apparently having abandoned his wheels and fleeing off by foot during all the finest's confusion and static with the ambulance drivers that, who could blame them, didn't want to take Canadians because of horrible paperwork for health card reimbursement for Nooks. The house manager had gone so far as planting herself out in front of the house's locked front door, with her not all that small arms and legs spread out, blocking the door, assertively stating at whatever finest tried to enter that Enid House was court-mandated protected by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and could only be entered with a court order, and 3 working days mandated time for the house to file an injunction and wait for a ruling. And the finest and even the booger-eating morons from EMPHH Security were successfully held in bay and kept out, therefore, by her, alone. And Pat M. was considering rewarding the house manager's coolness under fire by promoting her to assistant director next month, when the present assistant director left to go get certified in jet engine maintenance at East Coast Aerotech on a mass rehab grant. Gately's eyes kept rolling up in his head, only partly from pain. Unless he actually had a lit gasper going, Calvin Thrust always has this way of being only technically wherever he was. There was always this air of imminent departure about him, like a man whose beeper was about to sound. It's like a lit gasper was psychic ballast for him or something. Everything he said to Gately seemed like it was going to be the last thing he said, right before he looked at his watch and slapped his forehead and left. Thrust said whatever that knuck that the residents allege shot him with was serious ordnance, because there'd been bits of Gately's shoulder and bowling shirt all over the complex's little street. Thrust pointed at the huge bandage and asked whether they'd talked to Gately yet about was he going to get to keep what was left of the mutilated shoulder and arm. Gately found that the only audible sound he could make sounded like a run-over kitten. Thrust mentioned that Daniel S. had been over to mass rehab with Bert F.S., and had reported how they were doing miraculous things with prostheses these days. Gately's eyes were rolling around in his head, and he was making pathetic little scared, aspirated sounds as he pictured himself with a hook and parrot and patch, making piratical "Arr, matey" sounds from the AA podium. He felt a terrible certainty that the whole nerve assembly network that connected the human voice box to the human mind and let somebody ask for crucial legal and medical feedback must run through the right human shoulder. All kinds of fucking shunts and crazy interconnections with nerves he knew. He imagined himself with one of those solar cell electric shaver voice box prostheses he has to hold up to his throat, maybe with his hook, trying to carry the message with it from the podium, sounding like an automatic teller or ROM audio interface. Gately wanted to know what day the next day was, and whether any of Lentz's nooks had been demapped, and what the official capacity of the guy was in the hat, who'd been sitting just outside the door to the room either last night or the night before, his hat's shadow cast in a kind of parallelogram across the open doorway. And if the guy was still there, assuming the sight of the guy's hatted shadow had been valid and not phantasmic. And he wondered how they went about cuffing you if one of your arm's shoulders was mutilated and the size of your head. If Gately took anything deeper than a half-breath, a mind-bending sheet of pain goes down his right side. He even breathed like a sick kitten, more like throbbing than breathing. Thrust said Hester Thrale had apparently disappeared sometime during the fracas and never came back. Gately could remember her running, screaming off into the urban night. Thrust said her Alfa Romeo got towed the next AM, right along with Lentz's bum duster, and her stuff's been duly bagged and is on the porch, and everything familiar like that. Thrust said they found this mysteriously huge stash of high-quality Irish luggage during the staff's search of Lentz's room, and the house looks to be fixed for trash and eviction bags for the next fiscal year. Discharged residents' bagged possessions stay on the porch for 3 days. And Gately's trying to calculate the present date from this fact. Thrust says Emil Minty got a full house restriction for getting observed removing one of Hester Thrale's undergarments from her bag on the porch, for reasons nobody much wants to speculate about. Kate Gompert and Ruth Van Cleve supposedly went to hit an NA meeting in Inman Square and got supposedly mugged and separated, and then only Ruth Van Cleve showed up back at the house. And Pat sworn out a PC warrant for Gompert because of the girl's other psych and suicide issues. Gately discovers he doesn't even all that much care whether anybody thought to call Stavros L. at the Shattuck about Gately's day job. Thrust smoothed his hair back and said, "What else? Let's see." Johnette Foltz is so far covering Gately's shifts and said to say he's in her prayers. Chandler Foss finished out his 9 months and graduated, but came back the next morning and hung around for morning meditation, which has to be a good sign, sobriety-wise, for the old chandulator. Jennifer Belbin did get indicted on the bad check issue up in Wellfleet Circuit Court, but they're going to let her finish out her residency at the house before anything goes to trial, which her PD said graduating the house is guaranteed to get her bit cut in at least half. The assistant director had gone up to court with Belbin on her own time. Dooning Glynn still laid up with a diveritis thing, and can be neither coaxed nor threatened out of his fetal position in bed. And the house manager's trying to breastwork through the red tape at Health to get them to okay him admission to St. E's, even though he's got insurance fraud on his yellow sheet, part of his own past wreckage. A guy that had gone through the house back when Thrust did, and had stayed sober in AA for 4 solid years, had suddenly, out of nowhere, slipped up and took the first drink, the same day as the Lance Freakus, and predictably ended getting totally shit-faced, and went and fell off the end of the Fort Point Pier. Like literally, took a long walk on a short pier, apparently, and sank like a rock. And the memorial service is today, which is why Thrust is going to have to take off in a second here, he says. The nude kid Tingley's coming out of the linen closet for up to an hour at a time, and is taking solid food. And Jeanette's quit lobbying to have the kid sent over to Met State. The even newer new guy now that's come in to take Chandler Foss's spot's name is Dave K., and is one grim story to behold, Thrust assures him. A junior executive guy at ATH SCME Air Displacement. An upscale guy with a picket house and kids and a worried wife with tall hair. Who, this David K.'s bottom was, he drank half a liter of Cuerva at some ATH SCME Interdependence Day office party and everything like that, and got in some insane drunken limbo dance challenge with a rival executive and tried to, limbo under a desk or a chair or something insanely low, and got his spine all fucked up in a limbo lock, maybe permanently. So the newest new guy scuttles around the in-house living room like a crab, his scalp brushing the floor and his knees trembling with effort. Danielle S. thinks Bert F.S. might have bacterial pneumonia or some kind of chronic lung thing. And Jeff D.'s trying to get the other residents to sign a petition to get Bert barred from the kitchen and dining room because Bert can't cover his mouth when he coughs, understandably. Thrust says Clonette H. and Yolanda W. are taking meals in their room and are under orders not to come down or go near any windows because of what happened to the map of the nook they allegedly stomped and everything like that. Gately mews and blinks like mad. Thrust says everybody's being real supportive of Jenny B. and encouraging her to turn the Wellfleet indictment over to her higher power. The shed staff are still rolling the catatonic lady's wheelchair over from the shed to the house on scheduled AMs. And Thrust says Jeanette had to write up Minty and Dial for putting one of those gag arrows that are curved in the middle and look like there's an arrow through your head over the catatonic lady's paralyzed head yesterday, and leaving her slumped by the TP like that all day. Plus Thrale's panties. So suddenly, in 12 hours, Minty's just one more offense away from getting the shoe, which Thrust is already personally shining the tip of his very sharpest shoe in hopes. The biggest issue at the House bitch and complaint meeting was that earlier this week, it turns out Clonette H. had brung in this whole humongous shitload of cartridges she said they were getting ready to throw in the dumpster up at the Swank Tennis School up the hill she works at. And she promoted them and hauled them down to the house, and the residents all have a wild hair because Pat says staff has to preview the cartridges for suitability and sex before they can be put out for the residents. And the residents are all bitching that this'll take forever. And it's just the fucking staff hoarding the new entertainment when the house's TP's just about on its hands and knees in the entertainment desert, starving for new entertainment. McDade bitched at the meeting that if he had to watch Nightmare on Elm Street 22, The Senescence, one more time, he was going to take a Brody off the house's roof. Plus, Thrust says, Bruce Green hasn't shared word one to staff about his feelings about anything to do with Lentz or Gately's embryoglio. That he just sits around waiting for somebody to read his mind. That his roommates have complained that he thrashes and shouts about nuts and cigars in his sleep. Calvin Thrust, 4 years sober, straddling the backwards chair, keeps inclining himself ever more forward in the posture of a man who's at any moment going to push up, off, out of the chair and leave. He reports how something deep in the previously hopelessly arrogant-seeming tiny Yule seems like it's broken and melted, spiritually speaking. The guy shaved off his Kentucky chicken beard, was heard weeping in the 5-man head, and was observed by Jeanette taking out the kitchen trash in secret, even though his chore this week was office windows. Thrust had discovered fine dining in sobriety, and has the beginning of chins. His hair is slicked back with odorless stuff at all times. and he has a more or less permanent sore on his upper lip. Gately, for some reason, keeps imagining Joelle Van Dyne dressed as Madame Psychosis, sitting in a plain chair in the three-woman room eating a peach, and looking out the open window at the crucifix atop St. Elizabeth's Hospital's prolix roof. The crucifix isn't big, but it's up so high it's visible from most anywhere in Enfield, Brighton. Sees Joelle delicately pulling the veil out to get the peach up under it. Thrust says Charlotte Treat's T-cell count is down. She's needle-pointing Gately some kind of get better a day at a time, assuming that's God's will, doily. But it's been slow going. Because Treat's developed some kind of goopy, virus-related eye infection that's got her bumping into walls. And her counselor, Maureen N., at the staff meeting, wanted Pat to consider having her transferred to an HIV halfway house up in Everett that's got some recovering addicts in there. Morris Hanley, speaking of T-cells, has baked some cream cheese brownies for Gately as a nurturing gesture. But then the twats at the Trauma Wing's nurses' station impounded them from Thrust when he came up. But he'd had a couple on the way over in the blood-stained vet, and he could assure Don that Hanley's brownies were worth killing a loved one for, and everything like that. Gately feels a sudden rush of anxiety over the issue of who's cooking the house supper in his absence. Like, will they know to put cornflakes in the meatloaf for texture? He finds Thrust insufferable, and wishes he'd just fucking go already, but has to admit he's less conscious of the horrific pain when somebody's there. But that's mostly because the drowned panic of not being able to ask questions or have any input into what somebody's saying is so awful, it sort of dwarfs the pain. Thrust puts his unlit gasper behind his ear where Gately predicts hair tonic will render it unsmokable. Looks conspiratorially around back over each shoulder, leans in so his face is visible between two bars of the bed's side railing, and bathes Gately's face in old eggs and smoke as he leans in and quietly says that Gately'll be psyched to hear that all the residents that were at the imbroglio, except Lentz and Thrale and the ones that aren't in a legal position to step forward and like that, he says, they've most of them all come forward and filed depositions. That the BPD's finest, plus some rather weirder federal guys with goofy-looking, archaic crew cuts, probably involved because of the inter-ONAN element of the Nooks. Here Gately's big heart skips and sinks. Have come around and been voluntarily admitted inside on Pat's written okay. And they took depositions, which is like testifying on paper. And the depositions look to be basically 110% behind Don Gately, and support a justifiable signorio of either self-defense or Lentz defense. Several testimonies indicate the Nucks gave the impression of being under the influence of aggressive-type substances. The single biggest problem right now, Pat says, is the missing alleged item. As in the 44 item Gately was plugged with's whereabouts are missing, Thrust says. The last resident to depose to seeing it was Green, who says he took it away from the nook the nigger girl stomped, whereupon Green, says he dropped it on the lawn, whereupon it vanished from legal view. Thrust says that in his legal view, the item's the thing that makes the difference between a signorio of iron-shod self-defense and one of just maybe a huge fucking beef in which Gately got mysteriously plugged at some indefinite point while rearranging a couple Canadian maps with his huge, bare hands. Gately's heart is now somewhere around his bare, hairy shins, at the mention of federal crew cuts. His attempted plea for Thrust to come out and say, did he actually kill anybody, did he? Sounds like that crushed kitten again. The pain of the terror is past standing, and it helps him surrender and quit trying. And he relaxes his legs and decides Thrust gets to not say whatever he wants. But the reality right this second is that he's mute and powerless over Thrust. Thrust leans in and hugs the back of the chair and says, Lynette Henderson and Yolanda Willis are on full house restriction in their room to keep them from coming down and maybe fucking themselves over legally in a deposition. Because the nook with the plaid hat with the ear flaps and the missing alleged item had expired on the spot from a spike heel through the right eye, as he was getting the shit stomped out of him, as only female niggers can stop, and everything like that. And Yolanda Willis had very shrewdly left the shoe and spike heel right there, protruding from the guy's map with her toe prints all over its insides, meaning presumably the shoes, so producing the item was going to be in her strong legal interests too, as well, as Thrust analyzes the legal landscape. Thrust says Pats limped around and appealed to every single resident personally, and everybody submitted more or less voluntarily to a room and property search and everything like that, and still no large-caliber item has turned up, though Nell Gunther's hidden Oriental knife collection sure made an impression. Thrust predicts it'll be strongly in Gately's legal-judicial interest and everything like that to ransack his brain and mind for where and with who he last saw the alleged gun. The sun was starting to go down over the West Newton Hills, through the double-sealed windows now, trembling slightly, and the window light against the far wall was ruddled and bloody. The heater vents kept making a sound like a distant parent, gently shushing. When it starts to get dark out is when the ceiling breathes. And everything like that. Sometime later at night, backlit by the light of the hall, is the figure of Resident Jeffrey Day, sitting where Thrust had sat, but with the chair turned around the right way, and with his legs primly crossed, eating a cream cheese brownie he reports they're passing out free to people down at the nurse's station. Day says Jeanette F. is certainly no Don Gately in the culinary arena. She seems to enjoy some sort of collusive kickback-type relationship with the manufacturers of Spam, Day says, is his theory. It might be a whole different night. The nighttime ceiling no longer bulges convexly with Gately's own shallow breaths, and the improved sounds he can now make have evolved from feline to more like bovine. But his right side hurts so bad he can barely hear. It's gone from a fiery pain to cold, dead, deep, tight pain, with a queer flavor of emotional loss to it. From deep inside he can hear the pain laughing at the 90 milligrams of Toradol IM they've got in the IV drip. As with Ewell, when Gately comes up out of sleep, there's no way to tell how long Day's been there, or quite why. Day is plowing through a long story, it seems, about his relationship growing up with his younger brother. Gately has a hard time imagining Day being blood-related to anybody. Day says his brother was developmentally challenged in some way. He had enormous red, wet, loose lips, and wore eyeglasses so thick his eyes had looked like an ant's eyes growing up. Part of his challenge was that Day's brother had a crippling phobic fear of leaves, apparently. As in ordinary leaves. From trees. Day's been sucker-punched by an emergent sober memory of how he used to emotionally abuse his little brother simply by threatening to touch him with a leaf. Day has this way of holding his cheek and jaw when he talks, like cut-out photos of the late Jack Benny. It's not at all evident why Day's choosing to share this stuff with a mute and feverishly semi-conscious Gately. It seems like Don G's gotten way more popular as somebody to talk to since he's become effectively paralyzed and mute. The ceiling's behaving itself, but in the room's gray, Gately could still make out a tally, insubstantial, ghostish figure appearing and disappearing in the mist of his vision's periphery. There was some creepy relationship between the figure's postures and the passing nurse's noiseless glide. This figure pretty definitely seemed to prefer night to day, though by this point Gately could well have been asleep again, as Day began to describe different species of handheld leaves. A recurring bad dream Gately's had ever since he gave up and came in and got straight consists simply of a tiny acne-scarred Oriental woman looking down at him. Nothing else happens. She's just looking down at Gately. Her acne scars aren't even all that bad. The thing is that she's tiny. She's one of those tiny, little, anonymous Oriental women you see all over Metro Boston, always seeming to be carrying multiple shopping bags. But in the recurring dream, she's looking down at him. From his perspective, he's looking up and she's looking down, which means Gately in the dream is either A, lying down on his back looking vulnerably up at her, or B, is himself even more incredibly tiny than the woman. Involved in the dream also, in a menacing way somehow, is a dog standing rigidly in the distance past the Oriental woman, motionless and rigid in profile, standing there still and straight as a toy. The Oriental woman has no particular expression and never says anything, though her face's scars have a certain elusive pattern to them that seems like it wants to mean something. When Gately opens his eyes again, Jeffrey Day's gone, and his hospital bed, with its railings and IV bottles on stands, has been moved way over so that it's right up next to the bed of whoever the person in the room's other bed is. So it's like Gately and this unknown patient are a sexless old couple sleeping together but in separate beds, and Gately's mouth goes oval and his eyes bug out with horror, and his effort at yelling hurts enough to wake him up, and his eyelids shoot up and rattle like old window shades, and his hospital bed's back where it's always been, and a nurse is giving the anonymous guy in the other bed some sort of late-night-type shot you could tell was narcotic. And the patient, who has a very deep voice, is crying. Then somewhere later, in the couple of hours before midnight's parking switch symphony on Washington Street outside, is an unpleasantly detailed dream where the ghostish figure that's been flickering in and out of sight around the room finally stays in one spot long enough for Gately to really check him out. In the dream, it's the figure of a very tall, sunken-chested man, in black framed glasses and a sweatshirt, with old stained chinos, leaning back sort of casually or else morosely slumped, resting its tailbone against the windowsill's ventilator's whispering grill, with its long arms hanging at its sides and its ankles casually crossed so that Gately can even see the detail that the ghostly chinos aren't long enough for its height. They're the kind kids used to call high waters in Gately's childhood. A couple of Bimmy Gately's savager pals would corner some pencil-necked kid in those type too-short trousers on the playground and go like, "Yo, little brother, where's the fucking flood?" and then lay the kid out with a head slap or chest shove so the inevitable violin went skittering ass over tea kettle across the blacktop in its case. The creepy ghostish figure's arm sometimes like vanishes and then reappears at the bridge of its nose, pushing the glasses up in a weary, unconscious, morose gesture, just like those kids in the high-water pants on the playground always did, in a weak, morose way that always somehow made Gately himself want to shove them savagely in the chest. Gately, in the dream, experienced a painful adrenal flash of remorse and entertained the possibility that the figure represented one of the North Shore violin-playing kids he'd never kept his savage pals from abusing, now come in an adult state when Gately was vulnerable and mute to exact some kind of payback. The ghostly figure shrugged its thin shoulders and said, "But no, it was nothing of the sort. It was just a plain old wraith, one without any sort of grudge or agenda, just a generic, garden-variety wraith." Gately, sarcastically in the dream, thought that, oh, well, then, if it was just a garden-variety wraith is all, geez, what a fucking relief. The wraith figure smiled apologetically and shrugged, shifting its tailbone on the whispering grill a bit. There was an odd quality to its movements in the dream. They were of regulation speed, the movements, but they seemed oddly segmented and deliberate, as if more effort than necessary were going into them somehow. Then Gately considered that who knew what was necessary or normal for a self-proclaimed generic wraith in a pain and fever dream. Then he considered that this was the only dream he could recall where even in the dream he knew that it was a dream, much less lay there considering the fact that he was considering the up-front dream quality of the dream he was dreaming. It quickly got so multi-leveled and confusing that his eyes rolled back in his head. The wraith made a weary, morose gesture, as if not wanting to bother to get into any sort of confusing dream versus real controversies. The wraith said Gately might as well stop trying to figure it out and just capitalize on its presence, the wraith's presence, in the room or dream, whatever, because Gately, if he'd bothered to notice and appreciate it, at least didn't have to speak out loud to be able to interface with the Wraith figure. And also, the Wraith figure said, it was, by the way, requiring incredible patience and fortitude for him, the Wraith, to stay in one position long enough for Gately to really see him and interface with him. And the Wraith was making no promises about how many more months he, the Wraith, could keep it up, since fortitude had never seemed to have been his long suit. The city's aggregate nighttime lights lightened the sky through the room's window, to the same dark rose shade you see when you close your eyes, adding to the dream of dream-type ambiguity. Gately, in the dream, tried the test of pretending to lose consciousness so the Wraith would go away, and then somewhere during the pretense lost consciousness and really did sleep, for a bit, in the dream, because the tiny-pocked Oriental woman was back and looking wordlessly down at him, plus the creepy rigid dog. And then the sedated patient in the next bed woke Gately back up, in the original dream, with some kind of narcotized gurgle or snore, and the so-called Wraith figure was still there and visible, only now it was standing on top of the railing at the side of Gately's bed, looking down at him now, from a towering railing plus original tallness height, having to exaggerate his shoulder's natural slump in order to clear the ceiling. Gately got a clear view of an impressive thatch of nostril hair, looking up into the Wraith's nostrils, and also a clear lateral look at the Wraith's skinny ankles like ankle bones, bulging in brown socks below the cuffs of the high-water chinos. As much as his shoulder, calf, toe, and whole right side were hurting, it occurred to Gately that you don't normally think of wraiths or ghostish phantasms as being tall or short, or having bad posture, or wearing certain colored socks, much less having anything as specific as extrusive nostril hair. There was a degree of, specificness about this figure in this dream that Gately found troubling. Much less having the unpleasant old Oriental woman dream inside this dream right here. He began to wish again that he could call out for assistance or to wake himself up. But now, not even moos or mews would come. All he could seem to do was pant real hard, as if the air was like totally missing his vocal box, or like his vocal box was totally demapped from nerve damage in his shoulder and now just sort of hung there, all withered and dry, like an old hornet nest, while air rushed out Gately's throat all around it. His throat still didn't feel right. It was exactly the suffocated speechlessness in dreams, nightmares, Gately realized. This was both terrifying and reassuring somehow. Evidence for the dream element and so on, and so forth. The Wraith was looking down at him and nodding sympathetically. The Wraith could empathize totally, it said. The Wraith said, even a garden-variety Wraith could move at the speed of quanta, and be anywhere, anytime, and hear in symphonic toto the thoughts of animate men. But it couldn't ordinarily affect anybody or anything solid, and it could never speak right to anybody. A Wraith had no out-loud voice of its own, and had to use somebody's, internal brain voice if it wanted to try to communicate something, which was why thoughts and insights that were coming from some Wraith always just sound like your own thoughts, from inside your own head, if a Wraith's trying to interface with you. The Wraith says, by way of illustration, consider phenomena like intuition, or inspiration, or hunches, or when someone, for instance, says, a little voice inside was telling them such and such, on an intuitive basis. Gately can now take no more than a third of a normal breath without wanting to throw up from the pain. The Wraith was pushing his glasses up and saying, besides, it took incredible discipline and fortitude and patient effort to stay stock still in one place for long enough for an animate man actually to see and be in any way affected by a Wraith. And very few Wraiths had anything important enough to interface about to be willing to stand still for this kind of time, preferring ordinarily to whiz around at the invisible speed of quanta. The Wraith says, it doesn't really matter whether Gately knows what the term quanta means. He says, Wraiths, by and large, exist, putting his arms out slowly and making little quotation mark finger wiggles, as he said, exist, in a totally different, Heisenbergian dimension of rate change and time passage. As an example, he goes on, normal animate men's actions and motions look, to a wraith, to be occurring at about the rate a clock's hour hand moves, and are just about as interesting to look at. Gately was thinking, for fuck's sake, what was this? Now even in unpleasant fever dreams, now somebody else is going to tell him their troubles, now that Gately can't get away, or dialogue back with anything about his own experience? He normally couldn't ever get Ewell or Day to sit down for any kind of real or honest mutual sharing, and now that he's totally mute and inert and passive all of a sudden, everybody seems to view him as a sympathetic ear, or not even a sympathetic real ear, more like a wooden carving or statue of an ear. An empty confessional booth. Don G. as huge, empty confessional booth. The wraith disappears, and instantly reappears in a far corner of the room, waving "Hi" at him. It was slightly reminiscent of Bewitched reruns from Gately's toddlerhood. The wraith disappears again, and again just as instantly reappears, now holding one of Gately's Enid House basement flea-baggy staff bedrooms cut out and scotch-taped celebrity photos. This one an old one of U.S. Head of State Johnny Gentle, famous crooner, on stage wearing velour, twirling a mic, from back in the days before he went to a copper-colored toupee, when he used a strigil instead of a UV flash booth, and was just a Vegas crooner. Again, the wraith disappears, and instantly reappears holding a can of Coke, with good old Coke's distinctive interwoven red and white French curls on it, but alien, unfamiliar, Oriental-type writing on it instead of the good old words Coca-Cola and Coke. The unfamiliar script on the Coke can is maybe the whole dream's worst moment. The wraith walks jerkily and over-deliberately across the floor, and then up a wall, occasionally disappearing and then reappearing, sort of fluttering mistily, and ends up standing upside down on the hospital room's drop ceiling, directly over Gately, and holds one knee to its sunken chest, and starts doing what Gately would know were pirouettes if he'd ever once been exposed to ballet, pirouetting faster and faster, and then so fast, the wraith's nothing but a long stalk of sweatshirt and Coke can-colored light that seems to extrude from the ceiling. And then, in a moment, that rivals the Coke can moment for unpleasantness into Gately's personal mind, in Gately's own brain voice, but with roaring and unwilling force, comes the term, pirouette, in caps, which term Gately knows for a fact. He doesn't have any idea what it means, and no reason to be thinking it, with roaring force, so the sensation is not only creepy but somehow violating, a sort of lexical rape. Gately begins to consider this hopefully non-recurring dream even more unpleasant than the tiny pocked Oriental woman dream overall. Other terms and words Gately knows he doesn't know from a divot in the sod now come crashing through his head with the same ghastly, intrusive force. For example, a chakature, and alembic, latrodectus mactans, and neutral density point, chiaroscuro, and proprioception, and testudo, and annulate, and bricolage, and catalepte, and gerrymander, and scopophilia, and Laertes. And all of a sudden it occurs to Gately the aforethought extruding, strigil, and lexical themselves, and lordosis, and impost, and sinistral, and meniscus, and chronexy, and poor Yorick, and leculus, and Cerise Montclair, and then Desica Neo Real Crane Dolly, and Circumambient Found Drama Leverate Marriage, and then more lexical terms and words speeding up to chipmunkish, and then heliated, and then all the way up to a sound like a mosquito on speed, and Gately tries to clutch both his temples with one hand and scream, but nothing comes out. When the wraith reappears, It's seated way up behind him, where Gately has to let his eyes roll way back in his head to see him. And it turns out Gately's heart is being medically monitored, and the Wraith is seated up on the heart monitor in a strange cross-legged posture, with his pant cuffs pulled up so high Gately could see the actual skinny, hairless, above-the-sock skin of the Wraith's ankles glowing a bit in the spilled light of the trauma wing hull. The oriental can of Coke now rests on Gately's broad, flat forehead. It's cold and smells a little funny, like low tide, the can. Now, footsteps and the sound of bubblegum in the hall. An orderly shines a flashlight in and plays it over Gately and the narcotized roommate and environs, and makes marks on a clipboard while blowing a small orange bubble. It's not like the light passes through the Wraith or anything dramatic. The Wraith simply disappears the instant the light hits the heart monitor and reappears the instant it moves away. Gately's unpleasant dreams definitely don't normally include specific gum color and intense physical discomfort and invasions of lexical terms he doesn't know from Shinola. Gately begins to conclude it's not impossible that the garden-variety Wraith on the heart monitor, though not conventionally real, could be a sort of epiphany-ish visitation from Gately's personally confused understanding of God, a higher power or something. Maybe sort of like the legendary pulsing blue light that AA founder Bill W. historically saw during his last detox, that turned out to be God telling him how to stay sober, via starting AA and carrying the message. The Wraith smiles sadly and says something like, "Don't we both wish, young sir?" Gately's forehead wrinkling as his eyes keep rolling up makes the foreign can wobble coldly. Of course, there's also the possibility that the tall, slumped, extremely fast Wraith might represent the Sergeant-at-Arms, the disease, exploiting the loose security of Gately's fever-addled mind, getting ready to fuck with his motives and persuade him to accept Demerol just once. Just one last time, for the totally legitimate medical pain. Gately lets himself wonder what it would be like, able to quantum off any place instantly and stand on ceilings and probably burgle like no burglar'd ever dreamed of, but not able to really affect anything or interface with anybody, having nobody know you're there, having people's normal, rushed daily lives look like the movements of planets and suns, having to sit patiently very still in one place for a long time, even to have some poor addled son of a bitch even be willing to entertain your maybe being there. It'd be real free-seeming, but incredibly lonely, he imagines. Gately knows a thing or two about loneliness, he feels. Does Wraith mean like a ghost, as in dead? Is this a message from a higher power about sobriety and death? What would it be like to try and talk, and have the person think it was just their own mind talking? Gately could maybe identify, to an extent, he decides. This is the only time he's ever been struck dumb, except for a brief but nasty bout of pleuritic laryngitis he'd had when he was 24 and sleeping on the cold beach up in Gloucester, and he doesn't like it a bit, the being struck dumb. It's like some combination of invisibility and being buried alive, in terms of the feeling. It's like being strangled somewhere deeper inside you than your neck. Gately imagines himself with a piratical hook, unable to speak on commitments because he can only gurgle and pant, doomed to an AA life of ashtrays and urns. The Wraith reaches down and removes the can of un-American tonic from Gately's forehead, and assures Gately he can more than identify with an animate man's feelings of communicative impotence and mute strangulation. Gately's thoughts become agitated as he tries to yell, mentally, that he never said a fucking thing about impotence. He's got a way clearer and more direct view of the Wraith's extreme nostril hair situation than he preferred to. The Wraith hefts the can absently and says, age 28 seems old enough for Gately to remember U.S. broadcast television's old network situation comedies of the BS 80s and 90s, probably. Gately has to smile at the Wraith's cluelessness. Gately's, after all, a fucking drug addict, and a drug addict's second most meaningful relationship is always with his domestic entertainment unit, TV/VCR, or HDTP. A drug addict's may be the only human species whose own personal vision has a vertical hold, for Christ's sake, he thinks. And Gately, even in recovery, can still summon great verbatim chunks, not only of drug-addicted adolescences, Seinfeld and Ren and Stimpy and Ooh Is He when he's at home, and exposed Northerners, but also the syndicated Bewitched and Hazel and ubiquitous MASH. He grew to monstrous childhood size in front of, and especially the hometown, ensemble-casted Cheers, both the late network version with the stacked brunette and the syndicated older ones with the titless blonde, which Gately, even after the switch over to interlace and HDTP dissemination, felt like he had a special personal relationship with Cheers, not only because everybody on the show always had a cold foamer in hand, just like in real life, but because Gately's big childhood claim to recognition had been his eerie resemblance to the huge, neckless, simian-browed accountant, Nom, who more or less seemed to live at the bar and was unkind but not cruel, and drank foamer after foamer without once hitting anybody's mom, or pitching over sideways and passing out in vomit somebody else had to clean up, and who looked right down to the massive square head and Neanderthal brow and paddle-sized thumbs, eerily like the child D.W. Bim Gately, hulking and necklace and shy, riding his broom handle, cirrhosis of the liver. And the wraith on the heart monitor looks pensively down at Gately from upside down, and asks, does Gately remember the myriad thespian extras on, for example, his beloved Cheers? Not the center stage Sam and Carla and Nom, but the nameless patrons always at tables, filling out the bar's crowd, concessions to realism, always relegated to back and foreground, and always having utterly silent conversations. Their faces would animate and mouths move realistically, but without sound. Only the named stars at the bar itself could audibilize. The wraith says these fractional actors, human scenery, could be seen but not heard in most pieces of filmed entertainment. And Gately remembers them, the extras in all public scenes, especially like bar and restaurant scenes, or rather, remembers how he doesn't quite remember them, how it never struck his addled mind as, in fact, surreal, that their mouths moved but nothing emerged. And what a miserable, fucking, bottom-rung job that must be for an actor, to be sort of human furniture. Figurants, the wraith says they're called, these surreally mute background presences, whose presence really revealed that the camera, like any eye, has a perceptual corner, a triage of who's important enough to be seen and heard versus just seen. A term from ballet, originally, figurant, the wraith explains. The wraith pushes his glasses up in the vaguely sniveling way of a kid that's just got slapped around on the playground, and says he personally spent the vast bulk of his own former animate life as pretty much a figurant. Furniture at the periphery of the very eyes closest to him, it turned out, and that it's one heck of a crummy way to try to live. Gately, whose increasing self-pity leaves little room or patience for anybody else's self-pity, tries to lift his left hand and wiggle his pinky to indicate the world's smallest viola, playing the theme from The Sorrow and the Pity. But even moving his left arm makes him almost faint. And either the wraith is saying or Gately is realizing that you can't appreciate the dramatic pathos of a figurant until you realize how completely trapped and encaged he is in his mute peripheral status. Because, like, say for example, if one of Cheers's bar's figurants suddenly decided he couldn't take it anymore, and stood up and started shouting and gesturing around wildly in a bid for attention and non-peripheral status on the show, Gately realizes all that would happen is that one of the audibilizing named stars of the show would bolt over from stage center and apply restraints or the Heineken maneuver or CPR, figuring the silent gesturing figurant was choking on a beer nut or something, and that then the whole rest of that episode of Cheers would be about jokes about the name star's life-saving heroics, or else his fuck-up in applying the Heineken maneuver to somebody who wasn't choking on a nut. No way for a figurant to win. No possible voice or focus for the encaged figurant. Gately speculates briefly about the suicide statistics for bottom-rung actors. The wraith disappears and then reappears in the chair by the bed's railing, leaning forward with its chin on its hands on the railing, in what Gately's coming to regard as the classic tell your troubles to the trauma patient that can't interrupt or get away position. The wraith says that he himself, the wraith, when animate, had dabbled in filmed entertainments, as in making them. Cartridges, for Gately's info, to either believe or not. But in the entertainments the wraith himself made, he says he goddamn bloody well made sure that either the whole entertainment was silent, or else if it wasn't silent, that you could bloody well hear every single performer's voice, no matter how far out on the cinematographic or narrative periphery they were, and that it wasn't just the self-conscious overlapping dialogue of a poseur like Schwulst or Altman. That is, it wasn't just the crafted imitation of oral chaos. It was real life's real egalitarian babble of figurantless crowds, of the animate world's real agora. The babble of crowds, every member of which was the central
342
and articulate protagonist of his own entertainment. It occurs to Gately he's never had any sort of dream where somebody says anything like vast bulk, much less agora, which Gately interprets as a kind of expensive sweater. Which is why, the wraith is continuing, the complete unfiguranted egalitarian oral realism is why party-line entertainment critics always complained that the wraith's entertainment's public area scenes were always incredibly dull and self-conscious and irritating, that they could never hear the really meaningful central narrative conversations for all the unfiltered babble of the peripheral crowd, which they assumed the babble/babel was some self-conscious viewer-hostile heavy art directorial pose instead of radical realism. The wraith's grim smile almost disappears before it appears. Gately's slight, tight smile back is the way you can always tell he's not really listening. He's remembering that he used to pretend to himself that the unviolent and sarcastic accountant Nom on Cheers was Gately's own organic father, straining to hold young Bimmy on his lap and letting him draw finger pictures in the condensation rings on the bar top, and when he was pissed off at Gately's mother, being sarcastic and witty, instead of getting her down and administering horribly careful U.S. Navy brig-type beatings that hurt like hell but would never bruise or show. The can of foreign coke has left a ring on his forehead that's colder than the feverish skin around it, and Gately tries to concentrate on the cold of the ring, instead of the dead, cold, total ache on his whole right side. Dextral, or the sober memory of his mother, Mrs. Gately's ex-significant other, the little-eyed former MP in khaki skivvies, hunched, drunk over his notebook's record of his Heinekens for the day, his tongue in the corner of his mouth and his eyes scrunched as he tries to see a unitary enough notebook to write in. Gately's mother on the floor, trying to crawl off toward the lockable bathroom, quietly enough so the MP wouldn't notice her again. The wraith says, just to give Gately an idea, he, the wraith, in order to appear as visible and interface with him, Gately, he, the wraith, has been sitting, still as a root, in the chair by Gately's bedside for the wraith equivalent of 3 weeks, which Gately can't even imagine. It occurs to Gately that none of the people that have dropped by to tell him their troubles has bothered to say how many days he's even been in the trauma wing now, or what day it's going to be when the sun comes up. And so Gately has no idea how long he's gone now without an AA meeting. Gately wishes his sponsor, ferocious Francis G., would hobble by, instead of Ennet staff that want to talk about prostheses, and residents who come just to share remembered wreckage with somebody they don't even think can even hear them, sort of the way a little kid confides to a dog. He doesn't let himself even contemplate why no finest or federally crew-cut guys have visited yet, if he's been in here a while. If they've been all over the house like hamsters on wheat already, as Thrust had said. The seated shadow of somebody in a hat is still there, out there in the hall. Though if the whole interlude was a dream, it isn't and has never been there, Gately realizes, squinting a little to try to make sure the shadow is the shadow of a hat and not a fire extinguisher box on the hall wall or something. The Wraith excuses himself and disappears, but then reappears 2 slow blinks later, back in the same position. That was worth an excuse me? Gately thinks at the Wraith, dryly, almost laughing. The sheet of pain from the near laugh sent his eyes way up, back up in his head. The chassis of the heart monitor doesn't look broad enough to support even a Wraith's ass. The heart monitor is the silent kind. It's got the moving white line, with big speed bumps moving across it for Gately's pulse, but it doesn't make the sterile beeping that old hospital drama monitors did. Patients in hospital dramas were frequently unconscious figurants, Gately reflects. The Wraith says he just paid a small, quantum-ish call to the old spotless Brighton two-decker of one ferocious Francis Gahaney, and from the way the old crocodile's shaving and putting on a clean white T-shirt, the Wraith says, he predicts FF will be visiting the trauma wing soon, to offer Gately unconditional empathy and fellowship, and acerbic crocodilian counsel. Unless this was just Gately himself thinking this up to keep a stiff upper attitude, Gately thinks. The Wraith pushes his glasses up, sadly. You never think of a Wraith looking sad or unsad, but this dream Wraith displays the whole affective range. Gately can hear the horns and raised voices and U-turn squeals way down below on Washington that indicate it's around 0000 hours, the switching hour. He wonders what something as brief as a car horn honk sounds like to a figurant that has to sit still for 3 weeks to be seen. A Wraith, not figurant, Gately meant. He corrects himself. He's lying here correcting his thoughts, like he was talking. He wonders if his brain voice talks fast enough for the Wraith not to have to, tap its foot and look at its watch between words. Are they words, if they're only in your head, though? The Wraith blows its nose in a hanky that's visibly seen better epochs, and says he, the Wraith, when alive in the world of animate men, had seen his own personal youngest offspring, a son, the one most like him, the one most marvelous and frightening to him, becoming a figurant toward the end. His end, not the son's end, the Wraith clarifies. Gately wonders if it offends the Wraith when he sometimes refers to it mentally as it. The Wraith opens and examines the used hanky just like an alive person can never help but do, and says, no horror on earth or elsewhere could equal watching your own offspring open his mouth and have nothing come out. The Wraith says it mars the memory of the end of his animate life, this son's retreat to the periphery of life's frame. The Wraith confesses that he had, at one time, blamed the boy's mother for his silence. But what good does that kind of thing do, he said, making a blurred motion that might have been shrugging. Gately remembers the former Navy MP telling Gately's mother why it was her fault he lost his job at the chowder plant. Resentment is the #1 offender, is another Boston AA cliché Gately'd started to believe. That blame's a shell game. Not that he wouldn't mind a private couple of minutes alone in a doorless room with Randy Lentz, once he was up and capable again, though. The Wraith reappears slumped back in the chair with his weight on his tailbone and his legs crossed in that Erdedi-ish upscale way. He says, just imagine the horror of spending your whole, itinerant, lonely Southwest and West Coast boyhood trying unsuccessfully to convince your father that you even existed, to do something well enough to be heard and seen, but not so well that you became just a screen for his own, the dad's, projections of his own failure and self-loathing, failing ever to be really seen, gesturing wildly through the distilled haze, so that in adulthood you still carried the moist, flabby weight of your failure ever to make him hear you really speak, carried it on through the animate years on your increasingly slumped shoulders, only to find, near the end, that your very own child had himself become blank, indent, silent, frightening, mute. That is, that his son had become what he, the Wraith, had feared as a child he, the Wraith, was. Gately's eyes roll up in his head. The boy, who did everything well, and with a natural unslumped grace the Wraith himself had always lacked, and whom the Wraith had been so terribly eager to see, and hear, and let him, the son, know he was seen and heard. The son had become a steadily more and more hidden boy toward the Wraith's life's end. And no one else in the Wraith and boy's nuclear family would see or acknowledge this, the fact that the graceful and marvelous boy was disappearing right before their eyes. They looked, but did not see his invisibility, and they listened, but did not hear the Wraith's warning. Gately has that slight, tight, absent smile again. The Wraith says the nuclear family had believed he, the Wraith, was unstable, and was confusing the boy with his own, the Wraith's, boyhood self, or with the Wraith's father's father, the blank wooden man who, according to family mythology, had driven the Wraith's father to the bottle, and unrealized potential, and an early cerebral hemorrhage. Toward the end, he'd begun privately to fear that his son was experimenting with substances. The Wraith keeps having to push its glasses up. The Wraith says, almost bitterly, that when he'd stand up and wave his arms for them all to attend to the fact that his youngest and most promising son was disappearing, they thought all his agitation meant was that he had gone bats from wild turkey intake and needed to try to get sober again one more time. This gets Gately's attention. Here, at last, could be some sort of point to the unpleasantness and confusion of the dream. You tried to get sober? He thinks, rolling his eyes over to the Wraith. More than once you tried? Was it white-knuckle?
343.
Did you ever surrender and come in? The Wraith feels along his long jaw and says he spent the whole, sober, last 90 days of his animate life working tirelessly to contrive a medium via which he and the muted son could simply converse. To concoct something the gifted boy couldn't simply master and move on from to a new plateau. Something the boy would love enough to induce him to open his mouth and come out, even if it was only to ask for more. Games hadn't done it. Professionals hadn't done it. Impersonation of professionals hadn't done it. His last resort? Entertainment. Make something so bloody compelling it would reverse thrust on a young self's fall into the womb of solipsism, anhedonia, death in life. A magically entertaining toy to dangle at the infant still somewhere alive in the boy, to make its eyes light and toothless mouth open unconsciously, to laugh, to bring him out of himself, as they say. The womb could be used both ways. A way to say, I am so very, very sorry, and have it heard. A lifelong dream. The scholars and foundations and disseminators never saw that his most serious wish was to entertain. Gately's not too agonized and feverish not to recognize gross self-pity when he hears it, Wraith or no. As in the slogan, pour me, pour me, pour me a drink. With all due respect, pretty hard to believe this Wraith could stay sober, if he needed to get sober, with a combination of abstraction and tragically misunderstood me attitude he's betraying in the dream. He'd been sober as a Mennonite quilter for 89 days, at the very tail end of his life, the Wraith avers, now back up on the silent heart monitor, though Boston AA had a humorless, evangelical rabidity about it that had kept his attendance at meetings spotty. And he never could stand the vapid clichés and disdain for abstraction, not to mention the cigarette smoke. The atmosphere of the meeting rooms had been like a poker game in hell, had been his impression. The Wraith stops and says he bets Gately's struggling to hide his curiosity about whether the Wraith succeeded in coming up with a figurantless entertainment so thoroughly engaging it'd make even an in-bet figurant of a boy laugh and cry out for more. Father figure-wise, Gately's tried his best these last few sober months to fend off uninvited memories of his own grim conversations and interchanges with the MP. The Wraith on the monitor now bends sharply at the waist, way over forward so his face is upside down only centimeters from Gately's face. The Wraith's face is only about half the size of Gately's face and has no odor, and responds vehemently that, no, any conversation or interchange is better than none at all, to trust him on this, that the worst kind of gut-wrenching, intergenerational interface is better than withdrawal or hiddenness on either side. The Wraith apparently can't tell the difference between Gately just thinking to himself and Gately using his brain voice to sort of think at the Wraith. His shoulder suddenly sends up a flare of pain so sickening, Gately's afraid he might shit the bed. The Wraith gasps and almost falls off the monitor, as if he can totally empathize with the dextral flare. Gately wonders if the Wraith has to endure the same pain as Gately in order to hear his brain voice and have a conversation with him. Even in a dream, that'd be a higher price than anybody's ever paid to interface with D.W. Gately. Maybe the pain's supposed to lend credibility to some diseased argument for Demerol the Wraith's going to make. Gately feels somehow too self-conscious, or stupid, to ask the Wraith if it's here on behalf of the higher power, or maybe the disease. So instead of thinking at the Wraith, he simply concentrates on pretending to wonder to himself why the Wraith is spending probably months of aggregate Wraith time flitting around a hospital room and making pirouetted demonstrations with crooner photos and foreign tonic cans on the ceiling of some drug addict he doesn't know from a rock, instead of just quantuming over to wherever this alleged youngest son is and holding very still for Wraith months and trying to have an interface with the fucking son. Though maybe thinking he was seeing his late organic dad as a ghost or Wraith would drive the youngest son bats, though, might be the thing. The son didn't exactly sound like the steadiest hand on the old mental joystick as it was, from what the Wraiths shared. Of course, this was assuming the mute figurant son even existed. This was assuming this wasn't all some roundabout way of the disease starting to talk Gately into succumbing to a shot of Demerol. He tries to concentrate on all this, instead of remembering what Demerol's warm rush of utter well-being felt like, remembering the comfortable sound of the clunk of his chin against his chest. Or instead of remembering any of his own interchanges with his mother's live-in retired MP. One of the highest prices of sobriety was not being able to keep from remembering things you didn't want to remember. See, for instance, Ewell and the fraudulent grandiosity thing from his weenie-ish childhood. The ex-MP had referred to small children and toddlers as rugrats. It was not a term of gruff affection. The MP had made the toddler, Don Gately, return empty Heineken bottles to the neighborhood packy, and then haul ass on back with the bottle deposits, timing him with a USN-issue chronometer. He never laid a hand on Gately personally, that Don could recall, but he'd still been afraid of the MP. The MP'd beaten his mother up on an almost daily basis. The most hazardous time for Gately's mother was between 8 Heinekens and 10 Heinekens. When the MP threw her on the floor and knelt down very intently over her, picking his spots and hitting her very intently, he'd looked like a lobsterman pulling at his outboard's rope. The MP was slightly shorter than Mrs. Gately, but was broad and very muscular, and proud of his muscles, going shirtless whenever possible, or in, sleeveless khaki military tees. He had bars and weights and benches, and had taught the child Don Gately the fundamentals of free weight training, with special emphasis on control and form as opposed to just sloppily lifting as much weight as possible. The weights were old and greasy, and their poundage pre-metric. The MP was very precise and controlled in his approach to things, in a way Gately has somehow come to associate with all blonde-haired men. When Gately, at age 10, began to be able to bench press more weight than the MP had not taken it in a good spirit, and began refusing to spot him on his sets. The MP entered his own weights and repetitions carefully in a little notebook, pausing to do this after each set. He always licked the point of the pencil before he wrote, a habit Gately still finds repellent. In a different little notebook, the MP noted the date and time of each Heineken he consumed. He was the sort of person who equated incredibly careful record-keeping with control. In other words, he was by nature a turd counter. Gately had realized this at a very young age, and that it was bullshit, and maybe crazy. The MP was very possibly crazy. The circumstances of his leaving the Navy were shadowy. When Gately involuntarily remembers the MP now, he also remembers and wonders why, and feels bad, that he never once asked his mother about the MP. And why the fuck was he even there? And did she actually love him? And why did she love him when he flang her down and beat her up on a more or less daily basis for fucking years on end? The intensifying rose colors behind Gately's closed lids are from the hospital room lightning as the light outside the window gets licoricey and pre-dawn. Gately lies below the unoccupied heart monitor, snoring so hard the railings on either side of his bed shiver and rattle. When the MP was sleeping, or out of the house, Don Gately and Mrs. Gately never once talked about him. His memory is clear on this. It wasn't just that they never discussed him, or the notebooks, or weights, or chronometer, or his beating up Mrs. Gately. The MP's name was never even mentioned. The MP worked nights a lot, driving a cheese and egg delivery truck for Cheese King Incorporated, until he was terminated for embezzling wheels of Stilton and fencing them. Then for a time on a mostly automated canning line, pulling a lever that sent New England chowder out of hundreds of spigots into hundreds of lidless cans with an indescribable plopping sound. And the Gately home was like a different world when the MP was working or out. It was like the very idea of the MP walked out the door with him, leaving Don and his mother not just behind, but alone, together, at night. She on the couch and he on the floor, both gradually losing consciousness in front of broadcast TV's final seasons. Gately tries especially hard now not to explore why it never occurred to him to step in and pull the MP off his mother, even after he could bench press more than the MP. The precise daily beatings had always seemed, in some strangely emphatic way, not his business. He rarely even felt anything, he remembers watching him hit her. The MP was totally unshy about hitting her in front of Gately. It was like everybody unspokenly agreed the whole thing was none of Bimmy's beeswax. When he was a toddler, he'd flee the room and cry about it, he seems to recall. By a certain age, though, all he'd do is raise the volume on the television, not even bothering to look over at the beating, watching Cheers. Sometimes he'd leave the room and go into the garage and lift weights, but when he left the room, it was never like he was fleeing the room. When he'd been small, he'd sometimes hear the springs and sounds from their bedroom sometimes in the AM and worry that the MP was beating her up on their bed. But at a certain point, without anybody taking him aside and explaining anything to him, he realized that the sounds then didn't mean she was getting hurt. The similarity of her hurt sounds in the kitchen and living room and her sex sounds through the asbestos fiberboard bedroom wall troubles Gately, though, when he remembers now, and is one reason why he fends off remembering, when awake. Shirtless in the summer, and pale with the blond man's dislike for the sun, the MP would sit in the little kitchen at the kitchen table, feet flat on the wood-grain tiling, with a patriotic-themed bandana wrapped around his head, recording Heinekens in his little notebook. A previous tenant had thrown something heavy through the kitchen window once, and the window's screen was fucked up and not quite flush, and houseflies came and went, more or less at will. Gately, when small, would be in there in the kitchen with the MP sometimes. The tile was better for his little car's suspensions than nubbly carpet. What Gately remembers, in pain, bubbling just under the lid of sleep, is the special and precise way the MP would handle the flies that came into the kitchen. He used no swatter or rolled cone of Herald. He had fast hands, the MP, thick and white and fast. He'd whack them as they lit on the kitchen table, the flies, but in a controlled way, not hard enough to kill them. He was very controlled and intent about it. He'd whack them just hard enough to disable them. Then he'd pick them up real precisely and remove either a wing or, like a leg, something important to the fly. He'd take the wing or leg over to the beige kitchen wastebasket, and very deliberately hike the lid with the foot pedal and deposit the tiny wing or leg in the wastebasket, bending at the waist. The memory is unbidden and very clear. The MP'd wash his hands at the kitchen sink using green generic dishwashing liquid. The maimed fly itself he'd ignore, and allow to scuttle in crazed circles on the table until it got stuck in a sticky spot, or fell off the edge onto the kitchen floor. The conversation with the MP that Gately re-experiences in minutely dreamed detail was the MP, at about 5 Heinekens, explaining that maiming a fly was way more effective than killing a fly, for flies. A fly was stuck in a sticky spot of dried Heineken and agitating its wing, as the MP explained, that a well-maimed fly produced tiny little fly screams of pain and fear. Human beings couldn't hear a maimed fly's screams, but you could bet your fat little rugrat ass other flies could, and the screams of their maimed colleagues helped keep them away. By the time the MP would put his head on his big, pale arms and grab a little shut-eye among the Heineken bottles on the sun-heated table, there'd often be several flies trapped in goo or scuttling in circles on the table, sometimes giving odd little hops, trying to fly with one wing or no wings. Possibly in denial, these flies, as to their, condition. The ones that fell to the floor Gately would hunch directly over on hands and knees, getting one big red ear down just as close to the fly as possible, listening, his big pink forehead wrinkled. What makes Gately most uncomfortable now, as he starts to try to wake up in the lemon light of true hospital morning, is that he can't remember putting the maimed flies out of their misery, ever, after the MP passed out. Can't mentally see himself stepping on them, or wrapping them in paper towels and flushing them down the toilet or something, but he feels like he must have. It seems somehow real vital to be able to remember his doing something more than just hunkering blankly down amid his transformer cars and trying to see if he could hear tiny agonized screams, listening very intently. But he can't for the life of him remember doing more than trying to hear. And the sheer cerebral stress of trying to force a more noble memory should have awakened him on top of the dextral hurt. But he doesn't come all the way awake in the big crib until the memory's realistic dream bleeds into a nasty fictional dream where he's wearing Lentz's worsted topcoat and leaning very precisely and carefully over the prone figure of the Hawaiian-dressed Nook, whose head he's whacked repeatedly against the hood's windshield. He's supporting his inclined weight on his good left hand against the warm, throbbing hood, bent in real close to the maimed head, his ear to the bleeding face, listening very intently. The head opens, its red mouth. The wet start Gately finally wakes with jars his shoulder and side and sends a yellow sheet of pain over him that makes him almost scream into the window's light. For about a year once, at age 20, in Malden, he'd slept most nights in a home-built loft in the dorm of a certain graduate RN nursing program in Malden, with a ragingly addicted RN nursing student in the loft, which you needed a 5-rung ladder to get up into this loft, and the thing was only a couple of feet under the ceiling, and every a.m. Gately'd awake out of some bad dream, and sit up with a jolt, and thwack his head against the ceiling, until, after some time, there was a permanent concavity in the ceiling, and a flattish spot in the curve of the top of his forehead he can still feel, lying here, blinking and holding his head with his good left hand. For a second, blinking and red with AM fever, he thinks he sees ferocious Francis G. in the bedside chair, chin freshly shaved and dotted with bits of Kleenex, posture stolid, his old man's saggy little tits rising slowly under a clean white tee, smiling grimly around blue tubes and an unlit cigar between his teeth, and saying, "Well, kid, at least you're still on this side of the fucking sod. I guess there's something to be said for that there. And are you as yet sober, then?" The crocodile says coolly, disappearing, and then not reappearing after several blinks. The forms and sound in the room is really only 3 white flaggers Gately's never known or connected with that well, but are apparently here stopping in on their way to work to show empathy and support. Bud O., and Glenn K., and Jack J. Glenn K., in daytime, wears the gray jumpsuit and complex utility belt of a refrigeration technician. "And who's the fellow in the hat outside?" he's asking. Gately grunts in a frantic way that suggests the phoneme "ugh." Tall, well-dressed, grumpy, cocky-looking, piggy-eyed, wearing a hat, civil service-looking, black socks and brown shoes, Glenn K. says, pointing out toward the door where there's sometimes been the ominous shadow of a hat. Gately's teeth taste long, unbrushed. "Looking settled in for a stay, surrounded with sports pages and the take-out feuds of many cultures, laddie," says Bud O., who, the story from before Gately's time goes, once hit his wife so hard in the blackout that made him come in, he broke her nose and bent it over flat against her face, which he asked her never to have repaired as a daily visual reminder of the depths drink sunk him to. So Mrs. O had gone around with her nose bent over flat against her left cheek. Bud Ode tagged her with a left cross, until UHID referred her to Al-Anon, which eventually nurtured and supported Mrs. O, into eventually telling Bud O to take a flying fuck to the moon, and getting her nose realigned back out front, and leaving him for a male Al-Anon in Birkenstock sandals. Gately's bowels have gone watery with dread. He has all too clear memories of a certain, remorseless, Revere Assistant District Attorney's brown shoes, piggy eyes, Stetson with feather, and penchant for third world takeout. He keeps grunting pathetically. Unsure how to be supportive, for a while the flaggers try to cheer Gately up by telling him CPR jokes. CPR is their term for Al-Anon, which is known to Boston AAs as the Church of Perpetual Revenge. "What's an Al-Anon relapse?" asked Glenn K. "It is a twinge of compassion," says Jack J., who has a kind of a facial tic. "But what is an Al-Anon salute?" Jack J. asks back. The 3 all pause, and then Jack J. puts the back of his hand to his brow and flutters his lashes martyrishly at the drop ceiling. They all 3 of them laugh. They have no clue that if Gately actually laughs, he'll tear his shoulders' sutures. One side of Jack J's face goes in and out of a tortured grimace that doesn't affect the other side of his face one bit, something that's always giving Gately the fantods. Bud O is waggling his finger disapprovingly at Glenn K. to signify an Al-Anon handshake. Glenn K. gives a lengthy impression of an Al-Anon mom watching her alcoholic kid marching in some parade and getting more and more outraged at how everybody's out of step except her kid. Gately closes his eyes and moves his chest up and down a few times in a dumb show of polite laughter, so they'll think they've cheered him up and screw. The little thoracic movements make his dextral regions make him want to bite the side of his hand in pain. It's like a big wooden spoon keeps pushing him just under the surface of sleep, and then spooning him up for something huge to taste him, again and again. The 19th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. After Remy Marat and Osowecki, and Wallace also, they all reported back negatively for all signs of this veiled performer, Monsieur Fortier and Marat threw into effect this finally most drastic of the operations for the locating of the master entertainment. This was to acquire members of the immediate family of the auteur, perhaps in public. Marat was charged with this operation's details, for Monsieur Brouillim was now thrust into technical trouble-killing on the furthering field tests of viewer willingness. For one of the newly acquired test subjects, this was an eccentrically dressed and extremely irritating, without-home man of the streets, in a white wig, appropriated with large bags filled of foreign cookware and extremely small-in-size ladies' undergarments, was discovered to have been severing and pushing beneath the room of storage's closed door the severed digits of the second of the newly acquired test subjects. This was a misdressed and severely weakened or addicted man dressed in the clothing of a gauche woman, carrying multiple purses of suspicious nature, rather than his own digits, marring the statistics of Brouillim's field experimento, such that Monsieur Fortier was forced to consider whether to allow Brouillim to conduct a lethal technical interview of the wigged substituter of digits for reasons of anger only. Substantially, a technical interview of more importance was to be conducted in the city Phoenix, far across the U.S. to the south, a city's name Fortier had amusement from, and departed before incoming weather to attend Mademoiselle Luria P. in this conducting, leaving the trusted Remy Marat to charge details of the preliminary acquisition. Marat, who had made his decision and call, did what he could. A direct assault upon the Academy of Tennis itself was impossible. AFRs fear nothing in this hemisphere except tall and steep hillsides. Their attack must not be direct. Thus the preliminary was to acquire and replace the tennis children of Quebec, known by the AFR to be, even then, en route to USA soil for gala competition with the tennis children of this academy. Marat selected young Wallace, the one still with both the legs, albeit paralyzed and stickishly withered, them, to lead the AFR field detail, which must intercept the provincial players. Marat, he stayed at the Cambridge shop of the Antitois, withdrawing frequently to the jazz nights nearby of Ryle's restaurant. Wallace drove the modified van of Dodge north into the increasingly heavy snowstorm. They bypassed the Pongo checkpoint at Methuen, Massachusetts. They would place a large mirror in the deserted road and delude the tennis bus that it must leave the road to avoid impact. Its own headlights would delude it. An old FLQ trick. Two teams in the van's back assembled the mirror's components. Wallace would not allow to stop for this assembly. The snowfall was worse than the convexity because of the fans to the south. What used to be Montpelier in Vermont lay between EWD grids, but took bad fallout from the region of Champlain, and was unoccupied and ghostly white with snow. Wallace permitted at Montpelier a brief stop for final assembly, and for those who were incontinent to change their bags. Wallace pressed hard to the former place of St. Johnsbury, where the mirror was installed across the southbound lanes of the U.S. Interstate No. 91. Wallace did not complain that there were no tracks in the snow of the road to be followed. He never complained. They arrived well early just south of the checkpoint at which provincial autoroute No. 55 became the Interstate No. 91. There was a brief period of detention when it appeared that the night vision attachment for the binoculars had been misplaced. Wallace remained cool, and it was located. The plan was to intercept the traveling team of players and allow AFRs to arrive at the place in their stead. Marat promised to conceive an excellent ruse to explain the wheelchairs and adult beards of the false players. There was no smoking in the van, while they waited for the children tennis players of their country to appear at the checkpoint. The bus was forced to remain at the checkpoint for several minutes. The bus was large and chartered and appeared warm within. Above its windshield, its lit rectangle of destination displayed the English word for charter. If the bus survived the swerve from the highway's mirror and was operational after the crash of swerving, Wallace would drive this bus. There was one brief argument over who would be required to drive the van, for Wallace refused to leave the van behind them even if the bus was operational. If the bus was not operational, no more than 6 junior children as survivors could be accommodated in the van. The rest would be allowed to die foulure pays. Wallace, he showed no preference one or the other way. Gately dreamed he was with Ennet House resident Joël Van Dyne in a southern motel, whose restaurant's authoritarian sign said simply, "Eat," in the U.S. South, in high summer, brutally hot. The foliage outside the room's broken window screen a parched khaki, the air glassy with heat, the ceiling fan rotating at a second-hand's rate, the room's bed a lavish four-poster, tall and squishy, the bedspread nubbly. Gately, supine, with his side on fire, while newcomer Joël V.D. raises her veil slightly to lick the sweat off his lids and temples, whispering so the veil flutters around and fans him, promising him a PM of near-terminal pleasures, undressing at the foot of the old tall bed, slowly, her loose, light clothes moist with sweat, and falling easily to the bare floor, and an incredible female body, an inhuman body, the sort of body Gately's only ever seen with a staple in its navel, a body like something you'd win in a raffle. And a fifth post forms on the four-poster, so to speak, which erect post's long dormant height obscures the nude newcomer's figure. And then, when she moves around, out of the pulsing shadow, to lean in close and press her inhuman body's face right up intimately close to his, she removes the veil. And on top of this body, to die for, is the unveiled historical likeness of fucking Winston Churchill, complete with cigar, and jowls, and bulldog scowl. And the ghastliness of the shock makes the rest of Gately's body go rigid, the pain of which wakes him with a jolted attempt to sit up that itself causes such a blast of pain that he half passes back out again and lies there with rolling eyes and a round mouth. Gately's also powerless over memories of the older type lady that had been their neighbor when he and his mother shared bed and board with the MP. A Mrs. Waite. There was no Mr. Waite. The smeared window of the little empty garage the MP kept his Waites in was right next to the spiny neglected garden Mrs. Waite kept in the narrow strip between the two houses. Mrs. Waite's house had been, shall we say, indifferently maintained. Mrs. Waite's house had made the Gately house look like the Taj. There was something wrong about Mrs. Waite. None of the parents said what it was, but none of the kids were allowed to play in her yard or ring her bell on Halloween. Gately never got clear on what was supposed to be wrong about her, but the little poor neighborhood psyche throbbed with something dire about Mrs. Waite. Older kids drove across her lawn and shouted shit that Gately never quite made out at night. The littler kids thought they had it. They were pretty sure Mrs. Waite was a witch. Yes, she did look a little witchy, but who over, 50 didn't? But the big thing was, she kept jars of stuff she'd jarred herself in her little garage. Brown, green, viscous, nameless, vegetoid stuff in mayonnaise jars, stacked on steel shelves, and rusty-lidded and bearded with dust. The littler kids snuck in and broke some of the jars and stole one and ran away in mortal terror to break it elsewhere and then run again. They dared each other to ride their bikes in tiny diagonals across the edge of her lawn. They told each other stories of seeing Mrs. Waite in a pointy hat, roasting missing kids whose pictures were on milk cartons, and pouring the juice into jars. Some of the bigger littler kids even tried that inevitable gag of putting a paper bag full of dog shit on her stoop and lighting it. It was somehow a further indictment of Mrs. Waite that she never complained. She rarely left her house. Mrs. Gately would never say what was wrong about Mrs. Waite, but absolutely forbade Don to fuck with her in any way. Like Mrs. Gately was in any position to enforce any, forbiddings. Gately never fucked with Mrs. Waite's stored jars, or rode across her lawn, and never much joined in on the witch stories, which, who needed witches to fear and despise when you had the good old MP right there at the kitchen table? But he was still scared of her. When he'd once seen her gnarly-eyed face up against the smeared garage window 1 p.m., when he had left the MP to beating Mrs. Gately and gone out to lift weights, he screamed and almost dropped the bench-press bar on his Adam's apple. But over the long haul of a low-stimulation North Shore childhood, he'd gradually developed a slight relationship with Mrs. Waite. He'd never all that much liked her. It wasn't like she was this lovable but misunderstood old lady. It's not like he ran to her dilapidated house to confide in her or bond. But he went over once or twice, maybe, under circumstances he'd forgot, and had sat in her kitchen, interfaced a little. She was lucid, Mrs. Waite, and apparently continent, and there was no pointy hat anywhere in sight, but her house smelled bad. And Mrs. Waite herself had swollen veiny ankles and little white bits of that dried paste at the corners of her mouth, and about 1 million newspapers stacked and mildewing all over the kitchen, and the old lady basically radiated whatever mixture of unpleasantness and vulnerability it was that made you want to be cruel to people. Gately was never cruel to her, but it's not like he loved her or anything. When Gately went over there the couple times, it was mostly when the MP was canning chowder, and his mother had passed out in vomit she expected somebody else to clean up, and he probably wanted to act out his kid's anger by doing something Mrs. G'd pathetically tried to forbid. He didn't eat much of whatever Mrs. Waite offered. She never offered him viscous material from a jar. His memories of whatever they discussed are unspecific. She hung herself, eventually, Mrs. Waite, as in eliminated her own map. And because it was fall and cool, she wasn't found for maybe weeks after. It wasn't Gately who found her. A meter reader guy found her several weeks after Gately's 8th or 9th birthday. Gately's birthday was the same week as several other kidses in the neighborhood, by some chance. Usually, Gately'd have his party over with some of the other kids that were having their birthdays with the party. Hats and Twister, X-Men videos, cake on Chinette plates, etc. Mrs. Gately was together enough to come a couple times. In retrospect, the other kids' parents let Gately have birthdays with them because they'd felt sorry for him, he's involuntarily realized. But at some sober neighbor's party, part of which was for his own 8th or 9th birthday, he remembers how Mrs. Waite had left her house and come rung the sober neighbor's bell and had brought a birthday cake for the birthday. A neighborly gesture. Gately'd spilled the beans on the annual mass party at a kitchen table interface with her. The cake was uneven and slightly tilted to one side, but it was dark chocolate and decorated with 4 cursive names, and had clearly been made with care. Mrs. Waite had spared Gately the humiliation of putting just his name on the cake, as if the cake was especially for him. But it was. Mrs. Waite had saved up for a long time to afford to make the cake, Gately knew. He knew she smoked like a chimney, and had given up cigarettes for weeks to save up for something. She wouldn't tell him what. She'd tried to make her scary eyes twinkle when she wouldn't tell, but he'd seen the mayonnaise jar full of quarters on a pile of papers, and had wrestled with himself over promoting it, and won. But there were only 9 candles on the cake when the party's mom brought it in, and a couple of the kids having birthdays were 12, was the private tip-off on who the cake was really for. The party's mom had taken the cake at the door and said, "Thank you," but had neglected to invite Mrs. Waite in. Gately was in a position during Twister in the garage to see Mrs. Waite walking back home across the street, slowly but very straightly and dignified and upright. A lot of the kids went to the garage door to look. Mrs. Waite had rarely been seen outside her house before, and never off her property. The sober mom brought the cake in the garage and said it was a touching gesture from Mrs. Waite across the street, but she wouldn't let anybody eat the cake, or even come close enough to it to blow out the 9 candles. The candles didn't all match. The candles burned down far enough so that there was a smell of burnt frosting before they went out. The cake sat, tilted, by itself, in a corner of the clean garage. Gately didn't defy the sober mom or any of the kids and eat a piece of the cake. He didn't even go near it. He didn't join in the delicious whispery arguments about what kind of medical waste or roasted kid renderings were in the cake. But he didn't stand up and argue with the other kids about the fact of the poisoning either. Before the party climaxed and the other kids that had got presents opened their presents, the sober mom had taken the cake into the kitchen when she thought nobody was watching and threw it out in the wastebasket. Gately remembers the cake must have landed upside down because the unfrosted side was facing up in the wastebasket when he snuck in and had a look at the cake. Mrs. Waite had disappeared back inside her house way before the mom threw the cake away. There's no way she could have seen the mom take the uneaten cake back inside the house. A couple days later, Gately had promoted a couple packs of Benson & Hedges 100s from a store 24 and put them in Mrs. Waite's mailbox, where junk mail and utility bills were already piling up. He sometimes rang the bell, but never saw her. Her bell had been a buzzer instead of a bell, he remembers. She got found by a frustrated meter reader some indefinite number of weeks after that. The circumstances of her death and discovery became more dark myth for the littler kids. Gately wasn't so into self-torture as to think the cake getting not eaten and getting thrown out was in any way connected with Mrs. Waite hanging herself. Everybody had their own private troubles, Mrs. Gately had explained to him, and even at that age he could see her point. It's not like he'd, mourned Mrs. Waite, or missed her, or even thought about her, even once, for many years after that. Which is what makes it somehow worse that his next, even more unpleasant Joel Van Dyne pain and fever dream takes place in what is unmistakably and unavoidably Mrs. Waite's kitchen in great detail, right down to the ceiling's light fixture full of dried bugs, the brimming ashtrays, the bar graph of stacked globes, the maddening arrhythmic drip of the kitchen sink, and the bad smell, a mixture of mildew and putrid fruit. Gately is in the ladder-back kitchen chair he used to sit in, the one with one rung broken, and Mrs. Waite is in her chair opposite, seated on the thing he thought then was a weird pink donut instead of a hemorrhoid pillow. Except in the dream, Gately's feet reach all the way to rest on the floor's dank tile, and Mrs. Waite is played by veiled UHID house resident Joelle Van D, except without her veil, and what's more, without any clothes, as in starkers, gorgeous, with that same incredible body as in the other one, except here, this time, with the face not of a jowly British Prime Minister, but of a total female angel. Not sexy so much as angelic, like all the world's light had gotten together and arranged itself into the shape of a face. Or something. It looks like somebody, Joelle's face, but Gately can't for the life of him place who. And it's not just the distraction of the inhumanly gorgeous naked bod below, because the dream is not like a sex dream. Because in this dream, Mrs. Waite, who is Joelle, is death, as in the figure of death. Death incarnate. Nobody comes right out and says so, it's just understood. Gately sitting here in this depressing kitchen, interfacing with death. Death is explaining that death happens over and over. You have many lives, and at the end of each one, meaning life, is a woman who kills you and releases you into the next life. Gately can't quite make out if it's like a monologue or if he's asking questions and she's responding in a Q&A deal. Death says that this certain woman that kills you is always your next life's mother. This is how it works. Didn't he know? In the dream, everybody in the world seems to know this except Gately, like he'd missed that day in school when they covered it, and so Death's having to sit here, naked and angelic, and explain it to him, very patiently, more or less like remedial reading at Beverly High School. Death says the woman who either knowingly or involuntarily kills you is always someone you love, and she's always your next life's mother. This is why moms are so obsessively loving, why they try so hard, no matter what private troubles or issues or addictions they have of their own, why they seem to value your welfare above their own, and why there's always a slight, twinge of selfishness about their obsessive mother love. They're trying to make amends for a murder neither of you quite remember, except maybe in dreams. As Death's explanation of death goes on, Gately understands really important, vague stuff more and more, but the more he understands, the sadder he gets, and the sadder he gets, the more unfocused and wobbly becomes his vision of the Death's Joelle sitting nude on the pink plastic ring, until, near the end, it's as if he's seeing her through a kind of cloud of light, a milky filter that's the same as the wobbly blur through which a baby sees a parental face bending over its crib, and he begins to cry in a way that hurts his chest, and asks Death to set him free and be his mother. And Joelle either shakes or nods her lovely, unfocused head and says, "Wait." The 20th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. Gaudium. I was in a zoo. There were no animals or cages, but it was still a zoo. I was close to a nightmare, and it woke me before 0500 hours. Mario was still asleep, gently lit by the window's view of tiny lights down the hill. He lay very still and soundless as always, his poor hands folded on his chest, as if awaiting a lily. I put in a plug of Kodiak. His 4 pillows brought Mario's chin to his chest when he slept. I was still producing excess saliva, and my one pillow was moist in a way I didn't want to turn on a light and investigate. I didn't feel good at all. A sort of nausea of the head. The feeling seemed worst first thing in the morning. I felt for almost a week as if I needed to cry for some reason, but the tears were somehow stopping just millimeters behind my eyes and staying there, and so on. I got up and went past the foot of Mario's bed to the window to stand on one foot. Sometime during the night, heavy snow had begun to fall. I had been ordered by DeLint and Barry Loach to stand on the left foot for 15 minutes a day, as therapy for the ankle. The countless little adjustments necessary to balance on one foot worked muscles and ligaments in the ankle that were therapeutically unreachable any other way. I always felt sort of dickish, standing on one foot in the dark with nothing to do. The snow on the ground had a purple cast to it, but the falling and whirling snow was virgin white, yachting cap white. I stood on my left foot for maybe 5 minutes tops. The boards and APs were 3 weeks from tomorrow at 0800 in the CBS auditorium at BU.
344. 345.
I could hear a night custodial crew rolling a mop bucket somewhere on another floor. This was to be the first AM without dawn drills since Interdependence Day, and everybody was invited to sleep in until breakfast. There were to be no classes all weekend. I'd awakened too early yesterday, too. I'd kept seeing Kevin Bain crawling my way in my sleep. I straightened up my bed and put the pillows wet side down and put on clean sweatpants and some socks that didn't smell foul. The closest Mario comes to snoring is a thin sound he makes at the back of his throat. The sound is as if he's drawing out the word key over and over. It's not an unpleasant sound. I estimated a good 50 centimeters of snow on the ground, and it was really coming down. And the purple half-light, the west court's nets were half buried. Their top halves shuddered in a terrible wind. All over the sub-dormitory I could hear doors rattling slightly in their frames, as they did only in a bad wind. The wind gave the snowfall a swirling diagonal aspect. Snow was hitting the exterior of the window with a sandy sound. The basic view outside the window was that of a briskly shaken paperweight, the kind with the Xmas diorama and shakeable snow. The grounds, trees, fences, and buildings looked toy-like and miniaturized somehow. In fact, it was hard to distinguish new snow falling from extant snow simply whirling around in the wind. It only then occurred to me to wonder whether and where we would play today's exhibition meet. The lung wasn't yet up, but the 16 courts under the lung wouldn't have accommodated more than an A-only meet anyway. A kind of cold hope flared in me because I realized this could be cancellation weather. The backlash of this hope was an even worse feeling than before. I couldn't remember ever actively hoping not to have to play before. I couldn't remember feeling strongly one way or the other about playing for quite a long time, in fact. Mario and I had begun to make a practice of keeping the phone console's power on at night but turning off the ringer. The console's digital recorder had a light that pulsed once for each incoming message. The double flash of the recorder's light set up an interesting interference pattern with the red battery light on the ceiling's smoke detector, the two lights flashing in sync on every 7th phone flash, and then moving slowly apart in a visual Doppler. A formula for the temporal relation between two unsyncopated flashes would translate spatially into the algebraic formula for an ellipse I could see. Pemulus had poured a terrific volume of practical pre-boards math into my head for 2 weeks, taking his own time and not asking for anything in return, being almost suspiciously generous about it. Then, since the Wayne debacle, the little tutorials had ceased, and Pemulus himself had been very scarce, twice missing meals and several times taking the truck for long periods without checking with any of the rest of us about our truck needs. I didn't even try to factor in the rapid single flash of the phone's power unit display on the side of the TP. This would make it some sort of calculus thing, and even Pemulus had conceded that I was not hardwired for anything past algebra and conic sections. Every November, between Interdependence Day and the Whataburger Invitational in Tucson, Arizona, the Academy holds a semi-public exhibition meet for the benefit of ETA's patrons and alumni and friends in the Boston area. The exhibition is followed by a semi-formal cocktail party and dance in the dining hall, where players are required to appear, showered and semi-formal, and available for social intercourse with patrons. Some of them all but check our teeth. Last year, Heath Pearson had appeared for the gala in a red vest and bellboy's cap and furry tail, carrying a little organ and inviting patrons to grind the organ while he capered around, chattering. CT was unamused. The whole fundraiser is a Charles Tavis innovation. CT is far better at public relations and pump priming than was himself. The exhibition and gala are possibly the climax of CT's whole administrative year. He determined that mid-November was the best time for a fundraiser, with the weather not yet bad, and the tax year drawing to a close, but the U.S. holiday season, with its own draining system of demands on goodwill, not yet underway. For the past 3 fiscal years, the fundraiser's proceeds have all but paid for the spring's Southeast Tour and the European Terre-Battue Fest of June-July. The exhibition meet involved both genders' A and B teams, and was always against some foreign junior squad to give the whole fundraising affair a patriotic kicker. The gentle fiction was that the meet was just one stop for the foreign squad on a whole vague general U.S. tour. But in truth, CT usually flew the foreigners in special, and at some expense. We had in the past done battle with teams from Wales, Belize, the Sudan, and Mozambique. Cynics might point to an absence of tennis juggernauts among the opponents. Last year's Mozambique thing was a particular turkey shoot, 70-2. and there had been an ugly xeno-racist mood among some of the spectators and patrons, a couple of whom cheerily compared the meet to Mussolini's tanks rolling over Ethiopian spear-chuckers. YDAU's opponents were to be the Quebec Junior Davis and Junior Whiteman Cup teams, and their arrival from MIA Dorval
346.
was keenly anticipated by Struck and Freer, who claimed that the Quebecois Junior Whiteman girls were normally sequestered and saw very few co-ed venues, and would be available for broadening intercultural relations of all kinds. It was improbable that anything was going to be landing on time at Logan in this kind of snow, though. The wind also produced a desolate moaning in all the ventilation ducts. Mario said, "Key," and sometimes "ski," drawing them out. It occurred to me that without some one-hitters to be able to look forward to smoking, alone in the tunnel, I was waking up every day feeling as though there was nothing in the day to anticipate or lend anything any meaning. I stood on one foot for a couple more minutes, spitting into a coffee can I'd left on the floor near the phone from the night before. The implied question, then, would be whether the Bob Hope had somehow become not just the high point of the day, but its actual meaning. That would be pretty appalling. The pen 4 that was my hand-strengthening ball for November was on the sill against the window. I'd neither carried nor squeezed my ball for several days. No one seemed to have noticed. Mario cedes me full control over the phone's ringer and answering machine, since he has trouble holding the receiver, and the only messages he ever gets are in-house ones from the moms. I enjoyed leaving different outgoing messages on the machine, but I refused ever to back the messages with music or digitally altered bits of entertainment. None of the ETA phones was video-capable, another CT decision. Under CT, the Academy's manual of honor codes, rules, and procedures had almost tripled in length. Probably our room's best message ever was Ortho Stice doing his deadly CT impression, taking 80 seconds to list possible reasons why Mario and I couldn't answer the phone, and outlining our probable reactions to all possible caller emotions provoked by our unavailability. But at 80 seconds, the thing wore thin after a while. Our outgoing this week was something like, "This is the disembodied voice of Hal Incandenza, whose body is not now able," and so on. And then the standard invitation to leave a message. It was Honesty and Abstinence Week, after all, and this seemed a more truthful message to leave than the pedestrian, "This is Hal Incandenza," since the caller would pretty obviously be hearing a digital recording of me rather than me. This observation owed a debt to Pemulus, who for years, and with several different roommates, has retained the same recursive message. "This is Mike Pemulus's answering machine's answering machine. Mike Pemulus's answering machine regrets being unavailable to take a first-order message for Mike Pemulus, but if you'll leave a second-order message at the sound of the clapping hand, Mike Pemulus's answering machine will..." and so on, which is worn so thin that very few of Pemulus's friends or customers can abide waiting through the tired thing to leave a message, which Pemulus finds congenial, since no really relevant caller would be fool enough to leave his name on any machine of Pemulus's anyway. Plus, it was also creepy that when the face's effulgence becomes the boiled white of the trauma wing ceiling as he comes up with a start for air, the apparently real, non-dream Joel Van D is leaning over the bed's crib railing, wetting Gately's big forehead and horror-rounded lips with a cool cloth, wearing sweatpants and a sort of loose brocaded hopel whose lavender almost matches the selvage on her clean veil. The hopel's neckline is too high for there to be much cleavage action as she leans over him, which Gately regards as probably kind of a mercy. The two brownies Joelle's got in her other hand, and her nails are bitten down to the ragged quick, just like Gately's, she says she liberated from the nurse's station and brought down for him, since Morris H. meant them for him, and thereby all just rights his. but she can see he's in no shape to swallow, she says. She smells like peaches and cotton. And there's a sweet, evil whiff of the discount Canadian gaspers so many of the residents smoke, and underneath those smells, Gailey can detect that she's got on a bit of perfume.
347.
To amuse him, she says, "and lo," several times. Gailey makes his chest go up and down rapidly to signify amusement. He declines either to moo or mew at her, out of embarrassment. Her veil this morning has a springy light purple around the border, and the hair framing the veil seems a darker red, duskier than when she'd first come into the house and refused meat. Gailey hadn't been much into WYYY or Madam Psychosis, but he'd sometimes run into people who were. Organics men, mostly. Opium and brown heroin. Terrible mulled wine. And he feels on top of the febrile pain and the creepiness of the amphetaminic wraith and Winston Churchill face Joelle, and angelic maternal death Joelle dreams, an odd vividness in himself at being swabbed, and maybe even generally admired, by someone who's an underground local intellectual-art-type celebrity. He doesn't know how to explain it, like as if the fact that she's a public personage makes him feel somehow physically actuated, like more their feeling, conscious of the way he's holding his face, hesitant to make his barnyard sounds, even breathing through his nose, so she won't smell his unbrushed teeth. He feels self-conscious with her, Joelle can tell. But what's admirable is he has no idea how heroic or even romantic he looks. Unshaven and intubated, huge and helpless, wounded in service to somebody who did not deserve service, half out of his tree from pain, and refusing narcotics. The last and pretty much only man Joelle ever let herself admire in a romantic way had left, and wouldn't even face up to why. Instead erecting for himself a pathetic, jealous fantasy about Joelle and his own poor father, whose only interest in Joelle had been first aesthetic and then anti-aesthetic. Joelle doesn't know that newly sober people are awfully vulnerable to the delusion that people with more sober time than them are romantic and heroic, instead of clueless and terrified and just muddling through day by day like everybody else in AA is, except maybe the fucking crocodiles. Joelle says she can't stay long this time. All non-working residents have to report for the house's AM daily meditation meeting, as Gately knows only too well. He isn't sure what she means by this time. She describes the newest male resident's weird limbo injury posture, and the way Jeanette Fultz has to cut up this Dave guy's supper and drop it into his open mouth bit by bit like a bird with a chick. Lifting her face to the ceiling makes the linen veil conform to the features of the face below, mouth open wide in imitation of a chick. The crew-neckish hulp makes her hair's loose curls look dark, and her wrists and hands look pale. Her hands' skin is taut and freckled and treed with veins. His bed's metal bars keep Gately's rolling eyes from seeing anything much south of her thorax, until Joelle finishes with the washcloth and retreats to the edge of the other bed, which at some point has become empty, and the crying guy's chart removed, and its crib railings folded down, and she sits on the edge of the bed and crosses her legs, supporting one Warachi's heel on the railing's joint, revealing she's got on white socks under flesh-colored Warachis, and ancient baggy old birch-colored sweatpants with B-U-M down one leg, which Gately's pretty sure he's seen at the Sunday A.M. Big Book meeting on Ken Erdetty, and belong to Erdetty, and he feels a flash of something unpleasant that she'd be wearing the upscale kid's pants. The A.M. light outside has gone from sunny yellow-white to now a kind of old-dime gray, with what looks like serious wind. Joelle eats the cream cheese brownies Gately can't eat, and works at pulling a kind of big notebookish thing out of her broadcloth purse. She talks about last night's St. Columkille's meeting.
348.
where they'd all gone unsupervised because Johnette F. had to stay and keep an eye on Glynn, who was sick, and on Henderson and Willis, who were under legal quarantine upstairs. Gately racks his RAM for which fucking night St. Columbkills is. Joelle says how last night's was St. Collie's once-a-month format, where instead of a commitment they had that round-robin discussion where somebody in the hall spoke for 5 minutes and then picked the next speaker out of the hall's crowd. There'd been a Kentuckian there, which Gately might recall she was from Kentucky. A Kentucky newcomer there, Wayne something, a real damaged-looking boy who hailed from the good old bluegrass state, but of late resided in a disconnected drainage pipe off a watershed facility down in the Alston Spur, he'd said. This guy, she said he was 19 or thereabout, looked 40-some plus, had clothes that looked to be decomposing on him even as he stood at the podium, had a ripe odor of drainage about him that produced hankies as far back as the 4th row, which he explained the odor by admitting his residential drainage pipe was in fact mostly disconnected, like, as in, little used. Joelle's voice is nothing like the hollow, resonant radio voice, and she uses her hands a lot to talk, trying to recreate the whole thing for Gately. Trying to give him a little bit of a meeting, Gately realizes, with a slight, tight smile of disbelief that he can't dredge up a mental meeting schedule so he'll know what day this is. Some of the St. Columbkillers were saying it was the longest single blackout they'd ever heard of. This Wayne fella'd said he'd had no idea when, why, or how he'd ended up so far up north as Metro Boston 10 years after his last memory. Most compelling, visually, Wayne had had a deep diagonal furrow in his face, extending from right eyebrow to left lip corner. Joelle traces the length and angle with a ragged, nailed finger across her veil, splaying his nose and upper lip, and rendering him so violently cross-eyed he seemed to address both corners of the front row at the same time. This old Wayne Boyd sketched how the facial dent, what Wayne had called the flaw, pointing at it like people might need help seeing what he was talking about, derived from his very own personal hard-drinking, alcoholic, and chicken farmer daddy. In the grip of the post-binge horrors, and seeing subjective pests in a big way one day, up and hitting Wayne, at age 9, smack in the face with a hatchet one time, when Wayne couldn't tell him where a certain ball jar of distilled spirits had been hidden the day before, against the possibility of the horrors. It had been just him and his daddy, and his ma, that was feeble, and 7.7 acres of chicken farm, Wayne had said. Wayne said the flaw had just about healed up fine with fresh air and plenty of exercise, when his daddy, trying one Monday p.m. to get outside a late lunch of mush and syrup, up and clutched his skull, turned red, and then blue, and then purple, and died. Little Wayne had reportedly wiped the face clean of mush, dragged the dead body under the farmhouse porch, wrapped it in Purina chicken chow sacks, and told his feeble ma his daddy had gone off to lay up drunk. The diagonal-dented kid had apparently then got off to school, as usual, done some discreet WOM advertising, and had brought home with him a different set of boys each day for almost a week, charging them a 5-ski a head to crawl into the porch and eyeball a bona fide dead man. Late Friday p.m., he recollected. He'd set off with hard currency to the billiard establishment where the niggers that sold distilled ball jars to his late daddy was at.
349.
Getting set to lay up drunk as a cock on Jimson. The next thing this Wayne boy says he knows? He wakes up in the partially disconnected New England pipe, 1 millennial decade older, and with some right nasty medical issues the timer's bell prevents him from sharing in detail. And this old Wayne boy had up and pointed to Joelle to come speak next. Almost as if he knew, as if he got into it at some sort of kinship, affinity of origin. Gately grunted softly to himself. He figured guys with 10-year blackouts who live in pipes probably didn't have too much to go on besides your gut-type intuitions. He knew he needed to be reminded that this strange girl was only about 3 weeks clean, and still leaching substances out of her tissues, and still utterly clueless, but he felt like he resented it whenever he got reminded. Joelle had the big flat book in her lap and was looking down at her thumb and flexing it, watching it flex. What was disconcerting was that, when her head was down, the veil hung loose at the same vertical angle as when her head was up, only now it was perfectly smooth and untextured, a smooth white screen with nothing behind it. A loudspeaker down the hall gave those xylophone dings that meant God knows what all the time. When Joelle's head came back up, the reassuring little hills and valleys of veiled features reappeared behind the screen. "I'm going to have to take off here in a second," she said. "I could come on back after if you want. I can bring you anything you think you'd like." Gately hiked an eyebrow at her, to get her to smile. "Hopefully, since your fever went down, they said they'll decide you're out of the woods and take that out, finally," Joelle said, looking at Gately's mouth. "It's got to hurt, and Pat said you'll feel better when you can start, quote, sharing what you're feeling." Gately hiked both eyebrows. "And you can tell me what you'd like brought, who you'd want to have come, whom?" Moving his left arm north along his chest and throat, to get the left hand up to feel at his mouth, made the whole right side sing with pain. A skin-warmed plastic tube led in from the right side, and was taped to his right cheek, and went into his mouth, and went down his throat, past where his fingers could feel at the back of his mouth. He hadn't been able to feel it in his mouth or going down the back of his throat, to he didn't want to know where, or even the tape on his cheek. He'd had this tube in his throat the whole time and hadn't even known it. It had been in there so long by the time he came up for air he'd gotten unconsciously used to it, and hadn't even known it was there. Maybe it was a feeding tube. The tube was probably why he could only mew and grunt. He probably didn't have permanent voice damage. Thank God. He made his thoughts capitalized and thanked God several times. He pictured himself at a lavish commitment podium, like at an AA convention, offhandedly saying something that got an enormous laugh. Either Joelle had some sort of problem with her thumb, or she just got really interested in watching the thumb flex and twiddle. She was saying, "It's strange not knowing it's coming, then standing up there to speak. Folks you don't know. Things I don't realize I think till I say them. On the show I was used to knowing quite well what I thought before I spoke. This isn't like that." She seemed to be addressing herself to the thumb. "I took a page from your manual and shared my complaint about the but for the grace of God, and you were right, they just laughed. But I hadn't realized, till I found myself telling them, that I'd stop seeing the one day at a time and keep it in the day as trite cliches. Patronizing." Gately noticed she still talks about recovery issues in a stiff, proper, intellectualish way she doesn't talk about other stuff with. Her way of still keeping it all at arm's length a little. A mental thumb to pretend to look at while she talks. It was all right. Gately's own way of keeping it at arm's length at the start had involved an actual arm. He pictured her laughing as he tells her that, the veil billowing mightily in and out. He smiled around the tube, which Joelle saw as encouragement. She said, "And why Pat in counseling keeps telling me just to build a wall around each individual 24-hour period, and not look over or back, and not to count days. Even when you get a chip for 14 days or 30 days, not to add them up. In counseling, I just smile and nod, being polite. But standing up there last night, I didn't even share it aloud, but I realized suddenly that this was why I'd never been able to stay off the stuff for more than a couple weeks. I'd always break down, go back. Freebase." She looks up at him. "I based, you know. You knew that. You all see the intake forms." Gately smiles. She said, "This is why I couldn't get off and stay off, just as the cliché warns. I literally wasn't keeping it in the day. I was adding the clean days up in my head. She cocked her head at him. "Did you ever hear of this fellow, Evel Knievel? This motorcycle jumper?" Gately nods slightly, being careful of the tube he now feels. This is why his throat had had that raped feeling in it. The tube. He actually has an old cut-out action picture of the historical Evel Knievel from an old Life magazine, in a white leather, Elvis-ish suit, in the air, aloft, haloed in spotlights, upright on a bike, a row of well-waxed trucks below. At St. Collie, only the crocodiles had heard of him. My own daddy'd followed him, cut out pictures, as a boy. Gately can tell she's smiling under there. But what I used to do, I throw away the pipe and shake my fist at the sky and say, "As God is my fucking witness, never again. As of this minute right here, I quit for all time." She also has this habit of absently patting the top of her head when she talks, where little barrettes and spongy clamps hold the veil in place. And I'd bunker up all white-knuckled and stay straight and count the days. I was proud of each day I stayed off. Each day seemed evidence of something, and I counted them. I'd add them up, line them up end to end, you know? Gately knows very well, but doesn't nod. Lets her do this on just her own steam. She says, and soon it would get improbable. As if each day was a car Knievel had to clear. 1 car, 2 cars. By the time I'd get up to, say, like maybe about 14 cars, it would begin to seem like this staggering number. Jumping over 14 cars. And the rest of the year looking ahead, hundreds and hundreds of cars. Me, in the air, trying to clear them. She left her head alone and cocked it. Who could do it? How did I ever think anyone could do it that way? Gately remembered some evil fucking personal detoxes. Broke in Malden, Bent with pleurisy in Salem, MCI Bill Ricka during a 4-day lockdown that cut him short. He remembered kicking the bird for weeks on the floor of a Revere holding cell, courtesy of the good old Revere assistant district attorney. Lockdown tight, a bucket for a toilet, the holding cell hot, but a terrible icy draft down near the floor. Cold turkey. Abrupt withdrawal. The bird. Being incapable of doing it and yet having to do it. Locked in. A Revere holding cage for 92 days. Feeling the edge of every second that went by. Taking it a second at a time. Drawing the time in around him real tight. Withdrawing. Any 1 second, he remembered, the thought of feeling like he'd be feeling this second for 60 more of these seconds, he couldn't deal. He could not fucking deal. He had to build a wall around each second just to take it. The whole first 2 weeks of it are telescoped in his memory down into like 1 second. Less, the space between 2 heartbeats. A breath and a second. The pause, and gather between each cramp. An endless now, stretching its gull wings out on either side of his heartbeat. And he'd never before or since felt so excruciatingly alive, living in the present between pulses. What the white flaggers talk about, living completely in the moment. A whole day at a crack seemed like tit when he came in, for he had abided with the bird. But this interbeat present, this sense of endless now, it had vanished in Revere holding, along with the heaves and chills. He'd returned to himself, moved to sit on the bunk's edge, and ceased to abide because he no longer had to. His right side is past standing, but the hurt is nothing like the bird's hurt was. He wonders sometimes if that's what ferocious Francis and the rest want him to walk toward, abiding again between heartbeats. Tries to imagine what kind of impossible leap it would take to live that way all the time, by choice, straight, in the second, the now, walled and contained between slow heartbeats, Ferocious Francis's own sponsor, the nearly dead guy they wheel to White Flag and call Sarge, says it all the time. It's a gift, the now. It's AA's real gift. It's no accident they call it the present. And yet it wasn't till that poor new pipe fellow from home pointed at me and hauled me up there, and I said it, that I realized, Joelle said, I don't have to do it that way. I get to choose how to do it, and they'll help me stick to the choice. I don't think I'd realized before that I could. I can really do this. I can do this for one endless day. I can, Dawn. The look he was giving her was meant to, validate her breakthrough and say, yes, she could. She could as long as she continued to choose to. She was looking right at him, Gately could tell. But he'd also gotten a personal, prickly chill all over from his own thinking. He could do the dextral pain the same way. Abiding. No one single instant of it was unendurable. Here was a second right here. He endured it. What was undealable with was the thought of all the instants, all lined up and stretching ahead, glittering, and the projected future fear of the assistant district attorney, whoever was out there in a hat eating third-world fast food, the fear of getting convicted, of nook slaughter, of VIP suffocation, of a lifetime on the edge of his bunk in MCI Walpole, remembering. It's too much to think about. To abide there. But none of it's as of now real. What's real is the tube, and Noxzema, and pain. And this could be done just like the old cold bird. He could just hunker down in the space between each heartbeat and make each heartbeat a wall and live in there. Not let his head look over. What's unendurable is what his own head could make of it all. What his head could report to him, looking over and ahead and reporting. But he could choose not to listen. He could treat his head like G. Day or R. Lentz, clueless noise. He hadn't quite gotten this before now, how it wasn't just a matter of writing out the cravings for a substance. Everything unendurable was in the head. Was the head not abiding in the present, but hopping the wall and doing a recon, and then returning with unendurable news you then somehow believed? If Gately got out of this, he decided, he was going to take the Knievel picture off his wall and mount it and give it to Joelle, and they'd laugh, and she'd call him Don, or the Bimster, etc. Gately rolls his eyes way over to the right to see Joelle again, who, she's using both pale hands to get the big book open on her sweatpants lap. Gray window light shines on clear plastic sheets like little laminates inside the thing. Idea to haul this out last night and was looking at it. I wanted to show you my own personal daddy, she says. She's holding the photo album out at him, wide open, like a kindergarten teacher at story time. Gately makes a production of squinting. Joelle comes over and rests the big album on the top of Gately's crib railing, peering down over the top and pointing at a snapshot in its little square sleeve. Right there's my daddy. In front of a low white porch railing, a generic, lean old guy with lines around his nose from squinting into sunlight, and the composed smile of somebody that's been told to smile. A skinny dog at his side, half in profile. Gately's more interested in how the shadow of whoever took the photo is canted into the shot's foreground, darkening half the dog. And that's one of the dogs, a pointer that got hit right after that by a UPS truck out to 104, she says, where no animal with a lick of sense would think it had business being. My daddy never names dogs. That one's just called the one that got hit by the UPS truck. Her voice is different again. Gately tries to abide in seeing what she's pointing at. Most of the rest of the page's pictures are of farm-type animals behind wooden fences, looking the way things look that can't smile, that don't know a camera's looking. Joelle said her personal daddy was a low-pH chemist, but her late mother's own daddy had left them a farm. and Joelle's daddy moved them out there and jick-jacked around with farming, mostly as an excuse to keep lots of pets and stick experimental low-pH stuff in the soil. At some point in here, an all-business nurse comes in and fucks with the IV bottles, then hunkers down and changes the catheter receptacle under the bed, and for a second, Gately likes to die of embarrassment. Joelle seems not even to be pretending not to notice.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.